Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our continued coverage of the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge. We're only 1 week into the contest, and already we're seeing several stories developing.
That's right, Glitter. The standings are starting to take shape, and after tonight, we'll know who's in the hunt for the challenge finals.
Tribe and Stamina are currently sitting atop the leaderboards, undefeated at 2-0. But they've each got tough opponents to get through tonight if they want to stay undefeated. Tribe will take on Reconyx, who's hoping to bounce back from a tough start, and Stamina's going head-to-head with Chasmak in our marquee matchup of the evening.
And I hope you brought your binders because class starts soon. Don't be late. This week, our focus is language arts. We'll go over a couple of vocab words you need to know and hopefully make you a better brawler in the process.
All this and more awaits us as we get ready to dive into our second week of action. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. Take us down, keep fighting.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to week 2 of our Snapdragon Mobile Challenge for Brawl Stars. We are live from Burbank, California, and the teams are going to be bringing the heat yet again this time around, as well as our phenomenal casters. Trav, Ash, how are you guys feeling today?
I mean, it's always a pleasure to be here for the Snapdragon Mobile series, and honestly, I think we've got some thrilling games lined up too, so really looking forward to it.
Yeah, lots of exciting matchups. I'm super stoked right now. Hyped.
To say the least. It's going to be another fantastic day. But of course, before we start getting into everything, let's do a little bit of a recap of everything, how it works, as well as what happened last week.
Well, we're already past this phase, but we might as well mention it anyway. Open Split 1 and Open Split 2 have already been done. 4 teams progressed from each of those phases to where we are, well, today. We've already had a week of it, but the challenge phase round robin, 4 weeks of 7 games on each week is where we lie. Second round is today, where we'll have some absolutely fabulous matches. Top 4 will then proceed to the challenge finals at the end of it, where they will battle it out to see who becomes the winner. We will then repeat this process twice, and the best performing teams will join both APAC and also the Europe and MENA in at that Masters next year.
And then, of course, I talked about it. We got to talk about last week, what happened. These are all the highlights.
Yeah, one of the thrillers, Vatra versus Tribe Gaming, 2 of the top teams. And surprisingly, Tribe swept Vatra. That was crazy, a crazy result. What do you make of that, Trav?
Honestly, I think that was probably when I looked at it, one of the closest matchups that we should have had last week. But whilst it was played off stream and it turned out to be a sweep for Tribe, it really surprised me when I saw that result at the end of the show, because Vatra have just been playing so well recently and a real breakthrough team throughout this year, and they've been making some huge leaps in progression, but maybe the gap is still as big as we thought it would be at the start of this year.
Yeah, I mean, still fairly, they've just recently acquired Chino, one of the top players in North America. So they're still kind of gelling together as a team, but definitely making their way, rising in North America. Next, we've got Stamina and Reconyx. Reconyx, not the best start for them. They made it through the first split from the lower brackets, but right now, one of the lower teams trying to make their way today.
Well, talking about Stamina, obviously starting things off 2-0, so a real great start for them, and living up to the name that they have been having throughout the rest of the year. With that replacement of Sans coming in last week over OG, we thought there might have been a little few mishaps here and there. Roster changes really do shake some teams up, but STMN managed to stay strong and keep their really strong presence in the North American region of Brawl Stars throughout both this and BSC. They've been performing really well, but we were just a little bit worried about that roster change.
Yeah, but for them, not worried at all. Sans fit. I felt like he fit the team pretty perfectly. They needed a aggro-style player like him, something they kind of lacked, but it worked out phenomenally for them as they went undefeated last week.
Well, looking a little bit closer at Reconyx, they definitely didn't have the start that we wanted. Hence the title card that we just saw before, a bit of a rough start for them. 0-2, and honestly, they are the underdogs of this kind of competition as a whole. You'd have expected them to lose against the teams who they did last week, but that doesn't stop them. They've still got this redemption arc possibility, because we've still got another 3 game days of matches, and they've got a huge turnaround potential. Looking at these standings, though, just backing up what we've been saying, Tribe Gaming sitting nice at the top, along with SDMN 2-0. Chasmak only playing 1 game last week, but they're making up for it with 3 today. Vanguard sitting in 4th, along with West Coast on 1-1. Vatra on 0-1, and then the real ones and Reconyx really having a tough start, both sitting down there at 0-2.
All right. We've got everything recapped. You now know what happened with our team. Some coming out on top, others needing a little bit of a bounce back here today in our second week. But we started a new segment last week. Of course, we did not forget about it. Hopefully you all are ready because school is back in session, folks. It's time for first period with F.
Hello, and welcome to the classroom. I'm your professor, Professor Dot, and today we are going to go over English language arts. So last week we took a look at geography, but today we're going to go over some vocabulary words that you need to know, and hopefully along the way, make you a better brawler. So let's dive right in. Our first word is pinch. So a pinch is a flanking strategy where two players advance from multiple angles, giving the opponent no route of escape. And of course, I do have some examples. So class, take a look at the board real quick and I'll show you over here. We've got West Coast versus Reconyx, and take a look towards this middle. Everybody looks wide open like they can do whatever they want. Stop it. Nope, not quite. We just saw our player up here and our player over here just kind of pinch these three players in. Shine and Chepo have nowhere to go. And so because of that, a successful pinch from across the way. Great job there from everybody involved. You too as well. Hope you're taking notes. Number two here is cycle. That's cycle with a C. And where effective use of a super allows for a quick refresh of said super. So it can be used multiple times in rapid succession. Now this is usually brawler specific, coming down to who you're playing and what their reload capability is. But again, take a look towards the board. I've got an example for you, and it's Stu. He's probably the biggest name you're gonna have to take a look at. Zoom super, and then finishes off right there. So that's a big deal of how Stu can reset his super very quickly, very easily. As I said, a number of other brawlers can do it as well. Let us know in chat or in the office hours who you play to get your cycle. And then perhaps the most important vocab word here, spin. So a spin, a way to communicate to your opponent and those watching the match that you deem yourself vastly superior in every way. Usually considered uncouth. So opponents won't appreciate it, but sometimes that's the message you're trying to send. Over here, you see, he's spinning. Carl is still spinning. And he's still spinning. Coming right back as we just awe in how Stu does it. Legend says that Carl is still spinning today. These are the important notes you want to take with you. Spin, cycle, and pinch. Take those notes. If you've got any questions, let us know in the office hours. I'll show up a little bit later answering your questions, Twitch chat or Instagram.com/f.ny. Let me know what you're asking, and I will follow your questions up when I've got the time. That's it for us today. Class dismissed.
Thank you very much, F. for that enlightening lesson. I know everyone in chat probably learned a little bit of something from that, and I'm excited to see what you come up with for next week. But of course, it is now time for us to start talking about the matches that we will have going on today, because we have our first match right around the corner, and that's going to be between Vatra and Chasmak.
Well, personally, I think this is going to be one of the better games of the day. Vatra Gaming, we already touched a little bit on those just a little bit earlier, and they're a real up-and-coming team, Juan Carlos, RBM, and Payne being the roster that will be on the table today. There they are, looking beautiful as always. Have you got any secret knowledge about this team as to why they've been rising up so much?
I feel like it has more to do with them just putting so many hours into the game. RBM, grinder, top player. Many consider him the best Ashe player in the world. Great aggro player. And then you got Juan Carlos, multiple times #1 in the leaderboards. These guys play a ton, and it's no secret that they're having so much success this year.
Yeah, well, I mean, having those specified roles, having RBM as such a phenomenal tank player, always has, especially in draft, the presence, and you've got to account for that in your draft, ban stuff out and pick stuff according to their opponents, and that can be a real difficult thing to come up against. Their opponents being Chasmak, a really, really strong team, especially with the addition of Patchy. Not seeing any Toast though on this roster, so I'm presuming he's going to be subbed, which is, as we mentioned a little bit earlier, quite unusual considering he is their mid player.
Yeah, it is unusual. Kind of consider him as like the leader, the mid player, which they're going to be lacking. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they work together without him. Having Min Wong though, very capable player, top player in the world, in North America. You got Patchy and Fade, two players we know who love playing the aggressive role. So it's going to be interesting to see how they fare without Toast today.
Well, speaking of CMG, and let's focus down on one specific player who's really taken this roster to new highs as Patchy. Coming of age, 16 years old now, able to play, and this is how he pins up against the rest of North America on average. His kills being a little bit higher, 2.3 in comparison to 1.99. He also gets less deaths by 0.1. It's not much, but it's still notable, 1.9 to 2. And the real ability to get that many supers, I think it was 2.4 per game, is just a huge statistic to have, and it just plays into his aggressive hands so well.
It's going to be a great way to start off the day here in our second week. But of course, chat, we have to check in with y'all and see what is on your mind. Who do you think is going to be coming out on top here in the first match of the day? Will it be Vatra or will it be Chasmak? But we don't have to wait long to find out because that game is ready to go. So let's kick things off. All right, guys, take it away.
Starting things off with a banger, clearly, Ash. These two teams, I'd say pretty evenly matched when it comes down to it. CMG having that more notable roster, but Vatra making big moves at the moment. Got the bans in already on Deep Diner, Carl, Janet, and Jean from the side of Chasmak. Vatra are going to be banning out Ruffs, Surge, and Gale. First pick of Stu, and I like that quite a lot.
Yeah, definitely a great first pick, especially when you also have to consider Chasmak, right? A player with Patchy, his caliber. He's got the world record for highest Stu, so why not take a brawler from the opposing end that they specialize in, right? And Crow, obviously, excellent pick on Gem Grab. Even though it's a Deep Diner, maybe not as dominant on this map, but definitely great pick against a brawler like Stu.
Yeah, I like the Crow on quite a few maps at this moment. I'm not sure how I feel about it on Deep Diner. I don't think I've had that solid proof that it'll work really well. But Bo, on the other hand, we have. He's become a very versatile brawler, had the projectile speed buff, and 900 damage per arrow. You can't really complain about that kind of damage being poured out when it is on your side of things. The bow mines as well, you're able to break up the map to its pleasing. And with the Crow, it's quite a nice, valuable piece of gear to have.
Yeah, now if I'm Vatra, I know I have options here. I could go Ashe. Now we know Vatra has players, very capable players that can make Ashe work in RBM. So I'm thinking, hey, Penny as their mid, great pick. I feel like Penny's probably the best mid that you can have on this map. Lots of great choke points, lots of great walls to place your mortar behind. But for their final pick, I'm actually kind of hoping, I want to see RBM with that Ashe.
Yeah, I mean, for a start, Ashe is going to be really solid. I think when the map starts to be broken up and Crow has the ability to hit those slows and have the pinch from Bow pretty freely with the walls being down, it might start to crumble a little bit, but if Vatra are able to establish early control and really get those 10 gems in the pocket as fast as possible, then it would be solid. They've chosen to go with the Lola, which I'm not 100% too sure about. I like it to be seen as a mid quite across Gem Grab. You know, harder at mine, we've seen it coming forward as a mid quite extensively. To see it possibly as a lane here, and maybe Penny might be sliding over to lane as well, but I feel like they've kind of doubled up on something a little bit unnecessary.
Yeah, I feel like the main reason they went with the Lola fares well against Crow, having a spawner in Penny as well against Crow. So like, I guess trying to play it safe here, especially knowing Chasmak has the final pick, and they're gonna go with Squeak, which is a solid lane. Definitely a solid lane, fares well against Lola, but not the best against Stu, especially if you're going to go with the wall break with Stu. So overall, I think both teams have very decent comps. I wouldn't say one comp really topples over the other.
I'd like to see the Squeak trying to break a lot of these spawnables. Obviously, Speed Zone being a thing if he doesn't use Breakthrough, Penny turrets, barrels and stuff like that. Placing behind walls, Squeak still has the possibility of hitting through it. It is only about one wall thick. You've got to consider your placement on these turrets and spawnables when they do come in. Getting into this first game now, though, Chasmak Gaming versus Vatra Gaming, kicking things off. Toast throwing a few shots down the right side, but Patchy already trying to establish control. There comes the breakthrough. RBM's going to get the takedown, but fall quite low whilst doing it. Vatra have control early on.
Yeah, and we've seen what Patchy's capable of with Crow. last week on this map, and he played it magnificent. So I'm hoping let's see that again. We know he's a very aggro player, and he's going to try to make very aggressive plays, suicidal plays with Crow as well for value. So already right there, as you can see, just quick jump and the slowdown, that's going to be great. And as I was saying, suicidal in the sense that sacrificing himself for the betterment on this team.
Yeah, the great good there as Minwoo did manage to get a shot on and take them down along with him. RBM making some aggressive moves now, though. Cycling is super and getting it back once more, but does go down. Minwoo's going to fall as well. 3 gems in the spawn of Chasmak. Out of reach from Vatra, but at this point, they're able to get another couple of gems from mid. There's 3 lane on the floor there, but the bow mines, I believe it might be as well, keeping them back just that little bit longer. Sweet shots coming through as well. RBM aggressing. Patchy is going to get the takedown on the top side, and those 3 gems were still laying there. They weren't able to get them, and now Minwoo can just slot on them with a little pinch coming in from Toast. They've put themselves at a massive lead. Yeah,
again, I loved what Patchy did there. Quick jump in, sacrifice himself, get a quick kill on the Lola, and also weaken the rest of the team. So I'm loving what Patchy's already bringing here. On the right side, Toast doing a great job keeping his lane in hand. Like if you're a Squeak and you got these choke points, very easy to hold control there, as Toast showing us how it's done. Able to get the 10th gem, now it's just 14 seconds away. Can they hold it?
The bow mine connection up top as well, slowing down the Lola when he's trying to get this aggressive push into the spawn. Juan Carlos in a great spot here. Needs to try and get some splash damage on, but slowed down by the Crow and taken down by both Toast and Minwoo. Chasmak are going to secure the first game, and fairly comfortably at that too.
Yeah, I felt like they definitely played to their strengths in terms of lane. You want the Squeak on the right side where you got the choke point. So hard to win that lane if you're Vatra here. And on the left side, you got an open area with your Crow, and we've seen what Patchy was doing multiple times, just jumping in, getting value, getting kills, and just slowing them down with that slowing toxin gadget.
It's all about slowing toxin in a matchup like this, and they have swapped sides now. We've got the Stu onto that Squeak, and we're already seeing a rotation. But at this point, with that rotation, they should get control of the greater map because of the time that it took to get into this position. Now, RBM getting a few shots off on Patchy, trying not to feed as much of his super as he'd like to. The super comes through, Gas a heal along with it, gets the connection and the takedown onto Patchy. But at this point, Kane's quite low, and Minwoo was able to get himself in the mid, pick up a gem, and Toast putting down a nice residue of the left-hand side, provided quite a lot of health too.
Yeah, you know what? That quick rotation that they made earlier on, I would have liked to see Chasmak not making the switch and giving up early control. But right now, Patchy doing what he did previously, jump in on the Lola, quickly taking her out, taking the gems out. But RBM is in a pretty good position right here, flanking behind them, causing a massive amount of distraction.
Down goes RBM, then now Minwoo trying to get some shots on. Pending ball is there as well, so that's providing some extra help also. That freeze frame and the super from Pain really going to put in a lot of work against Patchy, as so many shots need to come in for it to take it down. 2 gems laying in the mid, and RBM trying to make a rotation once more, doing it now, but sacrificing the control because of it.
Yeah, and I love what Minwoo's been doing continually here, assisting his lanes a lot with his bow, doing a great job holding onto those gems as well. Patchy has his whole right side open, and this is exactly what you want if you're a Crow. You want that open area. Minwoo's got to be careful. He's holding 7 gems. He's got to keep them contained. Needs to heal up, and that's what he's doing here.
Minwoo getting that 10th, 8 and 2 in the split between him and Patchy, and now Patchy does need to survive. He's got no slows left, so he's not going to be able to hold this push in its tracks, but RBM coming in with the super, gets the breakthrough and the avoid on the shot from Toast, gets the takedown. Now they are pinched in. Both got supers in hand though. Patchy has his jump to evade something, but he does go low. Juan Carlos gets the reset, but not able to get the gems out. Patchy should collect them, as now the gems are going to be split once more, but he does actually only have 10, and Patchy's in a weird spot, considering he needs to stay alive.
Yeah, I would have hoped that Patchy had picked those gems up. That way you wouldn't have had 2 players splitting, but just 4 seconds away here. Patchy he's gonna, Minwoo's gonna go down, and this time Patchy is gonna pick them up. But the problem here now is Vatra now has time, and they're gonna definitely equalize gems here, reset the countdown, and now we're back to square one.
Yeah, I mean, Vatra have control now as well. They have the ego in hand as well, but there the bow mines, the walls go down, and so does the penny. Jump comes in, no slow available. They all the gems fall down. Minwoo's low as well, but then the takedown on the other side of the gem carrier too. It's back and forward. Pain gets away from their shot onto his ego. Now he's trying to pinch around the side with it. Patchy falling low. This ego's doing big work for Vatra at this point. Gonna go down to the squeak shot now, but they start the countdown and 14 in hand as well. Not sure if there's ability to even things out, especially with RBM picking that one up as well. well is going to fall down, though. Penny in a tough spot, 7 seconds on the clock. 14 in hand is evened out. Last gem about to spawn, and this is the decider because no more will come after that.
Yeah, the next gem you have to get. Fortunately for Chasmak, that gem is going to spawn right next to them. And now they just got to hold it here for the remainder of this thing. Now, here's the thing. You can't have anyone die. If Patchy dies or Minwon dies and that countdown hits 0, you're going to lose. Fortunate for Chasmak, they came out alive here. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, that penny shot almost splashed onto the bow, and that could have been disastrous for them there. But Vatra couldn't quite get the turnaround back in their favor, able to reset over and over again, bring back some great time for them to even out from the mid, but it just wasn't enough. That 15th gem spawning on Chasmak's side was their saving grace.
Yeah, definitely. The resilience of Vatra there, as we've seen. And I feel like a couple of misplays on Chasmak's part. Patchy not picking up all those gems, allowing Vatra to regain control and have an opportunity to almost win it too.
Yeah, really unfortunate for Vatra there. Would have loved to see them tie that one out and they go to a third game. Because of how close that game was, it provided some really thrilling gameplay between these two teams in Gem Grab. And overall, I think Vatra played it very well. Their ability to reset time and time again and not lose composure whilst doing it was really commendable, at least in my eyes. And you see at times like this where it was just back and forward, gem carrier going down over and over again, but no gems really swapped sides.
Yeah, and I felt like Juan Carlos, great job with the penny, but had a hard time placing his mortar down, having Squeak constantly taking it out. Chasmak, though, as you can see, contained a lot more gems. 64 to 49. Did drop a lot, but that's what happens when you are carrying so many gems.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to pick up more, but also drop more at the same time, and that's why those resets came in over and over again. It wasn't the main gem carrier going down, it was Patchy with his 3, and that's why more gems weren't dropped on their side of things. But nonetheless, that's an incredible way to start the day in my eyes.
Yeah, definitely. Still, both teams, as you can see, very evenly matched, it seems. And I'm hoping, as we're moving into the next set here, even more of this. Same story?
I don't think they'll disappoint either. Between these two teams, Chasmak have those big names in the scene, but Vatra is still, in a lot of people's eyes, the underdogs. And we did see some predictions on social media as well. A lot of these guys, they're still predicting Chasmak. I had full faith in Vatra on my prediction, though, and I think that goes to say quite a lot that although they've made some huge strides in other competitions, people are still underestimating them quite a lot. And regardless of losing this first set, I've still got full faith in them to bring this back. Yeah,
definitely. And I felt like I did like the draft by both team. Kind of surprised Vatra didn't go with an Ashe pick. I would have loved to see Ashe. RBM on the Ashe, one of the best players to ever play it too. So hoping maybe we'll see that in the future rounds here.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, I think with that initial Crow pick, it becomes really difficult to play a tank into that because of the slow Intoxin. You mentioned it before. That's, a massive part of his kit on that map, and that's why they did thrive in quite a few circumstances as well. Open Zone, another new map, is the next upcoming map as well. Bit of Hot Zone, and honestly, I'm not the biggest fan of this map, and I'm not sure how pros feel about it either, but it just doesn't sit right with me, really.
Yeah, I feel like the main issue with this map is the spawn points, that they have such a huge impact. Chasmak this time, they're going to go with the Crow ban, Janet, and Jean. We're seeing Jean finally being banned. A big reason, because Vatra, they do love their Jean picks. Even not the most prominent brawler on the map like this, but you do want to cancel out those strong brawlers that your opponent tends to play.
I'm going to say it might not be bad as well with that vision gear. You kind of lose the ability to sneak up the side if the Jean does connect with you, but on the side of Vatra, Stu, Lola, and Bell, they've banned out quite a couple of those centric brawlers, but Bonnie has slipped through and they've picked that up quite quickly. Don't want to let that slip through anymore. First pick going in the hands of Vatra, and it's quite a good one at that.
Yeah, but if I'm Chasmak, I'm not going to be too worried here. Bonnie is a build-up brawler. She's not as strong at the start because of her slow reload in her tank form. So you want to go with these hard-hitting brawlers, and exactly what they're doing. B and Colette, two great brawlers to counter and take advantage of Bonnie's tank form.
Yeah, not only that, but it's kind of stopping the progression of their comp going towards that tank kind of meta, and those heavier hitting brawlers, they've kind of indirectly banned Pam out the way as well now by doing this, and we know how Pam loves to establish the turret up the top and try keep control by that. So not only does it counter Bonnie, but it also gets rid of a lot of possible things to come up next. They've gone with Penny as their pick, their ability to splash through that Honey Molasses and also keep Colette at somewhat of a range and also have the burst damage as well with the salty barrel when people do get in close vicinity also.
Right, and if I'm Vatra, I'm looking at another brawler that can assist with spawns. Possibly Terra, even though we don't see her often. I feel like her Terra and her shadows could work out very well, as well as Leon. I'm feeling Leon could be a great pick here. Having that lollipop. Oh, they're gonna go with Gale. Interesting, but it makes sense in the sense because you need something against tanks. You're gonna put yourself wide open against the tank if Chasmak goes with that. So having a Gale kind of, you know, safeguards your team in the sense where you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, I feel like Gale is going to have a real tough time against B, though, if he does kind of go towards that side of the map, because even with Colette, you know, if she gets her shots on, pops the gadget and heals up from it as well, hits some supers, he's also going to have a tough time against that. Amber as the last pick, I actually really like that. Burn down the grass of the sides, no sneak ability being there, and also being able to do such a solid job against, you know, Penny's turrets, her salty barrels and stuff like that. Splash through them, it can be a real dangerous pick.
Yeah, and Amber can be a nightmare for Gale as well, having the range advantage against Bonnie, who can't really escape her flames, being a pretty slow brawler in that tank form. So overall, I love it, and we know Fade is a great Amber player, so I'm expecting him to play that. I feel like still Vatra has a very solid squad going on here, especially with the Bonnie. If they can get those supers and just jump you, that can be detrimental. But here we go. Minwon's going to establish the mid with Colette. Exactly what you want to do. You're going to get so much value if you're a mid Colette and shooting at a Bonnie, dealing so much damage, as you can see, with just 2 hits, did about 75%.
Actually doing a good job down this right-hand side too. RBM stuck behind this wall, unable to move. Super already in the hands of Toast and Minwoo alike. Uses it, gets a double connection on it as well. Chino's going to get absolutely burnt down by Patchy, and Chasmak with undeniable control of the entire map.
That was pretty much perfect, a perfect start for Chasmak. I don't think I've seen them miss a single shot either, just showing how perfect of a start it's been for them. Mortar's going to be placed down here. Patchy's going to burn it, but I don't think it's going to take out the mortar, though.
I mean, RBM has just used his super to avoid Minwoo's super. That kind of goes lengths in, you know, establishing how strong Minwoo is when he uses that super. Gets another one from it, but Payne now getting himself in the mid. There goes their first 3% in comparison to Chasmak's 70.
Yeah, and now, again, right now for Chasmak, they just needed the mid just for a bit. 73% to 11%, massive control. Minwoo having a great time with his Colette and his super. Perfectly played with the Colette here.
There's another one back as well. Payne and RBM both stacking this mid. Don't want to give him too much value, so spread out, split up, ensure that he's not going to be able to come in, and he does just that. Gets the double connection, cycles it, Toast hits a shot too, follows up with a 3K, gets the takedown, Patchy cleaning up the right-hand side, and Chasmak continuing their dominance, and maybe Vatra's day is just not today.
Yeah, and I've been in awe with Minwoo's performance with the Colette mid here, just constantly cycling supers and just constantly assisting his teammates as well. I feel like he's been playing it super well with that Colette.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more, to be honest with you. The fact that he was able to just cycle supers, get some shots off, pop the gadget at the prime times as well, and just shows how strong he is with these kind of, these aggressive brawlers, control at the same time. And the pinches coming through from Chasmak right now are really strong as well. RBM's going to jump in, Minwoo's going to get the trade along with a bit of help from Toast. Patchy getting some shots down the right-hand side. Damage gear was activated, and the same with Chino as well. But Chino being out of range, he can't do anything against Toast.
Yeah, not the same start, but Vatra making their way, trying to make their way back into this. RBM, as we know, was able to get his super pretty quickly. And now they've established some control. Looking like a different story so far. Patchy trying to win that matchup. He is going to win it thanks to his super on that Gale, and that's the 3v2, allowing Chasmak to possibly gain back control here over the mid.
Well, we'll say Vatra have started this one off a lot better. They've got a launch pad coming through mid as well, and using that quite effectively. Patchy should fall down here. Payne hits the shots and ensures that he does. In comes the jump from RBM. Minwoo's going to clean up over the right side, but RBM aggressing Minwoo and now popping his gadget, getting the super up as well, cleaning that one up. Still 20% behind though, and Vatra are consistently there because of this launch pad.
Yep, and now Chasmak have re-established control over the mid here. Patchy doing a great job on the left. Gonna burn and weaken RBM. Unfortunate for him, not gonna be able to take him out yet. Allowing RBM to sneak the left lane here. Patchy still asserting himself on the left with the Amber. Chasmak, Minwoo's gonna go down. RBM trying to, oh wow. Nice exchange right there.
Pretty much an even score though. 60% now trickling up for Vatra. Payne trying to make a move down this left-hand side. Patch is going to burn it up, make sure he can't progress any further. Toast putting himself in a tough position now though. Managed to avoid a few shots and no salty barrels left for Chino. Minwoo's going to be able to avoid that super coming in from Payne and not getting too much value out of it, but now Chino has another mortar in hand. If that one goes down, Patch is going to fall. They do have the lead now. They managed to push on for a little bit, but not enough to ensure this game just yet. Now it flips. Vatra back in the lead once more. Toast has his super in hand. It's a 3v2. RBM even things out, but now Minwoo gets the super, uses it, gets the takedown, traded out though, and Chino in the mid. Jump pad from Payne, and they should be able to take this one if they carry this off.
Yeah, definitely, especially having that jump pad that you can just constantly jump over that water and just constantly get into that zone. Vatra should have this one. Wow, what a change of events here in the second game by Vatra. And I felt like a big part of it had to do with their mid, RBM, asserting himself right from the start, winning that matchup with this Bonnie versus Cole, constantly cycling his super, plus that launch pad that kept allowing them to retain control over the mid.
Definitely managing to change things up, flipping the script a bit, and now they did manage to take a win. First win of the day, obviously, as well. Patchy coming in, starting things off strong, along with a tap from Minwoo with the 3K, gets the connection. Patchy's going to move over to this right side, try to do a Chino, but he's still there. The shot connects and should fall now, but Patchy's out of ammo. Pinch from Toast, possibly. He does eventually get it, but not without his teammate going down.
Yeah, I love the aggression by Patchy right there, going from the left side all the way to the right side, with his Amber being able to get multiple kills, just showing the aggression, that the pace that Patchy tends to play with, and this is where he's best at when he's being this aggressive.
Yeah, well, with this little lull of shots coming through, we'll say thank you to our sponsors in Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Huge thank you to them for allowing us to put these kind of things on and allowing Chasmak to have such a massive lead at the moment, but Vatra still have a possibility to turn things down. 2 minutes still on the clock, and they are a solid, maybe 40% down still. But they've got control at the moment, and with RBM coming back up as well, they might be able to establish it once more.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to take down that mortar, as I'm saying that Toast is going to flank up, take it out pretty quickly. RBM's going to go down to 3v2 for Chasmak again. Minwoo has been perfect with those super connections with his Colette, establishing the mid control again, and this should be in favor of Chasmak.
Minwoo pushing up this left-hand side, seems unstoppable at the moment. Payne comes in, but even if he knocks back, he doesn't have stunning blow on, and that means that he can stay up for a little bit longer. Chino, no salty barrels left, no ability to tank these 3Ks, and Chasmak guaranteed himself set number 2.
Yeah, and I felt like all three players on Chasmak's side have played that one pretty well. That second game didn't go to plan, and much of it had to do with losing composure, right? But re-establishing it on the third game, having that perfect start again, and that's when Chasmak's at their best.
It was a very disappointing second game, especially when you're faced with the fact that if they win this third game, it not only ties things up, but brings them back and puts them in a momentumful position for the next one as well. So very tough position for Chasmak to be in, but they managed to stay on top of things, bring it back home, and now put themselves only one set away from tying this one up and beating one of the best teams in the region.
Yeah, one of the best teams in North America for sure. Vatra down 0-2. But if there's a team that can come back and reverse sweep, I'd have my money on Vatra to do so. They're a very powerful team, and I wouldn't be surprised if tables do turn. As I'm saying that, I do feel like Chasmak has been playing this in this matchup so far. They've been playing it so well.
Well, that goes without saying. It's 33 kills to the 20 of Vatra on that side of things. A lot more damage as well, but pretty similar amounts of healing, so not massive heals needed. And I feel like in Hot Zone, you pretty much don't want to be out the action. You want to be healing. You don't want to be healing. You want to be coming back from the spawn and straight back up as you go down. So, nonetheless, pretty similar statistics on that side of things, but Chasmak dominating across the other two and able to put themselves in a great spot to carry on and take this one.
Yeah, I'm definitely not surprised with the damage differential, right? They're almost 40,000 more. But much of it has to do with Chasmak drafting higher DPS Brawl. You get Colette, you get so much value, just a single shot on the Bonnie, you do like 4,000 damage, right? With just a single shot. And you got Amber, just high DPS Brawler, constantly, dispersing all those flames around. We saw Patchy getting multiple kills, so not surprised with the DPS, overall damage output there.
I mean, his ability to just burn down the sides and make sure nobody can, slip through those gaps is a real big thing for them to have in a game like that. Because if a penny pushes into your face nowadays, it's pretty much game over for you with the salty barrel. But he had to use that so much in tanking the B shots as well. So not only were the sides broken up and preventing that push up for them, but also he was using those hugely influential gadgets very defensively against that comp.
Yeah, definitely. And now we're headed into Knockout, out in the open, one of the newest maps in competitive. This is a map where you don't really have many choke points. You got water on the left side. You got a huge 2 double-layer walls blocking you in the mid. Very interesting map. And Chasmak gonna go with a Boban, Penny, and Piper. On Vatra's side, we've got Janet, Jean, and Crow being banned. Pretty solid bans overall. But at the same time, you have Bonnie still available.
And Carl flying hook straight over the water, and you're in the mix instantly. Brock, also a great brawler on this map. And that is quite surprising as well. If they don't have the ability to get across the water with a Carl that Chasmak have just first picked, or an Eve, the wall break instantly is a great way to combat it.
Yeah, definitely. Now, if you're Vatra, you now have Bonnie in your hand. But at the same time, you realize in the previous game in open zone, Bonnie didn't work out as well. But do we want to leave Bonnie on the table? You're gonna be put into this dilemma. You want Bonnie, at the same time you don't want it because you haven't had the success, but you know you need it because you don't want to give the opposing team a powerful brawler.
Well, there is the Brock that I was mentioning. Vatra's answer to the flying hook across the water is to just break up their side instantly and have a route through anyway. So I think that's a great pick, and I think it couldn't have come at a better time, because if you're not taking that, then your opponents are going to do it to take it off you at a later stage. So I think that's a great shout for them. And honestly, the Bonnie wouldn't be too much of a bad shout. It's got the range, the ability to take these brawlers on outside their range. And obviously, the ability to go aggressive at certain points too. If you see an opponent low from a few shots, then it's a great time to do so. They take the bell.
Yeah.
And I think if Chasmak don't take Bonnie over one of these next 2 picks, it could be quite a big mistake.
Yeah, and Vatra knows it. They know that, hey, Chasmak is trying to force us into their hands by making us want to go Bonnie. But hey, we're gonna try to outsmart them here and not pick Bonnie. But then at the same time, Chasmak's like, oh, okay, I guess Bonnie's on the table. Maybe we'll take Bonnie here. And that's what I'm expecting as well, for them to take Bonnie, because it would be great against a Brock, Bell, having your super easy jump on either of these brawlers and instant kill, right? They're going to go with the Eve, which is a great brawler because you can just float across the water on the left side. Don't have to worry about opening up any walls.
Yeah, and that means that Carl's going to have those flying hooks in hand, but he wants to go aggressive instead of having to use them consistently to cross that water at the start. So I think that's a solid pick. They've taken the B. They're taking the exact same route as Vatra are. They don't want to take the Bonnie at this point because it's too risky when Vatra have that last pick. So they're going to take a B, which is obviously going to have quite a good time against the Bonnie at long range.
Yeah, and I feel like a big reason why they went with the B is because Vatra having that final pick. Had they gone with Bonnie, you put yourself in a hole against a tank, right? So like a brawler like Fang would be great against Carl, for example. So I'm guessing maybe they're trying to play it safe in that sense, have a B. And Vatra going with Colette, I feel like mainly as a counter to Carl, but overall in the grand scheme, I'm not a big fan of it.
I mean, they're going to have to try and force this matchup throughout the entire game. Eve's spawnables, B's range, these are all things that Colette's going to have a tough time against. So they need to try and enforce this this matchup against the Carl over and over again, or this could be a huge misdraft for them, and they could go terribly wrong straight off the start. But being 2-0 down, you have to be willing to take these mistakes and to take these risks, should I say, and they might evolve into mistakes, but they also might start something special, and that something special would be the reverse sweep.
Yeah, definitely. And looking at it right here, we see Vatra opening that mid portion up with their Brock. They got multiple entry points to work with. On the right side, Toast and Patchy are going to swap. Patchy going to take the mid. Now, if you're Patchy, you are going to be very comfortable having this matchup, but not against a Colette. You don't want to 1v1 the Colette. That's why we're seeing Toast and Patchy once again swap.
It's just constant swaps, but you can't blame them for it because this is the only way Vatra are really going to be able to succeed. They've got to get this matchup right, but Toast now having the ability to pinch across and swap again between him and Patchy. At this point, it's getting repetitive, but they know it's needed, and this bounce might go back onto him, just avoids it, but their reverse polarity finishes things off, and they take full control of the map and should clean this one up quite fast.
Yeah, that was a great shot by Chino right there. Minwoo losing his lane against the Brock, not what he wants there. Coming into the next game here, Minwoo has to be a little more assertive with the Eve, not allowing Brock to win that side. On the right side, I do like having your Carl not be matched up against the Colette, but if you're Patchy, I would like to see Patchy just using Flying Hook and taking the left side instead.
Yeah, Minwoo getting tapped up pretty heavily, but does have to use that jump away to ensure that he will stay up. Wall break coming in from Brock, which might assist them a little bit, but at the same time, they're pinned in spawn and they're not going to be able to use it if they don't win this round. Reverse polarity comes in, the bounces come through, Patchy goes in with his protective pirouette, gets the takedown, but he's also marked up, so that's something they do have to be worried about, but it is a 3v2, and with this advantageous position, they need to make use of it, otherwise, if Vatra can turn this one around, it's going to be it.
Yeah, definitely. You have to capitalize in this situation, 3v2. If I'm Minwoo and Patchy, I'm going to be working on getting my supers as well, getting ready for that final round of knockout here. Toast in the prime position in the mid here, but definitely, if you're Chasmak, you don't want to risk dying any of your team members here. You don't want Vatra to get the 2v2, and that's exactly what Chasmak's going to do. Just be assertive here and quickly clean things up.
I mean, RBM was considering, he was definitely considering trying to clutch that one up and use the super there, but then he saw, I've only got 600 HP. If I go in now, then it's going to be the end of the game for me. And it was anyway, but at least he's got his super along the way. Patchy has another super. He's got his flying hook too, so something similar to what he did last time would go quite a long way, but Toast getting a super raining down on him, those wall breaks are going to come in, and now, not the best position, but it wouldn't be bad if he does use his flying hook onto the Brock either, and that's why the Colette's staying pretty close.
Yeah, one thing we've been seeing from Chasmak a lot, they love swapping, they love switching around, but when you're doing that, when you're constantly swapping, and you're not asserting yourself, you're not shooting, you're giving up control. And this is why we're seeing Chasmak being constantly pushed back into the spawn, not an area that they, are comfortable in.
Yeah, well, Vatra aren't overextending too much this time. They had control, and they allowed Chasmak to push back out again, being Toast down this right side in a great position, but now he's getting pinched down. They see that they can't be letting him in a position like this. Colette gonna get that takedown, but now Patchy comes in, gets that 2v1. Vatra in favor here, but
yeah,
possibilities there for Minwoo, but he falls too low, and this should be cleaned up quite quickly.
Definitely. A little too assertive by Toast right there, going too aggro on the right side, putting himself in a 1v2 situation, giving an ideal tie for Vatra to take advantage of, getting the 3v2 and cleaning that up, winning the knockout first game of this knockout set.
Yeah, well, Vatra showing some signs of life. Don't want to be knocked out of this game just yet. And Patchy straight down the mid, but now Colette's going to come down the mid as well. He's actually going to go to the left-hand side. Patchy's going to stay pretty central, but Minwoo needs to get some spawnables coming in, otherwise they're going to have a tough time once more, and it could be going to a full set pretty quickly.
Yeah, definitely. And you can already see what Vatra's Colette's doing. Pretty much the entirety of this knockout set is just be on top of Carl every single time. RBM just hunting down Patchy every single time. And what we're seeing from Patchy, trying to stay away from that.
Really just need a pinch to come in. One shot from Patchy and a follow-up 3k from Toast could pretty much end anybody on that team's life. Toast has to use the pinch. Reverse polarity comes in and gets the finish off. Great gadget from Chino, starting this game off very strong. Rocket Fuel comes in. Doesn't get the wall break, which is probably quite good, but it does get the connection on Minwoo.
Yeah, Patchy has to make an aggressive play here. Did get his super. Minwoo also has his super, so they are ready for the next match here in knockout. But at the same time, Toast having a hard time, not having the range to beat a Bell. Then you have Patchy just constantly being hunted down by the Colette. Not really what Chasmak wants here. You need to take advantage of your matchups, and that's not what we've been seeing so far.
Not looking good for Chasmak at the moment. Minwoo did have some spawnals there, but taken out pretty quickly. They got a little bit of control off it, but not enough during this round just yet. Shots come through from Toast now, makes some connections, has 3k in hand, and a good pinch right now would go a long way.
Yeah, I love the assertion right now by Chasmak in control and pushing, being the aggressor, pushing Vatra back into their spawn. Minwoo as well aggressing on the left side. Got to take his time and heal, but this is the position Chasmak wants to be in. Patchy's going to quickly use his super to escape, unfortunately for him.
Just a couple of shots from Chino and it'll force Patchy all the way back. Colette has that super too, so can't stay in an unfavorable situation for too long, or they will capitalize on it. The bounce back comes onto Patchy as well, and that maintains his low health, which is a great spot for Vatra to be in. Gotcha Gadget being popped, Super comes in, makes a connection, but puts himself in a tough spot being back. Toast gets the connection, and they follow it with another, but they are all three low. Pain doesn't manage to get a single one, and Chasmak stay in this knockout set.
That was an insane couple seconds of interactions right there. Very surprised to see Chasmak coming on top. Big shots by Toast right there to get a couple taps and make use of that situation. Looking at it here, again, same scenario, but this time we have Brock coming on the right side, Bell taking the left against the Eve matchup.
Oh, Apache does make a connection onto RBM, which forces him to back up. Damage gear was activated too, which is always a risky situation to be in anyone near when a damage gear is activated. Right. He makes a connection now and starts to push down this left-hand side, but RBM's there. He's waiting for Patchy to over-aggress, make an aggressive move, and he's ready to punish him for it.
Yeah, and speaking of the Brock super from earlier, not a big fan of it. Opened up so many of these walls, and what that did was it just gave Chasmak more area to work with and don't have to worry about getting spawn trapped as they had been earlier.
Same time, if they do get pushed back into spawn, there's a lot more opportunity for Vatra to hit shots. RBM trying to push down the side. I believe Bellmark was just missed if I missed that in mid. In comes the flying hook, and he's going for Chino, gets the takedown, and then wow, RBM's just going to leave them. The takedown's there. Gotcha Gadget is popped. He gets the shot for the 3K from beyond the grave. Toast squatches up and puts Chasmak on match point.
That's what I love about Patchy and his aggression. Sometimes you feel like, oh no, he went in there too early, going into 1v3, but coming on top. I feel like a big reason that he was able to do that, having that shield star power, surviving for a longer, and being able to come out on top there. But here we go, final set of knockout.
Something I expected. I expected Vatra after those first couple of rounds to clean this one up quite quick, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Patchy makes a couple of connecting shots, but as does RBM on the other side of things. Brock did fall low and damage gear was activated. Toast had to fall back. 3K is there. Patchy has this exit route if he needs it. Flying hook backwards wouldn't be too much to complain about. At the same time, his ability to juke's there, and he has healed up successfully.
Yeah, and as we can see RBM hunting down Patchy again, forcing him to flying hook back and get into a safer position. Smart play. Toast has to be careful because he can get 2-tapped by a Bell at any moment here.
Toast did make a good couple of shots as well. Had his 3K but did waste it. RBM has that super now. Patchy manages to avoid half of it at least, but Gadget's popped. He's taken down. I believe he wasted a super there too. 2v2, Minwing and Toast are going to be up against the Bell and Brock on the side of Vatra Gaming. Toast makes a connection, gets his 3K, but misses the first one, has the second one in hand. Brock's shot hits, and it's Minwoo against the world. Pain trying to follow up a few shots. He gets the jump dodge, but he doesn't choose to use his super to tank, which if he wanted to fully commit to that 2v1, he had to use.
Yeah, unfortunate for Chasmak right there. They had to burn a lot of gadgets in that first round. Patchy just having one more flying hook left, but they need to win the next 2 rounds here of knockout.
Shots, and his pets did connect as well onto Pain, which made him have to run back and keep himself in a good spot. Reverse polarity comes in, no connections this time though. He has been pretty successful with that over the past few rounds, but this time, not so much.
Yeah, and Pain has been very impressive with his Brock, hitting so many shots, getting lots of value. This time, not using his super as promptly as he did in that first match. Doesn't want to open up that mid portion. Patchy gonna go in aggressive again. This time not gonna be able to come out on top as RBM quickly manages to take him out. And this should be in favor of Vatra. 3v1 should be an easy finish right there for Vatra as they are gonna clean things up.
Well, neither team wanted to let that one go, and Vatra come out on top of it, bringing a setback against Chasmak, putting themselves in a 2-1 position. 1-2, should I say. Still not the best, but they do have some capability of a return now. The reverse sweep is on the cards if they can manage to pull another few sets.
Yeah, definitely. Big plays by Patchy all around with his Carls, but we've seen what RBM and his Colette was able to do here, dismantling and just being there on top, right there, quickly take down Patchy, make it easier for him and his teammates to win this matchup.
RBM was really the MVP of that one there. Even if he goes down in a few unfavorable situations, he was able to just pull so many of those rounds back for Vatra and put themselves in progressive positions time and time again just by using his super. I mean, sometimes it works, sometimes it didn't. At the end of the day, those are the risks you've got to take to bring home the win, and bring home the win they did.
Yeah, definitely. Big plays all around. I love what Payne did with his Brock. Never lose, almost never. I don't think I've seen him ever lose his lane, especially against the Eve. Constantly on top of his matchup. And then Chino as well in his Bell. That constant use of his reverse polarity gadget caught toast multiple times. That was a big difference maker.
Well, this time Vatra actually did have a lot more damage, and rightly so, as they did have that Colette raining down a lot on both the Carl and a few of those other brawlers as well. Heals are on the side of Chasmak, clearly getting hit and playing quite passively after that, which is exactly what the name of the game is for Knockout, really, but a lot more supers on the side of Vatra as well, and that just proves hitting more shots gets more supers, and getting more supers gets more wins.
Yeah, it's as easy as that. Just get more supers, get more shots, get more kills, and you're gonna win.
Yeah, I mean, getting kills is the name of the game in Knockout, so I think that's pretty clear to say, really. But Vatra, they looked very good in that one, you've got to say. They might have had a bit of an outcome with the Colette against the Carl, but they played that draft perfectly. You know, me and you back and forward, we were saying Bonnie, 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 but in the end, neither team picked it, and it worked perfectly for Vatra. Might have been a useful pickup for Chasmak to have, but even having the Bonnie, if they last pick that that Colette into a Bonnie and Carl, it's going to be even more disastrous.
I am still kind of astonished that neither team took Bonnie. I felt like had Chasmak taken Bonnie, late game situations, Bonnie is so strong in Knockout. Just use that super, jump in on the enemy. You're going to deal a heavy amount of damage. You're going to win that 1v1 interaction. So I felt like Chasmak maybe should have taken it. And a big reason why they were struggling on their lanes is because of range. You have a Bell against a B. Bell has more range. Brock has more range. Both Brock and Bell have more range than Eve and Carl and B. So that range was a big problem for Chasmak there in that matchup.
Honestly, I'd have massively preferred that Bonnie pick instead of the Eve. I think the Eve maybe was a little bit of a throwaway, especially when you do have the Carl's ability to move over to the left-hand side. And you know, if he's able to use the flying hook here and there, he might have to use one across the river, but if he uses a flying hook into the Brock, that's pretty much a guaranteed kill at that point. So pairing it with something a little bit different other than Eve might have gone quite a long way. I believe I have just heard knowledge that we will be seeing Fade sub in to the Chasmak Gaming roster. Ruffs, Colette, and M's going to be banned on that side of things, and Vatra getting rid of the Surge, Gale, and Colette on a hot potato.
Yeah, lots of tank counters being banned here. All right, so we might see a tanky matchup. Now, having Fade sub in here, we know he's an aggro type player, right? And that's probably what Chasmak, when you have someone sub in like that, it kind of tells you, right? If you're Vatra, it kind of tells you, hey, these guys want to play in an aggro style. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to pick the best aggro, safest and best aggro player that you could pick as your first pick. Daryl, you get free supers, right? Go in, roll in. If you're Chasmak, if I'm them, I'm not going to go too heavy on the counters against tanks. I'm also going to play a tanky matchup. I would take brawlers like Bull, Primo, BB, and just try to even things out.
I think that's a good shout. You know, Vatra seemed like a very aggressive team anyway. Obviously, as we mentioned before, RBM, the Ashe, any tank that he has in his hands, he's able to perform very well on. Lola being the first pick of Chasmak, it seems like they are going to be trying to go the anti-tank route with kind of what's left on the table, which isn't much, with Ruffs able to get so many supers, Colette, M's out of the way, and stuff like that. But Penny, I like it. Honestly, Salty Barrel against some of these tanks is very good. Not as good as it was just as it came out. But
at the same time, I feel like the overall DPS against, like, on the safe, you're not going to get as much have you go with just triple tanks. And I feel like if Vatra here, just pick 2 tanks, Bull, Primo, I feel like regardless of what brawler Chasmak picks with their last pick, they're going to have a pretty hard time overcoming that.
I can agree with that. I think that's definitely the case. And, you know, with Chasmak, if they took a couple of tanks away from Vatra, then they would have been on top of the world, because Vatra wouldn't have been able to finish off with any more tanks. They've chosen to go with a Rico anyway, which, honestly, I think it's a pretty stable brawler on this map, to be honest. Rico's been on this map for as long as the map's been in the game. Able to just bounce around a lot of these avenues and spam the choke points really well. Successful in mid and lanes at different times. They do have another pick to come in a row here, though, as their final. With a lot of the other things out of the way, I wouldn't mind another tank, as you mentioned.
Yeah, I would be surprised if Vatra does not pick another tank here for their final pick. Rico, more of a safe pick, but they're going to go with Bow. Very interesting. A map like Hot Potato, if you're going to pick Bow, that tells you you're gonna go mid. That tells you the Rico's gonna be playing lane. In terms of matchups, Chasmak can take advantage of a bow lane, or should I say bow mid. Go with a tank, right? And that's exactly what I'm expecting here from Chasmak, is to go a tank such as Bull or maybe even Primo or BB.
Yeah, you see, I mean, BB's a good shout. I think it has more of a tough time against Daryl. They've gone the Carl. I honestly completely forgot Carl had slipped through. Looking at all the different picks,
Carl
I forgot Carl
and his
slipped
ability
through,
to always slip through, right?
Yeah, he always makes it through, but, having this as a last pick, I don't mind. I think it's quite good. Flying hook in on both Bo and Rico when you got the super is pretty much a guaranteed kill, but picking Carl into a Daryl, he's going to have to pick his matchups very well.
Yeah, well, and I'm kind of surprised. Why did Vatra not take Carl in this matchup when they also had Daryl? A counter to that, I'm guessing they were kind of worried. Hey, we don't want Chasmak to comfortably pick a tank here. But interesting draft, none, not to say the least. But Patchy against Daryl, not the matchup you want. If I'm Patchy, I would probably not want to defend against a Daryl. He's gonna get his super regardless. I would just flying hook and just get to the safe.
I mean, with him being a tank, they've already got control because of it. He's able to just walk up, and it takes the attention of all three members of Chasmak to do it. And by that time, Chino's there, and so is the bow through the mid, and so is 30% damage.
Yeah, and just look at the 31%, that first aggressive push. Again, Patchy trying to play it safe and just defending, but I feel like if you're Chasmak and you're constantly just defending like this, and you're just being pushed, you're going to have a hard time. You want to be more of an aggressor. You want to be more aggressive than that.
Decent super through the mid there, can make a slight connection onto Minwoo, resetting his heals. And Fade did fall quite low because of it as well. RBM is pushing down the map. CMG are getting some aggression as well. Patchy with a flying hook in, as you mentioned, always going to be great to get to pretty much even out the damage and take the lead momentarily. But look at that pouring down as the Daryl gets onto Chasmak's safe.
Yeah, again, the Daryl did quite a lot right there and put them down to 39%. Additional tripwire gadget use right there to deal some more damage on your safe. You got Chino in great position to just force the enemy to just, come after him, double him, and that allows your teammates to again be the aggressor. And that's what I'm seeing from Vatra, just being more assertive.
Tripwire from Pain didn't make any connections, but did open up a little bit of this map. RBM going to go for a roll down the right-hand side, and no more salty barrels left for Fade, so he can't get that defensive capabilities he had beforehand. RBM going to be able to heal up in this corner now with the mortar, just taking a little bit of time to reset. Still there, not able to heal up, but gets the kill actually onto Fade, and CMG in a world of pain right now.
Yeah, definitely. CMG just forced on defense a ton here, and they're gonna have a lot to come back here. They're down to 3% thanks to the tripwire use of Bo again. RBM just gonna again force them to defend, because you're gonna have to defend at this point if you want to win.
I mean, Chino's coming down the right side, one super and it's done. RBM gets his super, finishes that one off, and Vatra, the comeback is real. Now Chasmak have to be very scared, because that game was as convincing as it gets in a game of hot potato. Carl going up, Daryl going up, but Daryl is going to be the one who gets massive amounts more damage. And with the Rico coming up aggressively at the start as well, they started things off perfectly with a 30% lead.
Yeah, and this is what we've seen again for Chasmak in last week. They lost this match because of that initial aggression by the opposing team. And this time, Vatra again forcing them on defense. When you're being forced on defense so much, you're not going to have an easy time. And that's what I'm seeing, the pace that Vatra is playing. This time, Patchy switching things up, going after their safe, and this is exactly what you want to do, play at this type of pace.
And Minwoo's there as well. Fade gets clipped though, but the trade there, Chino falls, and Patchy is on the defensive, but RBM getting scouted out now by that shot from Patchy, and the mortar going to connect onto him as well. Flying hook up, and that should be the fall of Pain. It is just that, but RBM aggressing. 2 people defending this time though, and it's cleaned up quite quickly. Yeah,
definitely. I love what Patchy did again, just being aggressive, and this is what you want to do. You don't want to be put in the defensive end. As a Carl, you don't want to defend. If you're defending as a Carl on Heist, you're doing something wrong. And if you're Patchy, you want to constantly make your way to the safe, and this is why Chasmak, this game, have such a large disparity between them. Against Vatra, they should be able to finish it off right now.
I mean, with a few splashes through from Fade, which Chino provides on a plate, manages to get the food shots through. Patch coming down the right side, that's going to be finished off. And Chasmak, once again, on match point, and they could not have retaliated better than that.
Yeah, that was a perfect retaliation, and I love the adjustment right there. Patchy this time not wasting his time trying to defend against the Daryl, who's making his way directly to your safe. Rather, let me just go to your safe instead and force you to defend. That's what I want to see Chasmak constantly do right now. Again, Patchy avoiding the Daryl side, trying to make his way on the right, forcing a double team is exactly what you want to do. You want the enemy to double team you because that buys a lot of distraction.
And Fade and Minwoo aren't going to complain about the kind of supercharge that Daryl's going to be providing them if he does choose to go aggressive. And at this point, he can't, because 3 taps from Fade and the Salty Barrel might be able to take him down. In he comes now as he gets the super. There goes the gadget from Fade, but does get taken down. Chino pushing aggressive, gets that, but the Daryl's cleaned up, and that's the main damage dealer. Regardless of that, though, 23%, they're not going to be too sad about it.
Yeah, nice quick cleanup by Patchy. Again, gonna get another kill right there. RBM quickly getting on top of Patchy, and then he's going to make his way directly to your safe. If you're Fade or Min Wong right there, you got to focus on the offense. And unfortunate for Patchy, again, forced on defense to defend against RBM, but not too far away in terms of just heist damage differential.
I think that was about 6% per shot of the penny shot through the Salty Barrel on safe, so that's some serious damage. RBM's going to roll forward, though, should be taken down, and then able to redirect their efforts onto both Chino and Pain. But Fade does fall quite low. Chino in that corner now, no gadgets in hand, so it should be quite an easy cleanup for Patchy. But if he used his super there, it might have been able to trade it out. Vatra have the lead, and with this lead, if they manage to continue it, they'll be going to set number 5, so CMG need to turn things around quite quickly.
Yeah, definitely. And if you're Patchy, you want to try to make your way to the safe, but at the same time, you don't want to go into a Daryl right there. He did win the 1v1 matchup against Chino right there, made it back out alive, forcing RBM to also react. But at the same time, you don't want to leave a Daryl on your safe. That's what Min Wong and Fade are going to try to double team here. And fortunate for them, did take him out, but look at the damage differential. Vatra, 65% to 16, looking really good for them right now.
Nice little super there from Chino as well, and all they need to do is try to keep this control. Bone Mines come in and should get a couple of connections onto that turret. They need to try and avoid it, but Tripwire's there. RBM gets the takedown, gets his super as well. Patchy, no more flying hooks either. They need to try and defend, but at the same time, they need to get damage too. Patchy falls, and it looks like Vatra are going to be heading to a set number 5 against Chasmak Gaming as 7 seconds on the clock. It's finished off anyway. Vatra bring things back.
Wow, could be seeing a reverse sweep here. As I said, if there's one team that could do it, I wouldn't be surprised to see Vatra be the one to do it against Chasmak here. This set right here, this high set, was all about pace. It was the team who was hungrier, who was more assertive to getting to that save. RBM just constantly, you know, being a distraction, forcing the enemy to do so. Patchy not being able to do so as well as RBM was in that final game right there in on this high set.
I mean, don't get me wrong, Chasmak looks very good at certain points of it as well. They had their times. The second game was obviously pretty much pristine from them. Flawless gameplay, but that third one, it was just Vatra going back to what they were doing in the first one. They might have a bit of damage coming in from the Carl, but it's not going to be able to match what RBM's going to put out onto their opponent's safe. And the Tripwire as well, you know, if that pops off, you get like 6,000 damage directly on the safe without any repercussions.
Yeah, definitely. And stats-wise, Chasmak got more kills than Vatra, but the reason Vatra won here is not because of the stats. It's because of the objective. One thing the stats don't show you is the damage on the high safe, and that's why Vatra won. They were more focused on the objective. Going to that safe, Daryl dealing a massive amount of damage, and that's what won Vatra the game.
Yeah, if the Daryl's going to be able to run away with it and just pile damage down on safe, then they're going to be pretty happy about it, aren't they, really? And through games 1 and 3 there, that's all he was doing. Just walk straight down, get damage on the safe, play the objective, and they can get as many kills as they want. They can get as much damage as they want on us. But if I'm rolling up over and over again and have the support from Chino as well down the right side and the Rico, then that's going to be game to us. And that's exactly what they're going for. They don't care about kills. They only care about the objective.
Exactly. And that's what Heist, like, if you're looking at stats as kills and deaths and healing, Heist is a mode where that doesn't matter as much. So I love what Vatra brought in there. And now for our final set, we're headed to Bounty, a very passive style game mode between two teams who often like playing at a faster pace. Chasmak going with the Ashe ban. No surprise there, knowing Vatra, what they're capable of with Ashe. They're going to go with the Jean first pick, and I feel like Jean, excellent first pick on Layer Cake, but also you want to prevent Vatra from taking a brawler like Jean.
I know that's a good shout, and you said both teams very aggressive. We've seen a lot of aggressive brawlers banned out of the way. Ashe, Daryl, Carl, Janet and Bonnie as well, and then Bo from the side of Chasmak, obviously. Also, so it kind of backs up exactly what you said with those kind of more aggressive teams having to ban out their opposing side's best brawlers, and that can be pretty much said as soon as you see the Ashe. That backs that up. Gonna see the Bell coming in from Vatra Gaming though, which honestly I quite like. I think with some decent damage and also the mark, then you can really get stuff done.
Yeah, Bell is always an excellent pick whenever the enemy's gonna pick a Jean. Jean, you want to use that magic puffs to heal your teammates, but that also means you're gonna need to group up, and that's what Bell can capitalize on. Also, we have Toast subbing in for Fade, just again showing, hey, Fade, more of an aggro type player. We're gonna go back. This is a passive style map and mode. We're gonna have Toast come back in for this matchup. They're gonna go with the Penny pick, another very safe pick for Vatra. We've been seeing them run Penny a lot, and also to prevent Chasmak from taking it as well. Now, if you're Chasmak here, when you've got Penny taken, right, it's harder to pick those aggro type brawlers that your teammates often specialize with, such as Patchy, Min Wong. We know you can take an aggro type brawler like Leon here, which would be a pretty safe pick. At the same time, tough against the matchup like Penny. But they're gonna go with the Tick. Now, don't get me wrong, Tick is an excellent brawler on this map, but when Vatra has the final pick, I feel like you definitely have options against that.
I don't mind it. I think it's really solid against Penny and Bell. If you can keep these walls up, they're going to want a wall break or something like that to come in as their last pick. But I think Tick's pretty solid, The ability to take down these mortars and rain down damage from a safe distance, behind walls. You're never really putting yourself out there in an aggressive position. I think it can go quite a long way. Ruffs as well. More than likely, I'd imagine not using those sandbags, because splash damage from Penny and the bounces from Bell could be really dangerous.
Yeah, definitely. I like what Chasmak's cooking up here. A very control-based, slow-paced comp. Now, Vatra, you do have the final pick. Not a lot of options right now, knowing, hey, they went with Ruffs. We can't really go with an aggro-type brawler. We're going to go with Sprout, which, fares well against Ruffs and Jean, but against the Tick, I don't like that matchup. I do feel like Tick has advantage there. So overall, between these two camps, I'm leaning towards Chasmak.
You see, I think that as well, looking at the individual brawlers, but just looking at Chasmak's comp, just something, I don't know what it is, but something doesn't sit right with me looking at the brawlers they have. The Ruffs, the Tick and the Jean, I think together it's just a really weird combination of brawlers to put together. And I think Vatra has a little bit more well-rounded, regardless of, Toast surely on this Tick going to be dominating Chino on the top side on the Sprout. I just feel like Vatra might have a slight upper hand.
Yeah, I do agree with especially the Ruffs pick. Not the best matchup for him, not having the range, but already we're seeing some assertion by Chasmak getting the blue star and also able to get a bunch of hits. And Min Wong, an excellent Jean player as well. Toast on the left side, he should have that matchup contained against the Sprout. You as a Tick should be able to hold up that lane.
Using overgrowth as well, not getting that shield from the photosynthesis, so not. He's going to be able to connect a few more shots if he waits for that thing to load up. Down come those meteors from Patchy's gadget, and it puts RBM in a position where he has to move, and that allows him to get picked off. 3-0 now in favor of Chasmak. Blue Star obviously in their hands as well, so they're putting themselves in an increasingly better position. And what a pull that is!
Yeah, speaking of how good Min Wong can be with that Jean, just showing you right there what he's capable of. Also playing it safe with his Jean pulls against Penny, who can just drop down her barrel. Nice double team pinch by RBM and Chino right there. And now, Vatra looking good, because this is what you want in a map like Layer Cake. You want to put the poser on a spawn trap like this.
Well, Chino getting pushed out by Toast, couldn't connect that final shot. The wall goes down, and he doesn't actually recycle it, but actually, no, maybe he did. He did recycle it just before he went down, didn't see the super ring round him. He falls low once more, walks over another mine from Toast also, which brings him even lower. Gadget pops once more, should keep them in spawn, but they're not able to get these finishing kills. Down goes the mortar, and that could not have come at a better time for RBM. Now it's going to be putting them in an unfavorable position as they can't move side to side as well as they'd like.
Yeah, definitely. Apache having a hard time in this small area just to move around. Toast is going to go down, but Apache's got to be careful. He's going to go down. RBM needs to be taken now, but it's just too late for them. Really well played by Vatra to take advantage of the last few seconds. Spawn trap them, force them into a spawn trap. Have that mortar, as you said, at the perfect moment right there just to keep Apache on his toes.
I mean, I think that's what it is. It's going to be a late game Vatra. Chasmak needs to build up a bigger lead than they had done. Yep. Don't get me wrong. They wouldn't have been complaining about 5-0 with that pull and a few shots coming down, but Chino's starting off a lot better this time. Gets the takedown, and that is 3 stars in the hands of Vatra instantly. And not only did they have a good late game comp, it appears they have a good early game comp too.
Yeah, definitely. Although I feel like this might actually be better for Chasmak because it's going to have them play at a faster pace. A big reason they lost that first game was they played it too passively. They got too calm right there with that lead, and that's what led to their downfall. So they need that. Chasmak is best when they're playing at a faster pace. That's what I'd like to see them right now is be more assertive.
I like what RBM did there. Timing, taking that tick head down so it doesn't break his mid-grass. Chino blocking in Toast, and RBM maybe wants to pinch this, but at the same time doesn't really want to. Toast's going to fall down, and that extends the lead to 5. We saw this in the last one, though, and it was Chasmak with 5 in their hands, and the comeback came in from Vatra. Will they be able to replicate what their opponents did in the last?
Yeah, and unfortunate for Apache, did not have the star power, the first star power to open those walls up. Min Wong trying to get his super, and he does get his super, but down 5 stars, and your team also doesn't have the boost star. You have to start being assertive. You only have 40 seconds to work with. You got to get the enemy team spawn trap. Apache's having a hard time here, not having the range to deal with Bell and also being marked.
Pulls there, and Toast has this power up from Apache as well. He's marked. Pain can just retreat here. Gets hit by one of the gadgets, but it does basically no damage to him when he has that shield activated. Toast got the super down the left-hand side. Minwoon coming in with pull as well. Salty barrels the ability to tank it, though. Gets a shot onto it, and RBM falling low now. Pain still in a tough position. He's down the right-hand side, trying to keep pressure off. RBM comes in with that there, but the gadget knocks him back into it. Now they're trying to rain down fire. 7 seconds on the clock. Pain falling low. Toast getting the knockback onto him, though, but they revert their focus off him, and they can't quite get any of the takedowns to get it in the end. But Vatra, reverse sweep, and Chasmak take a 3-2 loss.
No way. They've done it. They've made the reverse sweep happen right there. Got really close at the end right there. But Vatra showing what they're capable of, just the resistance. And I felt like a big disparity in terms of these two teams was Vatra just wanted it more, it felt like. We just saw it right from the start when Chino somehow triple tapped Min Wong, quickly getting that first kill. It just felt like Chasmak was just a little too lackadaisical there.
I mean, it was a really beautiful performance from Vatra, really, to bring that back, especially after such a what must have been such a soul-crushing start for them, starting off 2-0, being dominated through those first 2 sets, being able to keep their mental strong and ensure that they didn't waver and fall under the pressure and lose that 3rd set. They had a great draft, they brought it back, and then put themselves in a prime position to take the reverse sweep, and they managed to pull through with it.
Yeah, definitely. Very well said right there. Vatra right now, they're so excited right now. We saw some depressing faces at the start, but definitely they have their head up high right now. 20-10 in terms of stars. Overall damage, Chasmak did manage to get more of, but again, Vatra just playing the objective again. Playing it safe, playing it passive, spawn trapping when you need to, which is about 15 seconds left, getting those kills to take this matchup and reverse sweep. I think that's the first time we've had it in this Snapdragon Pro Series.
I think so as well. And I mean, you know, we saw more damage come down from Chasmak, but that's just plainly because it's so much easier to get hits with both Tick and Gene at that range. But the shots to hit, they're just so pitiful. You're getting tickle damage with the Gene, and then basically getting like 1,000 damage per shot with the Tick as well. So just being able to hit a few of those gave them that damage advantage. And it's just another thing as well, similar to the Heist, where more damage does not make a difference if you don't get those finishes. And stats sometimes just don't back up the scores.
Yeah, definitely not a great start for Chasmak's day. I think they've also lost an earlier matchup against West Coast, right? So already down 0-2 today.
Well, not the best start for Chasmak, but we will be back with more thrilling games just after this break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, the U.S. Air Force, and Samsung Galaxy.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane.
Reverse sweep alert. Set number 1 off to a nice one. Vatra wins their first Matra. You like that one, Ash?
That one was a very good one.
No, I mean the title. The subtitle.
Oh, okay, yeah. But
Did you
speaking
like
of,
it?
yes, I of
I'm
course,
glad,
of course,
I'm
I
glad.
liked it, of course. But speaking of reverse sweep, that was intense. We're gonna look at the final 60 seconds of the bounty set right here. The first
Oh, wow.
matchup. Chasmak seemed to be in control. They had 5 stars here, right? Looking good, but this is where I felt like Vatra plays into their hands so well. Their ability to just pick up the pace, play at a faster pace, getting the kill on Toast, and now forcing them into this spawn trap. Patchy having 4 stars. That's critical. You don't want to die with those 4 stars because you're going to give Vatra the lead here. And with just about 38 seconds to work with, Vatra doing exactly what you should be. Constantly keep the enemy spawn trap, force them into the back here. And as you can see, RBM waiting for his mortar, getting that tap right there, got his mortar perfectly placed with just about 20 seconds left. Full control, Patchy's all the way pushed back here, having both a penny and a mortar to focus on, not gonna be able to come out alive. Vatra capitalizing on these final critical seconds, able to come out on top in this bounty set.
Cool. Listen, I knew we were going to start off the day strong, but did I know it was going to be in a reverse sweep fashion? Absolutely not. I mean, you guys did great. Welcome back. Great breakdown as well, Ash. Thank you for talking about that. That was a lot. And I think that means that the rest of the day is going to be even more interesting. Obviously, we still have tons of matches on the board prepared for you guys. And we've got another one coming up. So it's time we shift gears, start talking about some new teams, because up next we have Reconyx versus Tribe.
Well, Reconyx being the roster of Gatsby, Alyanis, and Nathan had a bit of a tough start to the challenge phase because they're sitting at 0-2, I believe, right now.
Yeah.
Haven't managed to get a win back in their bag, but show at least some signs of promise. You know, we know a couple of these players. Alyanis I'm pretty familiar with across some other competitions, but definitely not the start they wanted.
Yeah, I think they might actually be the youngest team as well. Nathan, 16 years old. This is a team that's trying to make a name for themselves. Haven't really had the best start, coming in 0-2 versus the top team Tribe, who's, you know, at the top, the #1 team here. So not the best matchup, but if they can overcome this matchup and defeat Tribe, I feel like that's going to be huge for them and their confidence.
I think you've got that pretty much bang on there because, you know, it's going to be a tough game to win, and I very much doubt they will. But if they can, it's going to be huge for their mentalities and put themselves in a great position. But here are Tribe Gaming. I mean, if you don't know them, you've been living under a rock, because if you watch Brawl Stars in North America, they are the team to beat. Zulan, Tyrant, and Ez living with Corey sitting on the bench as what seems to be usual at the moment, as strong as he is. That just shows how strong this roster is, I guess. You know, having such a strong player as a fourth.
These guys are just the definition of professionals in North America. And I don't expect them to get complacent here. They're going to play at their best. And even against a team like Reconyx, they know these guys are last place right now. We're going to still play at our best.
I mean, you have to. And that's the kind of mentality that makes these players what they are. You know, you said they're true professionals and so disciplined. You're never going to let your guard down, because that's where teams lose. And that's the kind of mistakes that Tribe, you know, as a team and as an organization will not want to happen. But to be honest, this is like fairly surprising to see. The stats back up their general playstyle. They're pretty passive, got a lot less deaths per round, and, you know, just the slightest amount less kills, but a lot more supers. So maybe a passive playstyle, still accumulating some supers, just picking their prime time.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a difference like that, where you have less deaths, but also more supers, that just goes to show, hey, you play at a safer pace, you hit more shots, and that's why you're able to get those supers more often.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to be going from the reverse sweep to a little bit of an underdog story kind of in our second match of the day here. So it should be interesting to see what our players are able to pull out. But of course, that means we need to check in with you, chat. We want to know what you think, because you can let us know down below in Twitch chat with that poll. Which team do you think is going to be taking home the second match of the day? Because it is almost ready. Now, I know you guys said that it's going to be a little bit hard for Reconyx, but we'll have to see if they're able to get some points on the board this time around against one of the best teams in the league, because they are ready to go. So Trav and Ash, let's take it away.
Well, let's do it. And obviously, you know, I mean, just slot this in there when we're talking about Twitch predictions. I did a big prediction the other day, went all in and doubled up with some really nice points. So I'm sitting about 150,000 points, I think, on the ESL channel at the moment. So make sure you're doing pretty similar at home. The European region has clearly been very nice to me. We're starting things off on Ring of Fire here. Reconyx getting Squeak, Stu, and Crow out of the way. Tribe Gaming banning out the B, the Bell, and the Crow as well. First pick of Janet, which I feel like Janet has just not been slipping through drafts at the moment.
Yeah, managed to slip this time right here. And Tribe on top of it. First pick. Gonna be able to take that Janet right from the get-go. Our Reconyx gonna, I guess, spice things up with Amber as their first pick here. You know what? I'm not gonna be too critical about that, mainly because if I'm Reconyx, I want to, you know, play in an unconventional manner against the Tribe. If I want to beat the top team, I can't just go meta.
I mean, I'm just kind of waiting here for it to bounce back to me because Carl and Bonnie are both still in play as well.
Right. Yeah.
So we've got those 3 normal first ban brawlers in play, and they're yet to be picked still. Penny being picked up now by Reconyx, and honestly, it would not surprise me if we saw a double pick of these really, really solid brawlers at the moment. Reconyx could obviously answer quite well to that, but I do like the Penny pick. You've obviously got quite a solid spot of walls where you can just throw it behind, and it gets so much value.
And if you're a Tribe, you're grinning right now because you could get the top 3 brawlers in the middle right now. They're gonna go.
It's starting.
They're gonna take the Bonnie right now, and they could also take the Carl and get 3 of the best brawlers in the current meta right now. They have that opportunity to do so. Let's see if they do.
I mean, they're stupid not to, really. I think Carl's pretty solid on this map anyway. The ability to use your flying hook, get in your opponent's faces, and once you establish control on this map as well, it's so hard to break, and we see so many teams lose pretty much like 100-10 and stuff like that if it's not so much of a close game. I feel like it's usually pretty wide gap between teams, or it's a pretty small gap. And, I mean, if Tribe lose this, being the team they are with the comp they've got, I worry. I really do worry.
You've got 3 of the best brawlers right there with the best team, right, against a team like Reconyx. Reconyx gonna go with Colette. That's decent. It's pretty decent against Carl, Bonnie. Even Janet could be pretty good. So overall, if Reconyx can win against Tribe, against this matchup, it would be like the world of confidence for them.
I mean, honestly, I really do like the Colette. I love it, you know, into the Carl, into the Bonnie, and you've got the Amber to be able to splash through some stuff, deal some solid, you know, as you mentioned in the last game, Bonnie cannot get away from Amber once she starts lighting her on fire.
Yeah.
And if Penny can get a super, it could go pretty wrong for Tribe. They might have the best 3 brawlers, but at the same time, they might not be the best 3 brawlers specifically on this map right now against these brawlers.
Yeah, very well said right there. And we've seen what Colette's capable of against this type of matchup against Carl and Bonnie. Already Reconyx having that mid control just for a bit, but they gotta be careful. You don't want to give control. And the other thing is, if your Penny's being too passive and not getting those hits, you need that mortar down as soon as you can.
You can't give Eslivy this kind of positioning with with Carl, because he is going to punish you, and they've managed, although he goes down, to get some very solid percentage on the board. Tyrant goes in aggressive. Nathan now taking over the zone, starting to take some percentage up for Reconyx, but Tribe Gaming, if they can slot into a position pretty similar to how they were before, and as Livy manages to stay off a little bit longer, then it could be quite rude.
Yeah, and I love what Elianis is doing here with Colette. Just quickly took out the Janet, and you can already see Tribe having a hard time dealing with this Colette mid, not wanting to get hit, because one shot, and if you're in 100%, you're going to take 35% right off your health. It's severely weakening you and your teammates.
Parastar picks up his super, needs to try and heal up, managed to avoid that Amber Fire, which I'm quite surprised that actually happened. Zulan trying to go aggressive, misses a couple of shots, and Gatsby takes the advantage, but Zulan takes flight, managed to get that takedown. Alyanis is next on his radar. He lands in their opponent's spawn. I mean, he might take some fire, but at least he's taking the ammo out of their guns.
Yeah, definitely. Got the kill, got the distraction, got what he needed there, and his team on top with 58% to 38. Definitely not an easy matchup for Tribe, but they're still on top of it. Elian is going to use his super, forcing Tyrant to fly away, but Tyrant did get what he wanted there before he died, did take down the left lane. And now Elian is another great connection with his Colette, bringing it back, taking the lead, 66% to 60. If you're a Reconyx, you're going to be optimistic with the results right now.
And Tribe need to make a move soon. In comes that Colette super. Think it was pretty much whiffed. In comes the super from Eslivy as well, and he should get some great work out of this. He gets 2, tries to get the 3rd, but actually Gatsby manages to get a 2nd of his own. The tank comes in from the salty barrel, and the mortar's still raining down fire. Tribe take the lead once more. Bonnie's got super, Carl's got super as well, but Alyanis has the countermeasure to it.
Yeah, if you're Reconyx, you want to work on getting that lead back, but at the same time, you don't want to rush. You do have plenty of time, 35%. 2v1 right now. You're looking really good for Reconyx as they hold mid control, waiting for their teammate, that Colette, to get back into the mid here. and just hold on just for a second, and there we go. Reconyx with the upset. But it's not over yet, though. You got to do that one more time against the top team. Wow.
Well, I mean, they've got to do it one more time for the set, and then another 2 times in a row, or across the other sets to manage to actually defeat Tribe.
All right.
So it's definitely still a long road ahead of them, but they couldn't have asked for a better start. Well, I suppose they could have done. They could have 100-0'd them, but against this comp, I think that's pretty unlikely.
Yeah, and you can just see it from their face cams right there. They're very serious. They're locked in. They're not going to be too happy just yet because they know they still have a lot to work for right now in order to defeat Tribe. And I love the mentality they're playing with right now. Tyrant quickly going to take that. We'll get a double kill with his Bonnie. Just showing, hey, we're going to speed things up. And this is what makes Tribe such a great team. Whenever you see them lose, they always turn it up. The next game, they play at a much faster pace.
I mean, this is the normal Tribe we're used to seeing. A team who can get such great control off the start and then slot Zulan into a position like this, who should be able to get another takedown, but actually Gatsby managed to avoid quite a few shots and maintain this control. They have a 17% lead, and Ezlevy coming to take over this mid, but Alyani's, I'm sure he'll be pretty much running away from that matchup.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like the biggest thing we're seeing here in this next second game is assertion, the aggression by Zulan on the right side and Tyrant. Tyrant has already cycled 3 supers with his Bonnie. Is about to get another one and is going to jump in. Gatsby winning that 1v1 exchange on the right against Zulan and getting his mortar down, essentially putting them in a 4v3 right now with mid-control. Looking good for them.
Tyrant has a super in hand. There's Livy over his left-hand side, trying to take Alyani's away from him, but he uses super onto Tyrant. Now, Ezlevy is going to be the next on his radar. Nathan gets the takedown onto Ezlevy, and Alyani slotting back into the mid, helping out. And this is just how perfect he's been playing. He takes one down, focuses them, and then switches his attention to the other.
Yeah, and Tyrant knew that he had to go in right there. Don't want to waste too much time being too passive. Not the exchange that Tribe wanted. And again, Alyanis, even though he's going to be low, he still has that gadget that he can pop at any moment. Heal back significantly and hold control. Not going to rush it right there. Nathan trying to hold control over the left side. I like what Gatsby did, moving his mortar to the left, away from the Carl. Just another unit for Tribe to focus on.
I mean, you know, they're getting the connections, and actually Ezlevy really hasn't been, but it's all Reconyx who are in control here. They have that Carl now using his super. Managed to avoid half of his Alyani's super, I believe, but still, they're in a massive deficit at the moment. 20%, they start to try to take this zone once more, but 30 seconds on the clock. They need to try and stay on the zone as well as avoid evading the damage coming in, and it's just pretty much impossible.
Yeah, just super impressed by Alyanis right there. Got a double tap connection plus the super against Tyrant, winning that. And now at Gatsby, he can just one more second, but I don't know if there's gonna be, oh, great use of the Colette super to just quickly sprint to this middle. Wow. Wow. I don't know what else to say right there other than wow by Reconyx, pulling the upset against 3 of the top brawlers in the meta as well, going with an anti-unconventional comp. And I don't know. Oh, it's just wow to me.
It paid off. Letting them have those brawlers and picking countermeasures to them really did pay off for them. I'd have loved to see maybe you know, a little bit more of Ezlevy picking his matchups, maybe that slight bit more. Constantly, I feel, going over to his left-hand side where he was really easy to be pinched by that Colette. And heading over to the right-hand side where you have that grassy presence and the walls also, maybe would have been a little bit better for him. A flying hook directly up to towards the penny would probably have been better in my eyes.
No, you're right. Tribe could have done a lot more adjustments right there, especially like Janet against the penny matchup. Carl could have been better. Just switching things up, not something we see typical of Tribe. We tend to see them switching things up a lot. At that time, not able to, and we can see how they were struggling as the Colette mid. They were having a hard time dealing with her. In terms of kills, Reconyx on top, more damage, more kills. Healing, pretty much the same, but you can see why they won.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we don't even have to look at the stats to see why they won. It was Colette, Colette all day long.
Yep.
And I mean, picking a countermeasure like that to both the Bonnie and the Car, we saw it at the start. We're like, oh my, they've got the 3 possible best brawlers in the game at the moment.
Yeah.
But that doesn't matter. If this counters to those brawlers and you're able to select all 3 of them, then why not? You can win quite easily, and they proved that just there. Because honestly, even with the counters, I thought the Tribe were pretty much going to run away with that one. But Reconyx proven us wrong, showing that people at the bottom of the table can still contend with the best.
Definitely. As we're headed to Safe Zone. Heist up next. And this is another game mode or map, I should say. Tribe is very comfortable. They love the passive style, and this is a map with an open style heist map. They're going with Carl, Bonnie, and Colette ban this time. And you can see why they're banning Colette here. They don't want to have to deal with Reconyx and Elianis with Colette. On the other end, 8-Bit, Bell, and Daryl ban. That tells us most likely Reconyx as first pick here. With the Bell mid ban, and you got 8-Bit out of the way. Possibly Piper mid, but you don't really want to go with the Piper first pick. Maybe play it safe and go with Brock, but they're going to go with the Lola. Another very safe first pick.
Safe picks for Safe Zone. I guess that's kind of how it's going to be playing out. And, you know, I kind of like the Lola. It's pretty versatile, has, you know, a possibility of near enough winning every lane. You've got something to tank. You've got a heavy amount of DPS, which is good for the safe.
Yep.
And you know, it can pretty much hold its own against the majority of brawlers. But try with 2 picks now. I feel like they've been kind of given a brawler that you don't really have to directly pick into. You can kind of pick around it and still have some serious work done.
Yeah, they can actually take Brock and Rico right now, both on the table, and we know just the synergy of what those 2 brawlers are capable of. Brock quickly opening up that entry point on the right and then allowing Rico to dominate. I do like the Lola first pick, big reason because of the Bell and Carl, 2 solid counters out of the picture here. But in terms of, hey, if Tribe can get Rico with the Brock right now, I feel like it's going to put Reconyx in such a hard position. But here's the other thing, they don't have to take Rico, and they could also force Reconyx to go with Rico with the wall breaker like Colt as well. But they're going to go with it. And regardless of what I'm saying, forget what I just said there.
Well, they do pick the Rico, and I do like it. I agree quite heavily with what you were saying there. The break up the wall, get down that right-hand side. You're always going to have the shots bouncing through even off the start. And then if you can progress even further into that pocket up top, unless they've also got a wall break, which usually comes with like a Piper or a Brock or something like that, it's very, very difficult without 2 people pinching you to get someone out of there. And by that time, a Brawl like a Brock or a heavy DPS dealer can get massive amounts of damage on the safe.
Yep. We're kind of going to go with the safe pick right here. Ruffs, not the best matchup against a Rico lane on this map, or even against the Brock, because range, you're going to struggle against that. More of a safe pick, but if I'm Reconyx, I would like to see more of an aggressive type or play style, or, you know, just try to play that unconventional way, like how you won in that Ring of Fire game. Play off-meta stuff, right? And they're going to go with the Eve. I like it. I like the Eve pick. You have more area to work with. You got the water that you can float over, and it's unconventional as well.
And you don't need the wall break. That's the main thing, you know, being able to straight away go over that right-hand side without the wall break, making it so they don't have to force a Colt to be able to actually have a matchup on that lane against the Rico. Piper being played in the mid, and this comp has been around for a while. Yeah. Piper, Brock, and Rico, you just completely disassemble them at range with the Piper and the Brock, and being able to have Rico slot into an aggressive position also on top of that is pretty much just game, set, match if you can get the positioning right.
Yeah, and this is where Tribe is at their best, is when they're playing the range game, right? And this is a map where range is just so imperative. And if Reconyx can come out on top against such a mechanically well-rounded team in Tribe with long range as well, it would just speak volume in terms of how, I don't know, on top Reconyx is today, but we'll have to see.
As Livio this right side then, as we said, well, over the left-hand side for us, but over the right-hand side for him. Has this matchup against Gatsby, and it's not the easiest one straight away. You know, if he can get a push up or just keep on spamming this lane, he can keep him back. But now managed to pour down some damage, and Zulan down mid doing a great job against Aliani's. Nathan's pushed back as well, and already his damage coming down.
Yeah, this range difference, it's tough to overcome if you're Reconyx. But hey, Gatsby did manage to just hold that Rico lane. But if you're Elianis, you're not going to have a good day here, because you're Lola, and you don't have the range against any of these brawlers. They're going to leave as Levy on the Rico right there. Not a good idea, because your comp struggles in DPS. When you look at Reconyx comp, Lola, low DPS unless if she has her super. Ruffs, low DPS regardless of whatever. Eve, low DPS on the safe regardless of whatever. Even your babies are not going to be able to, you know, balance that out. And in terms of Tribe's comp, they got DPS. They got Piper, Snappy Sniping, Tyrant, Brock, one highest DPS. And of course, you don't want to leave a Rika that can constantly bounce his shots on the left side as well. So in terms of this like matchup, it's going to be really hard for Reconyx to come back from a 54% to 100 here.
Still no damage done for Reconyx, and Tribe pretty much running away with it at the moment. Still a minute on the clock though, so have some time to make some moves, but Alyani's getting hit hard there. Zulan and Tyrant with the pinch. Gatsby now pretty much in the same situation. He is pinched pretty much in if Zulan can get some aggression. Managed to avoid a few of these Rico shots, but a bouncy castle brings him back up to a good amount of HP and allows him to aggress once more, but Gatsby with the sandbags avoids the super and gets the kill, and he's actually doing really, really well for Reconyx right now.
Yeah, but here's the thing about Reconyx. Regardless of how many kills you're getting right now, you're gonna now need to deal a heavy amount of damage. You only got 27% to work with, and I feel like that's almost impossible right now, considering the brawlers you have. Where's your damage gonna come into play here? You've only managed to deal, you've only managed to scratch the safe of Tribe, 2%.
And they're still not going for damage. Like, they're still only dealt 2% up to this point.
Yep.
Start to get some raining down now, but it's too little too late.
You just can't. You just can't with the comp that you're running. You're going to need full control. You're going to need to win at least 2 lanes. And then you're going to need to be able to rain down a lot of damage onto the save as Tribe takes that one comfortably. And if you're Tribe, you're going to be comfortable. That's what you know. You got the range advantage. As long as you can just hold on to it and just get a couple hits with, say, your Brock or your Piper shooting at the save, you're going to come out on top here.
Oh, back again. Pretty much the same matchups across the board. Nathan over this right side still levitating across this water, but he did not do anything against Tyrant last game. Is Livy winning his matchup this time instead of losing it as well? And this looks even better for Tribe.
And you can see why. This time, Reconyx said, hey, we're going to play it different. We're going to try to be a little more, faster paced. But when you play like that, you take more chances, you take more risks, and that time it just didn't pay off, and now you're just so far behind. With 2 minutes still left, you're down by 42% on your save, and knowing your composition is going to be so difficult to get back that lead.
We did have a bit of a pointless wall break over the right-hand side considering Nathan can float across that water, but naturally they're managing to get damage in this time, and that's 34% straight away, almost evening things out against Tribe, and there in comes that homemade recipe from Zulan, gets the takedown, now break comes through, and Gatsby is very low. The pinch comes in there as well, Zulan helping out his team very nicely as Livy trying to aggress into this position once more. He gets there, has a bouncy castle to hand too, so uses that, throws the super down the side, gets the kill, but gets traded out, and whilst that was happening, Tyrant on safe with damage gear, 2,000 damage a shot and 626 with that incendiary.
Yeah, definitely. You can see what Tribe's game plan here. Just go for the damage. If you're Tyrant, just, focus more on damage rather than holding control. 66% to 23%. And Zulan's just been on top with his Piper throughout, having a comfortable matchup against a Lola that just doesn't have the range to deal with him.
Zulan's got some spawnables coming towards him now, and he just still hits Gatsby through everything anyway. Through the sandbags as well, gets the connection. And now they are playing defensively. Alyani's has his super, but now waiting to use it and uses it now. Shots come through from Eslivy and the takedowns there. Alyani's falls. Eslivy's going to miss that super onto safe. Onto Gatsby, should I say, but Tyrant down this right side just trying to keep control, and it's doable for Reconyx, but they need control and damage pretty much right now.
Yeah, and they've only have 20 seconds. You're going to need full control right now. You're going to need to win your lanes real quick in order to get back control. But right now, it just looks like an impossibility for Reconyx, as Tribe should be able to take this one. Tie this series 1-1 now.
Yeah, I mean, that's why Reconyx needed the start they had, because having the comp that Tribe had in the first set and losing against, pretty much was accounted for having strong brawlers. If they hadn't have won that, it would have been 2-0, and with Tribe's momentum and skill and mentality, they'd have probably closed out in the third, but now they still do have a foot in the door. Tribe still questioning themselves a little bit after that first one. And Reconyx still well within the likelihood that they could possibly pull out a win here.
Yeah, and I feel like the story of this game is simply just the draft. You take Lola first pick, but you forget, hey, we're giving them the strongest 2 brawler combo on this map, the Brock and Rico. How are you going to allow that? A Rico on his lane with no walls on the left and then constantly making his way on the left side is just too much to overcome. And then we're kind of forgot about another critical thing. DPS, damage. Where's my damage dealer? They just didn't have it. And another big point, range. Where's my range? I got Reps, I got Lola, I got Eve. None of these brawlers have more range than every single brawler Tribe had.
Well, for once, the stats do back up the highest score, and Tribe with 16 kills and 81,000 damage. Not having to heal too much, because I don't actually believe, and the stats back it up as well, they only took 50,000 damage. So they healed half the damage they took anyway, and with how well they were playing, whether it was passively or aggressively, it always paid off for them, because they could pick their right time to get the damage, and as Livy aggressed, healed up with his bouncy castle quite a lot as well, and it was just pretty flawless from Tribe in that set.
Yeah, definitely. If I'm Reconyx, it's still 1-1, right? I did beat them in Ring of Fire. There's still that opportunity to win. I feel like they just need to focus a little more on the draft process right there. Not put them in a hole like that, right? Where you have no range to deal with the enemy. You have no DPS to deal with them. And overall, just giving them strong compositions throughout.
Well, if you're going to give them a strong composition, you've got to come back with a counter like they did in that first set. First picking Lola, I think that might have been one of their biggest mistakes, possibly of this entire game, looking into the future as well. Double Swoosh is going to be the gem grab map, and my personal favorite. I like the kind of comps that brought here, the bows, the jeans and stuff like that. It's kind of just shapes up to be a really nice meta. Crow being banned out though, Janet and Squeak, and Ash, Bow, and Squeak banned out from Tribe.
Yeah, definitely solid bans. Jean is still on the table here. I would want to take Jean. Bonnie's on the table, but Bonnie not as imposing. There's one thing we've been seeing more often now is teams are okay with allowing you to take a Bonnie first. Realizing, hey, it's a strong brawler, but it's a brawler that also is not the strongest in terms of pace. It's a slow build-up brawler, and Tribe gonna be able to take that Jean with their first pick. If you're Reconyx, I wouldn't worry too much. Now, there are ways to counteract that. Spawners are one way, but I'm interested to see what type of comp Reconyx here would want to run.
I think it's tough to actually run into a Jean, probably using vision gear and able to see so much of that map. I wouldn't mind, something like an Amber a little bit later on the draft, second or third pick for them to try and burn down that grass and make that vision gear a little pointless anyway. But Penny being Reconyx's first pick, and I don't like it, I don't dislike it. If the map does get broken up, the mortar's going to be able to get quite a lot of value, but if the grass stays where it is, it's not going to get much at all.
Yeah, definitely. They went with the Penny mainly because of the Jean, having that barrel that you can use, pop the gadget to block a Jean pull. Then of course also having your mortar in play, that can another unit to block pull. Amber, I like the pick. You want to take a brawler like Amber with Penny because also minuses one counter for the enemy Tribe, and also the ability, as you were saying, to destroy the bushes, open up the map, more visibility for your mortar, and for your composition.
With Crow and Squeak out the way, there's a couple of lanes that are quite favorable for Tribe at the moment, but unable to pick those.
Carl.
As I say, it's looking like you've got an idea, and it is Carl. Carl squeezing through again, and Bonnie has also. We can't forget that. Bonnie has got through this draft as well. Tribe tried it, it didn't work, along with the Carl as well, and having to use it as a lane here might not be too favorable.
I would take Bonnie. I would take Bonnie against the Amber lane or any other lane. I would be comfortable with that, knowing Amber's going to open up the bushes as well as her plan. I love the Carl pick, of course. You got the match advantage against Amber as well. Overall, again, it just does look like Tribe's on top, but they're going to go with the Lola lane. Interesting to see them go with that. But at the same time, their game plan. They want the Carl against the Amber. They want the Lola on the other lane. Lola always just a safe, solid pick, especially knowing Reconyx his last pick. And this is what you want to do as a team like Tribe. You don't want to give the enemy team openings. You don't want to go with the Brawler like, a tanky Brawler because they have that last pick. They're going to go with Ems. Okay, but I'm not a big fan of the Ems pick, mainly because you're going to struggle on both lanes now. If you're Amber or you're Ems, how are you going to deal with the Carl is my question.
I mean, with Ems, if you get control of the bush, you can pretty much scan the entire lane, and also you got Friend Zoner as well if he does choose to super towards you. You've got that ability to knock him out of it, and super on this map as well, once you get control with Ems, is just so explosive and has the ability to pretty much cover all of that grass. But early game, it seems like Reconyx are going to struggle a lot unless Ems can get into that aggressive position.
Yep, and here we go. Nothing, definitely got to be wary of Zulan and his Gene. Whenever he gets his super, you know what he wants to do with it. On the left side, Lian is already having a hard time against Lola. If you are the Ems, you don't want to lose that matchup, especially having the bush advantage for your speed here. You've already allowed it as Levy control. And on the right side, Nathan, as you can see, having a hard time against Carl, but did manage to get the exchange. One died, but at least, hey, open up a portion of that right side with his super. And now with, better visibility, should be able to hold that side easier.
Well, more burns come down, and Zulan now has no bushes in the mid for him to hide in. There's the super from Alyanis, and it is getting huge pressure, as I did mention. Spin coming in from Tyrant, and he has the matchup he wants. He's all over that Amber. Really putting down some solid damage, but in comes Alyanis once more. Gets the takedown on the gem carrier, brings 4 gems into their hands, but stays aggressive, which may be a little bit risky for me. Gatsby not going to overextend for them. Tyrant comes in, picks up those 3, and makes sure that they can't have a countdown just yet.
Yeah, smart decision right there by Gatsby to not overextend for those gems. And against Zulan, he knows that he can pop his gadget to block that pull against Zulan. So it does put Zulan into a dilemma right there. I want to pull Gatsby, but at the same time, it's not going to be the safest.
Yeah, he's been hit by 2 shots and more to hit as well now, so here's 1 shot to the Petty. Gets caught up once more, and now pops his gadget. That freeze frame keeping him in the mix, but pulls there for Zulan. Can't go for it as the salty barrel's there, but he does bait it out along the way. Tyrant going for a spin in. Alyanis pushing them back, getting the takedown there, keeping the Carl back also. It's all as Livy, but he can't do it just yet. And the reset's there from Tyrant. He stayed up, 2 gems in the hands. There's 7 on the floor if he can pick up those 2 as well, but he does fall also. Can't quite push for it. Gene pulls there also. Nathan doesn't have anything to tank it with, but Gatsby's there to help him out, the salty barrel, as well as his mortar now. So this should be game for Reconyx, and they move up once again.
Wow, very well played right there. I love the composure. I love what Gatsby did there throughout the whole game, knowing, hey, I have the capability to block this Gene and his pull at any moment with my gadget. And that's why Zulan was playing as such a passive playstyle without having much use of his super.
Well, an early hit from Gatsby reveals where Zulan is, as Livy getting some better shots off at Alyanis and staying with a good amount of HP this time. Now, brings him fairly low and has to retreat into the arms of Gatsby, who's now taking over his lane and trying to put up a fight against his Livy, but he gets his super freeze frames there as well. The Ego should be able to get the takedown on Alyanis, especially as he reveals himself outside of that bush. Gatsby takes 3 ammo to bring that Ego down, and now allows Zulan to push up that mid as he knows he's got no ammo in hand.
Yeah, I'm definitely impressed by his Levy to win that left lane so quickly. And now this time also Tyrant coming on top, winning the matchup that he should be winning against Amber. So already a massive start by Tribe Gaming.
There's the mortar though. Gatsby does get it, as Livy still in the mix though. And down goes the Ego, down goes his HP, and he's only sitting there on about 100. Zulan still able to come in for gem after gem. Tyrant doing a great job over this round side. Damage gear activated, but Zulan once again can't hit this pull because of the salty barrel, but Tyrant, he doesn't care. He's going to go aggressive. Nothing's going to be stopping him. But Alyanis is behind. This is worrying. Tyrant might have to assist Zulan. He communicates it, and he hasn't gone fully back yet.
Yeah.
They're trying to get the takedown, but Alyanis keeping them in that position, healing up from the hype as well. Eventually gets it, but now they've got no control.
Definitely, and if you're Reconyx right now, you're happy with that exchange, having mid control. That gem, though, spawning directly next to Tribe, giving them their 9th gem. Meaning, if you're Reconyx, you just can't give them the next gem or the next couple gems here as they try to hold control against Levy. Gonna be able to take down that Ego, but as you can see, you gotta disallow Tribe from getting that next gem.
That's oil on it, but Nathan reverting his attention to Tyrant, who's about to team wipe if he went as aggressive as he would have hoped. Gets 2, Alyanis falls low, and Livy cleans up that one as well. A very close game, but Zulan has 16 gems in hands now. Tribe Gaming looking to even things out and bringing it back to 1-1 in gem grab, and they're going to do just that.
Yeah, there's no way you're going to get to that Gene on time, even though he's going to pull you, but there's just no time. If you're Reconyx, you want you can't lose composure right now. You gotta go back to what won you that first game. You can't lose to that Lola lane so quickly if you're Elianis, if you're Ems. You lost that lane within 10 seconds of that game. So you just gotta make sure not to do that again. Make that adjustment. And if you're Nathan, again, you also don't want to lose lanes. That was the issue with that first game, where Reconyx lost both lanes early.
I mean, Nathan has an excuse. He's against a Carl who just slots behind this wall, but Aliani's, he has no excuse whatsoever, and he doesn't need one this time as he gets the pick up nice and early on. Nathan's going to burn up that push too, and a great start for Reconyx once again.
Definitely. Exactly what Reconyx wanted right there, knowing, hey, I have the advantage. If you're Alianis, I know I'm Ems against Lola. I have the bush, I have the speed gear advantage. I should not be losing this matchup.
He's pushing down now, and he's looking for some help from Gatsby. Oh, the pull narrowly misses there, as I imagine damage gear had a vision gear had a couple of ticks away. But Alianis may have wasted his super here. He gets traded out. Tyron picks up the left-hand side. Zulan is burning though, brought down to 144 HP, but survives nonetheless.
Right, I like what Gatsby did there. Flank to the left side, places Mortar down to 4v3, you could call it. I like that Nathan and Gatsby double teaming, pinching Tyron right there, keeping him low. And this is what you want to do against a Carl. You don't want him to heal, you want to keep him low, prevent him from just using his flying hook. On the left side, I like what Elianis is doing a good job just holding against Levy and just not extending too much, knowing, hey, we got 8 gems to 3 gems lead. We don't even need to get that top gem right there. Nathan doing an excellent job asserting himself. And they just need 1 gem. They went for 2. But okay, Tyron's going to go quickly in with the flying hook. A bit of a misplay right there, I would say. Something you don't see Tribe do often is rush into things, and that time caught in the crossfire of things.
Well, panic plays are the issue for Tribe at the moment, and Reconyx have no issues as they take that set and bring it to 2-1 against Tribe Gaming. This could be a huge upset if they manage to continue this spree onto the next set, and they're looking pretty happy at the moment. I just saw a bit of a smirk on this guy on the left face, and he's feeling a little bit happy about the position they're in.
Yeah.
But they've got to remember, you can't, crumble under this pressure of, oh, we're going to be taking down Tribe, we're going to be taking down Tribe. If you get too overconfident, that's where your confidence is going to matter less and you're going to take a loss. Yeah,
and if you ask like anyone, who would you take in this position? You got Reconyx getting 2 set wins, Tribe only 1. Who would you predict winning? Most would still pick Tribe because they know what Tribe is capable of. So if you're Reconyx, sure, you want to be positive on these things, but at the same time, you still can't lose focus. You got to look at the bigger picture here. You still want to play as if you're behind here.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, I'd still take Tribe over Reconyx at this point. They've just got that winner's mentality that doesn't come from, taking a mentality loss at a point like this. You're 2-1 down. They need 1, you need 2. Those odds are still in Tribe's favor, being the team that they are. Pretty similar in terms of gems picked up and dropped and damage as well across the board, and it kind of backs up how close of a game we actually did have there.
Yeah, it was definitely a very close game. That second game, we saw what Tribe was capable of coming back from it, winning both lanes, and then the third game, we're kind of going back to what led to them to their success. I loved what Elianis did with his Ems to quickly win that lane against Levy, something you almost never see, a misplay by Tribe, losing their lane within the first 10 seconds. That's like, something you never see from them.
It's not something, that Tribe do a lot. As you say, you rarely see it, and those kind of mistakes are the issues that they're having. We saw a rushed play from Tyrant over that right-hand side as well, trying to make a play for the gems before the game had just finished. And those mistakes, whereas pushing as 3 players, waiting another couple of seconds, is where you're going to be able to actually turn the game around. Because even if you do get, a kill, reset that counter, and they're still going to have the gems firmly in their hands, whether it be a 3v1.
Yeah, and if you're a Tribe, you know it, you know those misplays, and if you can clean it up, still have a very solid chance of winning this. Reconyx gonna go with the Brock, Rico, and Boban on Gold Arm Gulch. They're gonna take Jhin with the first pick. Wise decision here on this map, but at the same time, Trav, Bonnie is still available.
Yeah, I mean, Tribe, they haven't had a high success rate with these good brawlers. They lost with Janet, Carl and Bonnie. They lost with Carl. They didn't pick Bonnie. They're trying to pick around him at this point. They're not succeeding on these strong brawlers. Reconyx first picking the Jhin on Golden Gulch. I do like it.
Yep.
they're going to pick the tick into it, which I think is quite a solid shout as well. Try to avoid feeding that gene pull, and if they do, they're probably going to have some countermeasures to it later on.
Yeah, especially knowing that you have the final pick. You don't have to worry too much about having the other team having tick counters. So in this situation, that was a great pick. And of course, this time they're going to go with the Bonnie. But as you said, they've been picking these powerful meta brawlers, but just not having the success with them that they should be.
Well, they're going to try their luck with the Bonnie once more, clearly, and this time it needs to work for them, or they're going to be taking a loss. And starting things off 2-0 in the league season against a team who's 0-2 and then losing would not be a good storyline for them to have, and that could be a huge mentality loss for them, as strong-minded as they are and as good a team. Losing against someone who's 0-2 when you are pretty much on top of the world is not a good thing to have. Gale picking up from Reconyx. When Bonnie jumps in, they're going to have a precautionate measure against it, and I think it's all right. I'm not the biggest fan of it. You're going to be outranged by both Tick and Bonnie, and he can just choose not to jump on you.
Yeah, and not just that, you're also going to be outranged by the final pick of Tribe, because they know they're going to take advantage of your Gale pick here, and they know that you also pick Gale as a countermeasure. But against a comp like this, against Tick, you don't want countermeasures. You want brawlers that get you stuff, and that's what they're going to go with Grum here, which is an interesting pick. Now, Grum against Tick is a mismatch in my opinion. You just don't have the ability to deal as much damage or deal with the Tick's head. So even though I'm not a big fan of it, I know Nathan is a great Grum player, and I've seen what he's able to do. Maybe we can see Grum make some big plays with Super, and I do like what Reconyx doing, going unconventional, because that's what's winning in the game, playing these unconventional comps.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how I feel about Grum. You said Nathan might be a good Grum player, but you know, there's probably a good Shelly player out there in competitive, but they're not going out and picking Shelly and expecting it to win. Last pick of Tribe is going to be that Penny, and I'm not 100% sure how I feel about that. Yes, they have the Salty Barrel to tank that gene pull. They're going to have a good amount of range, but Grum's surely just going to be able to clean up quite a lot of these turrets quite quickly.
Yeah, definitely. So the Penny pick, surprising pick, but I felt like it's more of like, hey, we're running out of options here. Let's just pick something that's just solid for late game purposes. And Penny does provide you with that.
Nathan scanning this right-hand lane. Zulan trying to push down it, and now he stops scanning it, and Zulan pretty much a free lane up there. He's going to take advantage of that and try form a pinch around these brawlers, in short, to put himself in the best position possible. But he does retreat into the arms of his teammates now, doesn't want to rush anything, as they know they do have a strong comp, and playing the late game, they're not going to complain about that either.
Yeah, and you're going to need some big plays from Grum, but from what we've been seeing against Nathan, like a Tick is a mismatch. It's a mismatch, and Nathan's just not getting his hits. I don't think we've seen him get a single hit yet with his Grum. So if you're Reconyx, you got to work on that. You got to get your supers, especially as this game hits latter phases. Within the 30 seconds, you're going to need your supers ready.
Yeah, well, whilst the stalemate's happening, we'd also like to give a big shout-out to our sponsors once again, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, for allowing us to put this competition on and allowing us to watch and commentate and even play during this great gameplay. Massive things happening, though. Nathan's going to fall down. Their opponent is as well. Alyanis goes down, and as soon as I say that, Tribe Gaming clean up very nicely.
Yeah, that was too nice, too easy for Tribe right there. Nathan's still struggling to get his super with his Grum. Alyanis as well. Just goes to show, just what Tribe is doing. Taking advantage of their matchup, knowing, hey, I'm a Tick. There's no reason that Grum should ever get a single hit on me. You got a Bonnie at the mid. You got the range advantage. Lee's going to place his mortar down against the Gale as well. Another great matchup for him. If I'm Reconyx, I would switch things up. I'd probably have the Gale on the Tick, even though it's a mismatch. I want my Grum on the Brawler where I can actually get some hits and get my super, because Nathan is still struggling. He has yet to even get close to get a single super in this whole knockout match.
Shots just aren't connecting. Gatsby has his super, needs to try and work for a pull, but even when he does, they don't have the massive amount of burst potential needed to take a Bonnie down pretty simultaneously. He might even get his super when he goes in, and that could be disastrous. Alyanis pinned against the gas now, and it's a pretty similar story along all of the Reconyx players. Alyanis has his super, though, gets the knockback against Zulan, misses a shot, and they put a twister down. The shot comes through, Tyrant gets pulled in, uses a last hurrah, and Gatsby gets a round back.
Yeah, and from what we see, Nathan finally getting his Grum super, and it paid dividends right there. A huge super, allowing his team to win that knockout game. Now, if Nathan can do that again, get his super, Gatsby can get his pull, and Elianis get his super, they have a very solid chance of taking this knockout game.
Well, your wish is there, Command. They've put this Gene down, trying to get him onto the tick, but the tick's just going to walk straight back up, move over once again onto Nathan on the Grom. He has his super, though. Grom is dangerous in these kind of positions with his super. Penny Mortar goes down once more and has that fourth man on their team now who can really put in some solid work. Zulan has his super, so does Tyrant. They have this ability to simultaneously go aggressive if the head is paired with the Bonnie going in, and that could be disastrous for Reconyx.
Yeah, now even though you got a Grum, you just can't reach that mortar. So this is essentially a 4v3. Another thing, Penny just puts you in so much pressure because you can't clump up. Elianis and Gatsby are doing right there. You're in a really, really bad spot right now against Tribe, as they're just going to completely dismantle your composition right there, taking this first knockout game.
Continues like this, we're going to be having our second set 5 in a row, and the second of the day as well. All set 5s if this will manage to pull through for Tribe Gaming, which honestly, it's looking pretty likely, and the likelihood of it happening is quite high. So Nathan slotting over this right-hand side, trying to move positioning around, play back to front instead of side to side, and they look like they might have a bit of a pinch forming, but he has to back off as soon as he sees Tyrant anywhere near him.
If I'm Nathan, I'm going to do everything I can to get away from this take and try to get hits on the Bonnie or Penny to get me my super. Because I know if I'm going to try to 1v1 Tyrant right now, I'm not going to do anything. You can see like what he's trying to do right there, trying to push. Oh, wow, he actually got super close to actually taking a tick right there. Something we don't often see Tyrant doing, getting in those type of situations.
I mean, Zulan fell low, and Aliani's pushed into a position to try get him taken down, and he just therefore put himself in a terrible spot. Same with Nathan on the bottom side of things as well. As Livy's just going to push him, try get his super for the next one, as Gatsby already has his, but he has to heal up. And I don't even think if they get him low, they'll take him down. They want Livy to have his super, and Gatsby knows that. He's going to walk into the gas, doesn't want to feed it, wants to come back and try once more.
Yeah, definitely. If you're Reconyx, you just can't have those types of mistakes where Elianis just got quickly caught off, because you know what happens when you die early on in knockout and give your team a 2v3. It just won't work against Tribe. You just can't come back from a 2v3. So right now, Nathan, again, working on getting his super has been the biggest struggle for him in this matchup. Gatsby has his super, but he knows he just can't use it. His other struggle. And then Elianis just trying to 1v1 against a Penny, just not the matchup he wants there either. So overall, it's just not looking like Reconyx day right now.
Yeah, well, Livy was kind of in a tough spot at one point, but now Aliani's is forced to back off. I think he did get the Penny Mortar down. It's just a salty barrel set up there now, which, yeah, he did. Zulan has the super as well, but Gatsby holding on to some of these knockbacks. I would imagine the lamp blowout is needed to defend against that. So having it there as a precautionary measure is always going to be good. Nathan has his super as well. Good for late game. Tickhead goes down, tries to get him down before he's able to make use of it. The Twister's placed, and Aliani makes it away from the Tickhead. Super's near enough all round for Reconyx right now, but Zulan gets pulled in, and that might not be the best idea. Goes for the jump onto Nathan, gets the connection onto it, as Livy's there as well. Knocked back into the gas, and they managed to hold on once more. Reconyx aren't letting go of this set.
That was crazy. Gatsby with the pull on the Bonnie. I didn't understand that pull. It didn't really work out for him, but they were fortunate enough that it worked out at the end. The Gale super came in on time. Another pull on Bonnie right there. I'm not so sure about that one either, and that should be it for Reconyx, because I just can't see Reconyx coming out on the 2v3. Especially against a Tick that has all the advantage here, a Penny that has another mortar in store, and Zulan just having the ability to just jump in whenever he wants here.
Well, he pulls the mortar, which I'm not sure about. Has to obviously make something happen. 3v1. Zulan goes in. Gatsby's obviously got the knockback, but he pretty much knows he's defeated at this point. They follow him in, get the takedown, and we're seeing yet another set number 5 between these teams.
Wow. I don't get it, though. Gatsby with the Gene pull on the Bonnie, when Bonnie was at full HP, just quickly led him to his suicide. I don't get it.
Twice in a row as well. He did it at the start of that second round, and obviously at the end of the last one as well, and it didn't pay off for them whatsoever. But I don't know, maybe he thought he was in a position where he had to make a move, and they were pretty much guaranteed to lose without it, which they probably were, to be honest. With Body being able to jump in anyway, it's really difficult to actually make anything happen at that point. So had to try and make a clutch play, didn't pay off for him. And now we're seeing a set number 5 between these teams. And Tribe Gaming, I'm guessing they probably weren't prepared to be in a position like this. They probably thought, gonna come in, sweep them, get on with my day.
Yeah.
But Reconyx, they've got something to say about that, and I don't count them out of this game just yet.
Definitely, and I feel like, again, Reconyx, when they have a draft that's suitable, that can actually compete, we see what they're capable of. But when they're like outdrafted like this, where they went with Grom, or in that heist matchup where they went Eve and Ruffs, where they just got outdrafted, it just didn't bode well for them. So I feel like going into that 5th set, really take into account what they draft, and I feel like, you know, regardless of these stats, where we're just saying Tribe just dominate here, I feel like they still have a great shot.
Yeah, you mentioned the stats now, 87,000 damage to near enough 60,000 for Reconyx, so a big bonus for Tribe Gaming in that one. A lot of it probably came down from that tick, to be honest with you, because that was just getting so many consecutive hits, and Nathan on the Grom could not do much at all, and I think that might have been the downfall of that Reconyx comp. Just don't take a thrower, maybe try something a bit more aggressive to try and push in on that tick instead. Might have been the better strategy to try and deploy, but at the end of the day, it happened. We moved on. We're on to set number 5, and I've still got my money on Tribe Gaming as I did from the start. The predictions were out. We all kind of voted for Tribe, but Reconyx, center stage. It's a map where upsets can happen. Very tank orientated in quite a lot of the aspects, but also at the same time, there's a lot of tank counters that can do the exact same, and it doesn't seem like too many of them are banned out of the way. Yeah,
definitely. If there is a map that can pull upsets, center stage is one of them. Speed gear, vision gear, these are all super imperative in a map like this with a center with so much bushes, and that's why we're seeing Janet off the table here. Reconyx gonna take Squeak, and I feel like a major reason is you don't want to give Levy Squeak on this map when Squeak's on the table, and a very strong lane here.
Yeah, well, Squeak is that first pick. Residue going to be able to slow people down and also scout out the bush as well, able to have that ability to spot anybody in the grass who goes through it. So I think that's a pretty solid first pick in my eyes. You know, just able to spam down that lane, and if you see a connection, if that shot moves about a bit, then you know where to shoot for the next one.
Yeah, Tribe is very fortunate they have last pick here. Gonna go with Crow, safe pick. You don't want to open doors or leave doors open for Reconyx to play tanks. Tanks are very powerful on the map like center stage when the opposer doesn't have multiple ways to deal with you.
I really like the Crow. I feel like it's banned out quite a lot, considering that it's not a brawler people speak about massive amounts when it comes to competitive and stuff like that. So I really like it. You know, you're going to be scouting out a lot, slowing down. They're taking the Ashe. And this is the first time we've pretty much seen it in this Snapdragon Pro series across the board, and it's not played out too much, maybe once in the last play day. But now we see it playing out, and I think it could work a treat.
Yeah, so Reconyx, you know, you still have options. You have Ems, you have Gale, but if I'm Reconyx, I would not want to see them go these brawlers. I don't want to see counters, but more so brawlers that can not only counter but offer you more. So like I'm looking at brawlers like Frank and Rosa, where that they would be very strong options, where they'll have the advantage over an Ashe, but also provide you with more, a win condition. And that's what I want to see Reconyx is, do you have a win condition? You got the Gale, okay. Although, I know I probably would have preferred having Ems more, because now you leave Ems on the table, and Ems just going to have, you know, better matchup against the Gale.
I mean, they can still take Ems, right? So
yes, but like the win conditions, though. But let's see.
I don't know. I think Gale has some potential to be that win condition if they need it. If you can get that knockback, stunning blow, knock against the wall, and that's pretty much a goal. You get in the goal mouth with a super, and it is. Ems has pretty much a lot of the same things as well. If you get behind that wall, pop super, it's pretty much a goal. You got friend zoner as well for defensive measure. I think it's a pretty well-rounded comp. Tribe need to pull something out the bag for this last one, because I think their comp's really solid too, if they can top it off. Yeah,
and if you're playing Ashe, you got a very challenging comp to beat, but Ashe has that capability though. Like Ashe is a brawler where, you know, like I've seen the best Ashe players in the world, and they've been able to overcome these types of matches. So I want to see whether Tribe has that player. Who's going to be the Ashe player here to showcase it? And I feel like that's going to be Zulan. They're going to also go Rico here. Overall, Rico is just a solid brawler. This is more of a safe Brawl that can hold control on any of the lanes here. So it's going to be interesting. I just want to see what Ashe is capable of here against a matchup like this.
I mean, they've got to keep the Ashe pretty much guaranteed to be on the squeak the majority of the time. Otherwise, he's just going to be feeding supers, getting shut down. And obviously, Squeak takes quite a lot of shots to get him down. Nathan's going to throw a residue down this round side straight away and try allow Alyanis to push up and get a bit of supercharge early on.
Yeah, now if Tribe does come up on top with this Ashe, it's just going to show you how powerful Ashe can be, even against counters. So let's see what Zulan's going to do here. Taking his time. He does know he has to make use of that first bash. So that's why he's taking his time right there. Gets a couple slices and already just dismantles them, passes it to Tyrant for an easy goal just like that.
Honestly, I thought Tyrant might have missed that shot, to be honest. Like he started walking towards the ball like he thought he'd missed it as well, but he did manage to slide it in. Nathan throws down a residue onto Ezlivy, who almost falls down. Slow comes in, and Zulan can take a few shots off of Alyanis, but he falls low also. Got that max rage now as well, but he's forced into a defensive position. Tyrant is as well. He's inside the goal mouth. And Nathan pushing aggressively, trying to get a super. Gatsby has the friend zone and needs his super as well. Otherwise, this probably won't be a goal, but there comes the knockback from Alyanis. Tyrant gets the ball, tries to get the clear out. He takes him down as well, and what a flawless defense from Tribe.
That was just flawless for sure. How, if you're Reconyx, you're hitting your head on that one because you should have been able to capitalize and score on that. But at the same time, don't want to get complacent. You want to keep your composure here. You got to speed things up. And I felt like that's what allowed Zulan to quickly grab that ball and pass his time for that quick score. Was Reconyx was just playing it too safe.
Alyanis missed the knockback onto Tyrant there. Didn't push him against the wall and stun him. Another great defense once again from Tyrant. Has that jump in hand as well. Nathan has his super, so if Tyrant jumps on it, more than likely would be a trade, but he's getting connected with anyway. And one shot now for Nathan to take him down. He's just leaving him, trying to play the slow game, wants his teammates to come up and deal with him. He misses a shot, and Gatsby gets the double slow, though, and now Zulan is ready to run in, but chooses to turn around and thinks better of it.
Yeah, there's no reason to rush anything if you're a Tribe. There's 26 seconds left. Huge supers by Alyanis, but look at the... Oh, no! It did not connect right there, as Levio is also able to clean that up. Wow. I don't think he had the angle to score that, though.
It would have been very close if it had gone the near corner. If he had that angle, obviously, it still would have been very close to put it there. But Tribe, take this one, move to match point, and with the Ashe, it overcomes those counters and really proves a point to us.
Yeah, now if you're Reconyx, I want to see you increase the pace here. Against an Ashe, you know what Ashe is doing there. He's just waiting for the moment. He's behind the wall. So why not take advantage? Why not be the aggressor here and go in on him, right? That's what I want to see here. I want to see them make that adjustment, but as I'm saying that, I don't know how Zulan already won his lane against a Gale. And now Tyrant trying to get that ball to Zulan, intercepted by Gatsby. Gonna be able to buy some time, but look at the use of the rats here just to block some shots from the Gale, forcing Alyanis to possibly place a twister here maybe if he needs to, but just showing you what Ashe is capable of doing against triple counters.
Down this left-hand side, they're starting to make a move now. Nathan has his super as well, but Gatsby's being kept back really nicely by Ezlivy, who gets connected by a super, slowed down by that as well. And Zulan has max rage, but at the other side of things, Gatsby's making a move, gets the slow on. Should be a double connection, but Tribe just are not letting them through. They have these incredible supers. Ezlivy pulling out some very clutch supers. And then there's always their Tyrant's there as well. He's clearing the ball over and over again. And Tribe just not letting this one slip. They've taken it far enough, and they want to take it home right now.
Yeah, and it also kind of comes back to the point where, like, you know, Reconyx not having the best win condition. I would have preferred to see them going with a brawler like Frank or Rosa to open up things, but Gatsby should definitely be able to get here, just be able to just overpower the Crow for the goal. It's exactly what Reconyx needed, because they know they've got the counters to the countermeasures against a speedy Ashe, right?
Yeah, well, Alyanis trying to get a few shots down this side. Wants to take it to double match point now, and they have the capability of doing just that. Residue thrown down, a minute on the clock, but Zulan starting to aggress, has that max rage. Tyrant with the slow, jump in on Alyanis, trying to pinch from the back, but gets stunned, and a few shots from Gatsby connect. Yeah, Ezlivy cleans up, and Nathan is going to fall too. They're in a great position to even this one out, but can't quite force it in just yet.
Yeah, just not yet, but they do have the spawn trap, and if you're a Rico, this is a great position for you. You're going to get so much value with the enemy trap like this. If you're Alianis, you do have a Twister. You might want to think about placing one right here just for safety, and he does that there. But at the same time, you need someone to hold the mid. Yeah, and Tyrant should be able to get it as he does. Ties things up. But if you're Reconyx right now, hey, if this game does go to overtime, you're okay with that. Mainly because against the Nash, you don't have to deal with the bushes. Zulan did get caught by the M super. If you're Elianis, you gotta capitalize here. There's a super. There's the wall break, and there's the score by Elianis to now tie this setup. We're in the 5th set, 1-1 in the Brawl Ball. Next game's gonna do it. Are we going to see an upset?
Maybe so. I mean, if they play like they did in that one and get that fairly early goal in comparison to, you know, what Tribe did with theirs, I think there's a possibility they can bring this one home. They've obviously got the counters to the Ashe and had him a lot further under wraps that game, and need to try and repeat what they did once more.
Definitely. From that first game, we saw what Zulan was able to do when he was able to sneak on the left. Something, if you're Recon, you just can't allow. So right now, this is where you're allowing that Ashe to come in. But Gatsby, good awareness right there. I'm hoping he's also running the vision gear, because you're gonna just need it. You're gonna need that vision gear against an Ashe match. I love the aggression. Gatsby's playing a knife. Nathan can get this ball over to him. This could lead to a potential goal, especially with Elianis having his super ready as well to knock them back. But they're gonna take their time. Nice kill on Tyrant. Gatsby's gonna get caught right there.
The super's there from Eslivy, though, getting that clear upon defense once more. It always is. The only time they've scored is when Eslivy's just not there on the defense, and that is a rarity in itself. Nathan trying to throw some shots out, trying to get a pinch onto Tyrant. Slows there. It's in on Gale. Gatsby trying to cover for his teammate and does just that. Backs Eslivy off, but now with Tyrant on this right-hand side, it could cause some real problems for them. But Zulan, he's cut off. The residue's there, and he's getting shots connected onto him. Right, the time for Tribe is definitely running out, because overtime, as we saw in the last one, is all Reconyx.
Yeah, definitely. I love the pace that Reconyx playing in. This is exactly what you want to do. We want to turn the motor on, play at a faster pace, force that Ashe to be the aggressor, but at the same time, take advantage. Get your supers. That ball is cornered, but like you said, in overtime, does Tribe really want to play against the comp such as Reconyx without walls or bushes?
Well, the heal's there as Livy just survives, and another super on the clutch defense once again. He can't be stopped, but he's got no more gadgets left. Tyrant has, which is going to be good for overtime. Need to capitalize on having these, though. Possibly even wants to preserve them unless they see an opportunity to score. Is Livy pushing up, but obviously can't heal himself up in this kind of situation. Tyrant is over the right side, has his super in hand as well, needs to cover for the left as Zulan can't quite make a push across and get the defense as Livy's coming back in now, though. Zulan trying to make an aggressive push around this backside, get a pinch on. Tyrant's there with a jump, but Alianis is pushing up. They're left completely open on the defense, but as Livy's there with another super, the defense is there. Zulan gets a clean up, but he might have a breakaway run here. 8,000 HP in a dream. Pushing forward, the Rage is topped off again, and Tribe do not get upset. They clutch up in the end and bring it home to the complete disappointment of Reconyx, and look how sad they look, and you can't blame them at all after that.
You know, it was a brilliant effort by Reconyx. I thought they were gonna walk away with it in this final. It looked like it, but I don't know, the resilience of Tribe, and you can just see it, they just didn't want to lose. As Levy with just insane amount of clutch supers with his Rico. Zulan somehow sneaking away with his Ashe every single time. Tyrant having his Crow and supers ready at critical moments.
I mean, it was just great from Tribe. They waited for their opportune moment. SW played so well on defense. Zulan flanked at the perfect time there as well, and they just top off his Rage when he needs it to be topped off and gets it going. Pushes the ball in, brings it home for Tribe Gaming, and I mean, this is what you expect. A little bit more damage from Reconyx. I'm surprised it's not more against an Ashe, to be honest with you, who usually soaks up a lot of it. I'm surprised there isn't more damage for them, but at the end of the day, Tribe Gaming bring it home, and Reconyx fall at the last hurdle, being the last game, and I think they probably should have won it.
Yeah, I think they should have won it too, especially with the matchup they had right there. But again, it just shows you the overall brilliance of what Tribe is capable of, even against mismatches like that. And also Zulan showing, hey, what Ash is capable of. The Brawler, not me. Ash is capable of against triple counters, right? And this is what makes Ash such a powerful brawler, especially in the North American region as well. You have so many of these, brilliant Ash players.
I mean, you are capable of a lot too, Ash. Let's not forget that. But clearly, Zulan's Ash is what brings it home for Tribe Gaming in this one. We'll be back with some more great games just after this break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, the U.S. Air Force, and Samsung Galaxy.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard.
Tribe Gaming winds up on top, but this one's a doozy. They dodge a bullet. Reconyx, well, they were coming out like a bullet, real fast, some real quality stuff. Welcome back to the couch area, not quite. Well, there's a desk over there, but it's F down as Trav, and we are still pushing on. That was a crazy one.
Oh, it really was, to be honest. I mean, that last game there was really, really solid for me. I think the defense that Tribe managed to pull out under all the stress of it being last set as well was just absolutely phenomenal from them. And it was pretty much all as Livy and Tyrant. Zulan's defensive presence really isn't going to be there at all. And time again, we see as Livy come through with some great supers in clutch situations where it was the only thing that could really clutch it up, and that's the only thing that happened from him. Tyrant preserved his gadgets in this game really well also, knowing that the likelihood was they were going to be going to overtime. Residue comes down, super there as well, but there is another great defense from as Livy gets the bouncy castle off and brings his HP all the way back up so that he can tank that Squeak super. Tyrant picks up his super late in the game, and Zulan knows he can't contest this scale. He sees that shooting down this left-hand side, chooses against it, he gets hit by Nathan as well there, and Eslivy gets cleaned up, so he has to try and defend this a little bit. But they hold off long enough for Eslivy to come back in. When they see this time hitting quite low, Zulan just goes for this flank play. Knows he can take quite a bit of this damage from Gatsby and Nathan. Chooses to go straight for it. His teammate Tyrant's going to help him out. I thought this might be a bit of a misplay here. Tyrant, I thought, possibly needed to jump back, did just that. Gets the cleanup as Livy defends flawlessly again with his super, and the ball just lands perfectly on Zulan, who can just walk straight up the map, clean things up, bring it home for Tribe Gaming NA, because that is what they need. Starting things off 2-0 and facing a 0-2 team in a situation like that, you don't want to be taking a loss, because that could be extremely dangerous at this stage in the competition. But without further ado, we'll head over to the desk and prep for the next game.
Okay, I don't know what is in the water today, but how we had a reverse sweep to start off the day, and then our top team versus our bottom team going the full 5 in overtime to decide the winner. I was not prepared for week 2, to say the least, and we've got F-Dot up here with us now ready to cast.
Listen, man, I mean, we ask for extra Brawl all the time. Glitter and I sit back there and go, I wish every single one went 5. And so, you know what? Ask and ye shall receive.
It's been fun. It has been fun so far. And you know what? We're just going to keep things moving because we still have a lot more gameplay in store for today. Now, coming up next, we actually have Stamina versus Chasmak. This should be a fantastic matchup.
This one's a barn burner, Ash. I think that when it comes down to it, if you ask me the top 2 teams in this little group, it's not so cut and dry, but these absolutely can be. Sans, Bobby, and Czar here for STMN, and the green and yellow have been, you know, a staple of North America for a long time. And as I said, I mean, writing in stone is tough, but this is a top team, and they're going to go up against another top team. But Stamina, fun to watch, period, end of story.
Yeah, definitely, and they're 2-0 right now in this competition. And if you're Chasmak, you've already lost twice. It's going to be tough to come back against a team such as Stamina, who's also shown what they're capable of with their newest addition, Sans, and his aggressive playstyle. Especially look at him with the Stu just gliding everywhere. One of the best Stu players in the region as well. Yep. Bobby, you know, his stats are just staggering all over the place. Ability to play pretty much every single archetype.
Bobby is one of these players that has just gotten better and better over time, and these are the players that are going to stand in front of him. Patchy, Fade, and Toast. Strong stuff here out of Chasmak Gaming, one of the biggest names, I mean, across mobile esports in general, but absolutely in Brawl here. Patchy going to be the spotlight player for sure, as one of the youngest players in the league, also one of the newer players on this squad.
Yeah, he's been brilliant with all these aggressive players. He's Amber on on open zone, and now we have Carl on this new knockout map as well out in the open. We're gonna see a lot more of that. His aggressive playstyle. We're gonna see Toast and his ability to play and hold the mid. We're gonna have Fade and his aggressive playstyle. Minwoo, his ability to be super versatile and play pretty much everywhere. Overall, very powerful team, and they're just getting better. Not the best day for them, though. They've already lost 2 really close matchups.
Which is wild. I mean, looking at Chasmak falling down to Vatra, kind of crazy. But as I said, you know, we look at Chasmak, and they're kind of the newer players. Bobby, on the other hand, has been playing here since day -1. He was here before the competition started, and these numbers are insane.
This is league average, 2.2 kills. He gets almost double the kills.
Bruh.
And even though he dies a little more, which, you know, you do get a lot more, His kill-death ratio just staggering, and just by single-handedly does more damage as well.
It's wild when you see a lot of, listen, I'm the narrative guy, you know, I'm the one that's like, well, the stats mean a little bit, but not the whole picture. When you see overwhelming stats like this, Glitter, I mean, what else do you say? He doubles the league average.
It'd be a little scary to have to go up against, to say the least. But of course, it's going to be close if the first 2 matchups were any indications. So that means we got to check in with you all in chat. Let us know down below in the Twitch poll who you think somebody coming out on top in this one, because this one is not going to be so easy to predict. It is going to be very, very close, and it is ready to go. So let's get our 3rd matchup of the day underway.
Gang, gang, let's do it. Thank you, Glitter. Ash, you ready for this one?
Oh, yeah, I've been born ready.
This one's going to be a tough one. Bells Rock, Layer Cake, and Dueling Beetles. We'll hit Minecart Madness and Safe Zone if we need it. Minecart Madness, Ninja's favorite map. One of my favorite things to see when it comes down to Brawl Stars. So,
yeah, already
secretly hoping for it.
Yeah, we might, especially in this intense matchup between 2 powerhouse teams. Bells Rock is going to be the map, and already we have the draft process underway. Take is going to be excellent pick here. A map with so many walls to utilize. If you're Stamina, you do have last pick here. With Chasmak going Tick, Bo, and Byron, you do have the option of going with a brawler like Mortis.
Sure.
You have options of, you know, going with the wall breakers such as Brock. You can open things up. That would be the most conventional pick. You could go with unconventional picks such as a Frank. But they're gonna play. Okay, they're gonna play safe. They're gonna go head to head with thrower versus thrower here, Sprout.
You know, it's fun. Sprout, I almost always love Sprout. Sprout is, of course, really cute on Knockout because you can kind of just like block players into the gas, and that's kind of like cute is exactly the word I'm gonna return to, man. Like, yeah. Is it the #1 strategy? No. Is it the number 0? No. Okay.
No. Sprout very dominant on this map, but Chasmak does have a Tick, and Tick is a brawler that you don't want to lose to if you're up against the Sprout. Do have the range advantage against that. So Fade's gonna be playing the Tick here at the mid. Toast is gonna go against Q10s against the right. Against Bell, not the best matchup for him. On the left side, Patchy against Lola, assisted by Zar and his Sprout.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to be looking at here is Patchy and how well Stamina can deal with the bow, because those bow mines, once the map becomes smaller and smaller, those bow mines become really tough to deal with. You find yourself stuck between bow mines and Tick nonsense, and you just die. A lot of times in other game modes you can kind of deal. Well, here in Knockout, only 1 life to live, baby. So you got to keep on keeping on. Players are pushing forward here, Ash. Is this a good thing or a bad thing?
This is a really good thing for Stamina. You got them on their toes, pushing them towards the smoke. You got the Tick head, exactly what you wanted. Now's your opportunity. Capitalize right there. Fade's gonna get the win the interaction right there. Gonna push Bobby in there, but Toast needs to be able to assist, and he does just on time. You get the 2v1 here and be able to clean things off. Didn't look pretty at the start, with Stamina being able to push them all the way back in the smoke, but coming off of that and being able to win that one. They got to do it one more time here, though. Bobby, this time, having a hard time with Fade, also assisting Patchy on the left.
Target prioritization coming out of Chasmak Gaming. Mwah! Chef's kiss. Toast is able to like snap and change targets. Very important if you're going to be playing that Byron. Usually it's important for the mid laner to be able to do, but I don't care where you're at. If you're playing the sharpshooter, you've got to be able to snap. Patchy in some trouble left side. Bobby uses the ego really intelligently, but it's Fade from the mid lane that puts him down. It's a 2-on-2. Chasmak and STMN. Chasmak on the front foot.
Yeah, very close to dying right there, Patchy was, and Zar also pretty low. But this is a tough matchup if you're Chasmak. You gotta deal with the Sprout, and you've lost your Tick. And now this is what Sprout can do. He can toy with you with these walls, constantly blocking you off.
Bow mines narrowly avoided. And this is the fun part of Knockout.
Yeah.
It's a completely different game now. 2v2, Zar gonna fall down, Sands nowhere to go. And Chasmak with one of our words of the day, the pinch, coming through. Top side, bottom side, disallowing anyone from kind of going anywhere.
Yeah, definitely. I felt like the tick head was the MVP of this matchup. That tick came in clutch so often. Fade with the tick, taking out Zar, and then the tick head again coming in to take out Bobby, cleaning, making it into a 2v2. I felt like came in handy often. This time Bobby's gonna switch it up. He's gonna go after the Byron lane, and then we got Sands against Patchy on the lane. This is what you want to do. When things don't work out, you want to switch things up, see if it works out on the other way.
A lot of times, you know, we all know the matchup charts and everything, but sometimes you just need to switch for the feel of it, right? Like sometimes you just, hey, I'm not feeling this lane. Ash, can you take over for me? No problem. And like, as long as you're not putting your homie like in a terrible mismatch, yes, of course, no problem. And like you said, sometimes just gotta change it.
Exactly. Lola against Bo is not a bad matchup. Bell against Byron is what you want, but it just didn't work out for Stamina, so they're like, hey, let's just try something different here. That's what they're doing. Byron super right there. Zar's got to be careful. Fate does have his head ready, but Patchy's going to be caught off right there, and nice clutch by Bobby right there to take out the head, or else Zar would have been done right there, and it would have led to a 2v2. Very nice super by the Byron, but still, I don't know if Toast can. I don't know if he can. Nope, no, he's not going to be able to come out of that one. And Stamina worked out. Switching things up, it did work out for them. Patchy got caught on the onslaught right there, that pinch. So as long as he can avoid that, they'll be better.
Early Sprout stuff. Why?
To separate Patchy from, I guess, Fade right there. But at the same time, Zar, I'm surprised he didn't use his gadget to get back that super.
Right.
But here's the tick head. We saw Fade be a little more passive in the previous matchup, but this time he's being more assertive. He's dropping the tick head. Although I felt like it would have been better to just hold on to it. Patchy again getting caught right there by the bell.
Oof.
Another hit right there, and one more hit should do it if Sense, there's the bounce, and just look at the constant use of it. Toast needs to heal. He does heal himself.
Patchy stuck inside, able to heal up to full though. Meanwhile, Bobby on the right-hand lane, able to take down the opposition. No more tick head and no more Byron's nonsense. No more Chasmaks. STMN show up, and all of a sudden we have a round 3.
Yeah, definitely. That change of lanes worked out beautifully for Stamina. Patch was just having a really hard time against the Bell, who just outplayed him every single time, which you shouldn't allow. Especially at being a bow, you have so much health. But this time we're seeing Apache switch back to the Lola, which was working out for him. So good job on Chasmak to realize that and make that adjustment.
Stamina looking like they're going to stay here, not going to make the mid-game switch, which does happen. But not this time around. Bobby getting aggressive. Now, the last time, Bobby wanted to switch out to the left side because he was going for these plays aggressively, and Bo was able to stop him. This time he won't. Bobby does fall down to the kill off of Fade. 2v2.
Fade does get trapped. He needs to get out of there because Zar can recycle his super if he wants. He's going to use his super, get out of that trap. Again, Zar trying to look to trap in Fade, unable to do so. Good job to Fade. Getting out of there alive. And this is a favorable matchup for Fade. Just can't allow this Sprout to move up this aggressively against him. And as I was saying, favorable ended up winning it. Good job by Chasmak. But are we going to see the same thing? This time we have Patrick going left because he's expecting Bobby, mind games. Winning that mind game right there, getting the favorable matchup again.
I know that you know that I know that you know that I know that I'm going to go to left lane. Are you going to do that? I don't know about that. But Lola here got the ego out, and already Byron sitting down. Patchy on last legs. Bobby inching forward. Zar from the right doesn't even need Bobby's help. And Tick's the only one alive. STMN, if they take this, then again we go to a round 3.
Wow, it's been the story of today.
For real.
All these round 3s, but here we are. Patchy's gonna go left. Does have the matchup he wants right there. Toast has to be careful. He got caught early in that previous match. As long as he doesn't do that and make that misplay, it shouldn't be as bad. But Fade already tagged by Bell. Gotta be careful. On the mid area, Zar, he knows that if he can catch Fade with just 2 hits, having your tick on a Bell target, you're super vulnerable.
Well, Bobby here still looking for Patchy. Ton of damage being dealt by Bobby. We showed y'all his stats earlier. And if you missed the slide, suffice to say, homie gets it done.
Yeah.
Bo put in the ground by the Lola player here, super ready to go. And the ego is out, and honestly, deserved. Stamina on the front foot, puts Toast in the ground, and Fade suffers the same fate. And it's STMN taking round, set, and game. Game, set, yes. Everything but the match, folks.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of it had to do with just like the pinching aspect of Stamina. We saw what Zar was doing with his Sprout, constantly assisting. The reason they came up on top on that final set was because of Zar's mid play with Sprout assisting, being able to take out Toast in that first one, 3v2, and then the last one against Patchy, quickly taking him out of the picture, 3v2 again. That quick pinches are what's allowing Stamina to win this matchup.
And also, you know, just it's rare is it that we really just get to like cling to the storylines here, but that was like the only kill that I saw that Bobby wasn't really involved in. You know, he was really he was a really big player here with the Lola in Knockout. Lost out on the first time against the Bo because of a very specific situation that happened. He communicated to his team to swap. After the swap, he went up against Bo and he was like, listen, I'm good now. And then handled it, went to work. 60 to 58K here as far as the damage is concerned for both teams. So we told y'all this was going to be a close one, and it's a close one.
Yeah, just the stats just showing just how close this was going to the final knockout round, right? So it's a best out of 3 and knockout plus another best out of 3 for the set. So it's like 9 total. It went to the 9th. I think it went to the 9th game right there of knockout, just showing how intense that was.
I mean, these are two teams that when we put them up, like I said, whatever the stats, whatever the standards or the standings say, these are two top-end teams that know each other well, so they know the strategies. Everybody knows what Bobby's going to play. We know what Patchy's strong at, and so there's really all cards on the table, and people just going to work. Layer Cake is the setting of our next job site, and it's going to be Bounty. And so when I look at Stamina, I look at a team that likes classic Bounty play, long-range sharpshooters, etc. Layer Cake is a map that you can do that on.
Yeah, definitely. And if you're Chasmak, you're going to ban out that Jean, Belle, and Janet, knowing, hey, Stamina most likely has the first pick here. And if you're Stamina, they don't like the Tick is the thing. They're going to ban out Tick this time. They're going to ban out Penny and Ash. One thing you can see here, they're not banning out a lot of the powerful brawlers, knowing, hey, we got the first pick. At least we can grab one of these powerhouse brawlers. So I'm expecting a Carl draft here. You got to go with the Carl if you got first pick on layer pick. I'd be surprised not. Oh, wow, they went with Bo. Okay. Now, Bo is a solid brawler, but I'm surprised that they didn't take Carl here.
Well, this is, you know, rare is it that you have a meta dictated by one character or a group of characters so strongly as Carl meta. And when that is the case, it's universally understood that Carl is your first pick. So if you're not going Carl first pick, you're essentially saying, all right, we're going to pick everything that beats Carl. We dare you to pick Carl, Chasmak. And so if you're Chasmak, do you go Carl?
I still would, mainly because I also picked Sprout. I would not pick Sprout early because there's just so many aggro options. But at the same time, I also do have last pick, so not too unsafe. But at the same time, I'm also probably going to take Carl because I don't want to give Carl, knowing Carl's going to be good against Bo and also not great against Sprout or Russ. Now you're allowing Stamina to take Carl into this matchup.
Yeah.
I don't know about that one, F-Dot.
If I'm Stamina, I don't windmill slam Carl. I'm not like, yes, Carl, bang! But I go, guys, ayo, y'all see they didn't pick Carl, right?
Yeah.
And then immediately there's a discussion. And again, if I'm Stamina, Ash, I go for it. My game plan was to sit here and counter Carl, but now, listen, if you're going to give me Carl, I'll take it, bro. I don't know what to tell you.
Best of all, you countered them too. You countered the Sprout, you countered the Ruffs. Like, they just handed the Carl over. And now you also, now Stamina does have final pick. I would definitely pick something that's good against Sprout. So maybe like an aggro ball like Leon, or maybe even like Daryl, or if you want to get, fancy, Mortis. Grom, okay, safe pick, which, you don't have many thrower options, but here, Grum against Sprout is decent. You can hold its part.
That's fair.
But most of all, that Carl was big coming in here. That's going to force Chasmak to go aggro brawler for sure. Like a Daryl or Leon is what I'm looking at right now. You have to pick one of those two.
So I'm gonna clearly you're not a big fan of letting the Carl go, but I like
You gotta
roll with me here. Is there a method to the madness with Chasmak now ending up here with this draft? Was this intentional, or
No,
I find it
no.
hard that like, oh yeah, we just forgot Carl. That's clearly not what happened.
I don't think they forgot
So
Carl.
why did they choose this when we're sitting here like, duh?
That one I don't understand. I thought maybe after the Sprout pick they'd take Carl because you don't want to leave yourself this open. Now Bonnie is good, don't get me wrong, but especially Carl, and if you're going to go with the shield star power, you definitely have the capability to beat Bonnie as well.
Sure.
So overall, I'm just leaning towards Stamina's comp here for the most part. Late game as well, you're going to have a hard time against Carl. So
It's definitely the default. So right now, if you're following at home, Stamina have the default good comp. They're playing in the red trunks, top side of your spectator UI. Chasmak, they're trying something different. They're not taking the #1 character. They're not necessarily picking its counters either. They're kind of bringing in a new strategy, and honestly, me and Ash are going to help you guys figure it out.
yeah, now I love what Patchy here already has a super. He can jump in on Bobby if he wants to. I think he really should have right there. And there it is. There's a jump. Gonna jump, take out Bobby. Could have also taken out Zar, but gonna play it safe. But that's exactly what you want to do. If you're Patchy, you want to get your supers, and it's what you want to do. You want to jump in on them because that's what Bonnie capable of doing. If you're Toast, you have your super. You could block off the Carl if you want to. I think he's contemplating it, but big wall break thanks to the bow tripwire right there. And if this map opens up, it's just gonna be harder. And Chasmak already placed in a spawn trap this early.
Yeah, a lot of aggression coming out. Sand's taken out of it thanks to the Sprout walls, but now it falls, and well, here comes the pickaxe. Just kidding. Sprout's able to put up a wall again. Fade steps up and gets put down. Lead still in Chasmak's hands, but it feels fleeting, Ash. With half a minute to go, Stamina have not the lead, but it feels like they have the momentum.
Yeah, I think Patchy's is one hit away from getting super. So if you can get that one more, it's going to be critical. Having it a way to trade out kills if Sands does get bold and goes in with his super, you need a countermeasure. And there it is. There's the hit that Patchy got his super, which is big because now if someone goes down, oh, no, he had to jump there away from the Grum. But unfortunate, Stamina's gonna walk away with that one right there. That was a huge Grum super. Now, the reason I say that is because Patchy was too slow with his super. He took too many hits. And when you're a Bonnie and you take that many hits, look at him, 3,200, already took a bunch of hits, jumped in with only 685 health. Just not safe right there. He should have went in earlier, and he knows it.
He's either dead if he doesn't, and so if he doesn't jump in, he dies anyway to Grom.
Yeah.
So like, you know, basically what we see out of Chasmak here is everything is on Toast. Toast is looking to just keep players out of the game and play a 3v2 very passively. That's the strategy that I'm kind of understanding from Chasmak. Fine, you want to have Carl, that's cool. Layer Cake gives us enough places to kind of like hide behind these walls and such. And we could just literally, Grom was removed from the game for like 20 seconds, just a couple of Sprout supers. Same thing the other way. And so I think that's a strategy coming out of from CMG.
Yeah, and if you're Patchy, you got your super, is what you want, but also you have the segregation right here between the walls. You have the capability of jumping on Bobby, but at the same time, they're taking advantage of Toast and Fade on the other side. A couple of exchange of kills, but if you're Chasmak, you're not too worried. If you can get Sands here, you really need to be able to get him. There it is, you got the lead back.
Very important kill. Sands out of position. Stamina has had the lead the entirety of the game, but now, as we step forward into the final 50 seconds, Chasmak with the blue star and the lead. Just kidding.
Oh.
They jump. Never mind. Toast is able to answer back. And again, Chasmak has the lead.
Yeah, but this is where Chasmak struggles, and whenever they get spawn trapped, doesn't come out well for them. We've seen that this happen with them in Vatra. We've seen them time and time again. We've seen them in the previous matchup when they got spawn trapped with this many seconds left. They just struggle. They just struggle till they allow the enemy to put themselves in here, in this situation. And oftentimes they can't get out of it. So let's see if it's the same story. Patchy does have his super, and one thing we've seen before is he didn't super on time. Does he do that this time? He does do it on time, but Carl unable to capitalize right there. Fade getting the better of him. Wow, that was a close one. That was a very close one because Fade was very close to dying right there. He had the boost from earlier with his roughs, and that's what allowed him to win that matchup against Carl.
And again, it also allowed him to win the matchup against the timer, thanks to, again, the control from Sprout. Carl wanted to just go ahead and take care of Bonnie, but Sprout blocked him out.
Yep.
So Carl had to keep walking to the left, and then wanted to come through mid, but Sprout locked him out. So
Yep.
Carl had to find his way to the left lane. And well, it just took too long, guys. That's really all it is. And because of that, Chasmak winds up one away. Reset. $1:30 on the clock. Stamina up 1-0 in the grand scheme of things. But we're tied at 1 apiece here in Bounty.
Yep. And if you're Patchy, you got to work on getting that super. If you have Zar on an island by himself, it's an easy super for Bonnie to get in on him. So that's what Patchy's working on. He's got his super. He's about to heal back. And he's eyeing on Zar right now. If he can get Zar alone, he does have that capability. But
Toast walking up, and there it is. The block off of Zar. Zar's not going to be able to come forward at all.
And best of all, this is the first time I'm seeing Chasmak in control, being able to put the other team in the spawn trap. Patchy's gonna get a triple tap kill on Bobby. That was huge. He didn't even need a super there.
From a distance.
But at the same time, you can't allow this. You can't just allow the other team to push you back. You got the lead, but why are you giving up control, right? Why are you pushing yourself back into the spawn zone?
They want to play this passive control-oriented
But at
game.
the same time, with the spawn trap, you allow them to get the final kill. And that's what it is right there. Zar's going to capitalize. Get the kill on you. Get the lead back. And you only have 20 seconds. Patchy's going to go in too early.
Too soon?
Too soon? I don't know.
Too soon, executives!
Oh, no. And then Fade's going to go down. And that's going to be... That is going to be a win for Stamina.
Ouch. They're getting something to go to here, Ash.
Yeah, but I was saying, they got the spawn trap on Stamina. Patchy got the triple tap, but why are you retreating? Why are you running away with the lead?
It was...
There's still 40 seconds left.
Oh, man, I totally agree. It's almost like... Sometimes you think of, like, what your composition is supposed to do, and Chasmak's game composition is supposed to play passively, but you also have to play the hand you're dealt.
Yeah.
And this was a passive composition being played aggressively. You got the lead, you did your thing, but there's nothing in the rules that say you have to kind of play what you drafted. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I think they got in their own heads and said, okay, we got the kill, fall back. But they didn't realize how much time was on the clock.
Yeah, and every time they got pushed back into the spawn, bad things happen, right? They lost in this bounty game again. They lost to Vatra in the same fashion. Spawn trap, final seconds, you die, you give the lead back. And same story again against Stamina here. Look at that, huge start differential, just 15 more on Stamina's spot, but it was a lot closer than the stats have shown here.
Absolutely. These stats, I think, are tilted in that last game where Chasmak got tilted. They kind of goofed, and then they died like 6 times after that. So I think they realized the game was over, and they were like, maybe if we kind of get aggressive, but all said and done, locked in the book. Stamina now, 2 in the pocket. They're 1 away from a sweep here, folks, which would totally break the pattern. We've been going the distance the entire time, and now we're heading to dueling Beetles, and we've had dueling Goliaths here in week number 2 with Chasmak versus STMN. P's and B's, pretty please.
Yeah, this is the thing about all 3 of the maps so far. So many choke points. These are very similar maps. Bell's Rock, lots of choke points everywhere. Layer Cake, another choke point heaven map. Dueling Beetles, the biggest choke point hot zone map. These are maps you don't want to get spawn trapped in. And Chasmak have been struggling in these types of maps where you get spawn trapped, you get yourself. So you want to be more assertive. This time you take Carl first pick.
Love it.
and you don't give Stamina first pick because you know what happened. A recipe for disaster.
They tried
But-
something different.
Yeah.
I'm glad you tried something different. Pick Carl first. So, Mr. P-Ban,
No,
Luban.
the Luban.
talk to me a little bit about Lou here.
Lou's very strong brawler, especially with like having 3 tank counters banned, which I don't often agree with if the opposing team has last pick, because last pick is your tank pick normally.
Sure.
Right? So you don't want to go with early picks which are weak to tanks, or you don't want to go tanks early because they're very easy to take advantage of. So I'm not a big fan of multiple tank bans if the opposing team has last pick.
Makes sense. Right now, Stu selected to team up with Stu. That's a question mark that we'll see. I like Stu.
Yeah. No,
Not only do I just like Stu, but I like taking Stu away from Chasmak.
definitely knowing, you got Patch who can
Yep.
play, but you also have a great Stu player on yourself with the Sands. We've seen what Sands is capable of with his Stu, and Stu's a great matchup against Carl as well. Now Bonnie's a solid pick overall. Not the best against Carl, but decent, and have that capability to jump on any of your brawlers, right? Now Chasmak have been bunch of tank counters here. Are they gonna go with the tank heavy comp, or are they gonna, they're gonna go Bell safe pick, Lola safe pick? Now these are safe. Now here's the thing about Chasmak's comp. These are safe brawlers. At the same time, now Stamina has the option to go with a brawler like Sprout. Even though maybe not the best against Carl, it's still pretty decent against Bell and Lola here.
Sure.
They could also go aggro. They can go like, I don't know, like Daryl. Yeah. which
Daryl
would
is
be
who I want to see.
pretty decent against Carl, or they're gonna go Bo. Okay.
Sure.
Which is a safe pick.
Actually, I like Bo because now you have 2 characters that can kind of deal with long range here.
Yeah.
And so Stamina are going to, if Chasmak are planted on the map, on the point, Bo's going to come in handy really, really well.
Yeah, and here's the other thing. Dueling Beetles, like I said, bunch of choke points. Bo is an excellent brawler on maps with choke points, the mines to block things off. You just don't have much of breathing space.
Yeah.
So if you're Chasmak, you got to be assertive in this matchup. You're gonna have you might struggle against that Stu though, which we're gonna most likely see
Yeah.
Sans gliding with that Stu here in this matchup.
Right away, Stamina. First one's on the point. Stu, able to beep beep. Find his way off of it.
I don't like this Carl versus Stu matchup. Why do you have your Carl at the mid against the Stu? It's a tough matchup. And then already Zara already got his super.
Wow.
That was very fast. Sans just harassing the Carl. Constant super chains.
And here's the thing. I mean, we're playing hot zone, so Carl's stuck there, kind of locked down because Patchy was dead, and the whole time Stu's sitting on the point. Carl can't do anything about it. Now, with Stu dead, Chasmak looking to do the same thing. Carl steps forward. Patchy now in trouble, and they're going to take care of Sans again.
Yeah, and look at it on the right side. Toast getting the better of Bobby right there. Got the bell mark on him. This is what you want to do in the map, like Dueling Beetles. You want to get control, but you want to hold onto that control, knowing this is a map where spawn trapping is just so powerful with all these choke points.
55% in climbing for Chasmak. They are in the driver's seat. Here comes Stu and knock players off the point. Dash forward, dash back. Big damage. Carl going to finish this one off. And Fade behind enemy lines, cuts one down, but answers with a death of his own. 42% for Stamina. They've got to find 66 or better.
Yep. Which is going to be tough because now Stamina able to get back control. And best of all, you got choke points to take advantage of if you're a Bo with the mines. Zar's about to get his super, and he does get it. He's going to go in early, does take out Toast. That was another huge play. Zan's just gliding around with the Stu, got control back in the lead, and this might be in favor of Stamina now.
Yeah, big lead change. Now Stamina, they go 86 and then some. 95%, count it, and the foul. Enemy captured hot zone.
Wow,
Yep.
a comeback right there. It looked good at the start, first Chasmak right there, but then once you gave up control, once Bobby got his super in the mines, once Jar got his Bonnie super, made plays, jump in on you, once Sans got mid control with his Stu, it was just too much for Chasmak to come back. And right now, Fade quickly using that hook to get in control. Nice pinch double team with Patchy to get mid.
I was questioning the hook use, but getting in position was important.
Yeah, position is important, getting that quick control. That's what Carl, oftentimes is just, that's why people love Carl, is the use of that flying gadget.
Stu.
Ooh, nice use of the ego, though, to block off some of the shots from Bobby and just stay alive for a bit longer.
Both players low, 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 low. But it's Sands who gets taken down by Fade. Still, a ton of presence on the point here by Chasmak. Don't be fooled, though, folks.
Yeah.
That was the same situation as game number 1. Stamina now hoping for the same outlook as they're able to turn things around, stepping forward to the point, 30 and counting. But everybody alive here for Chasmak pushing forward.
Yeah, and another thing is, like, Chasmak has been burning off a lot of gadgets. Fade just left with one more flying hook as well, and Stamina has regained control over the mid here. So it's only going to be uphill for Chasmak. Even though they got the lead, they got to be able to retain it, but be able to get it back now. Now that, Apache just losing that super instantly, and then Toast being caught by
Big mine.
Another mine. Those two mines just paid, like, just gave you so much value. Apache going down again. So even though Chasmak here with almost a 30% lead, you gotta retain control. Zar being assertive, quick kill right there.
$1:08 on the clock. But Stamina taking control here.
We saw in the previous game that ability for Stamina to come back and win it, but can Chasmak just hold it? They just got to hold it for a bit longer right here. Good job by Apache right there. I love what they're doing right now, tripling up the mid, knowing, hey, Stamina doesn't have a brawler that can pierce through us. They don't have a brawler that can punish us for clumping like that. And I think Chasmak realized that at the end right there, being able to hold that mid control and getting that one, tying it up. We're headed to another round 3 here.
It feels like Chasmak, it feels so belaborous every time Chasmak takes over the point. They expend so many gadgets, so many supers just to get to the point, and Stamina can kind of lackadaisically retake what they once lost. What happened there in game number 2, Chasmak just never let go, and I think that was a big deal. STMN here, go ahead.
I think that's the thing, is like Chasmak just has to play in the pace that they're most comfortable with. Fade, Apache, these guys like playing fast pace, right?
Yeah.
So if you want to play, you got to burn your gadgets like what Fade's doing right now. You got to be assertive. You got to play your strong suit. And Apache cleaning things up right there. I love that, being able to now allow his teammates to get back in position and hold on to it. But right now, capitalize in this situation. Try to spawn trap Stamina if you can.
Big presence here. Bow mines go out. Not going to hit much of anything. Stu tries to go to the left-hand side, but it's Fade that again dishes one out. Zar on the bad side and Sands on the bad side, thanks to Fade, who has been giving out haircuts, man. Oh, boy.
The big plays by Carl right there. But right now, got a big lead. You just got to keep calm if you're Chasmak and just do what you've been doing right here. Keep the pace going. It's all about pace. If you can continue the pace without dying just like this, you got this game in the bag.
Stamina feeling a little bit of the heat. Zar jumps in, gets nothing. Sands drops down, gets nothing. Chasmak gets it all. And we are going to a set 4.
Wow. Fade with big plays right there. Star player in the Carl. Yeah, I definitely got to hand it to him. Just huge plays on and off with the Carl, just showing just how strong Carl is. And hey, it was a good idea this time to pick Carl first pick and not give the opposing team Carl in that bounty set, right?
Pick the good stuff, man. Yeah, like this was a lot of times. I love Brawl Stars because there's really intricate breakdowns of characters and how there's answers and gadgets and well, that's not what happened here. Carl just beat everybody up. Sometimes it really is that simple. Carl, this was the beginning of the end. Carl goes up left side, wins. Carl comes out mid side, wins.
Definitely.
And then, you know what? More Carl replays, please.
Definitely. Carl just played a massive part right there. Just aggression, the ability to just quickly go in. Now, Bonnie is a strong brawler, of course, but the inability to play at the pace that Carl can is what, dismantled Stamina there.
Good word, dismantled. But yeah, no, I felt that. That was when I said, Stamina looked like they're feeling not tilted, but like
Yeah.
the pressure. Okay, we got to
Feeling the
get kids to
pressure.
go. We have to make a play here because I saw the jump in, and it wasn't. Czar was clean and clear and under control for a lot of that, and that jump in was not pre-play. He just like, I got super, I'm going in. It was bad. It didn't look great. And that was the only time we saw him jump in and it not really come to fruition. And so I look at that situation and I go, all right, you were feeling the pressure.
Yeah.
Needed to make a play happen. You look at the clock, you go, you got 90+%. We got to go now. We got to go now. We're going to minecart madness now.
That also goes back to the point, like when we were talking about the final pick. We were talking, hey, you gotta go like a Daryl right now, right?
Yeah.
A brawler like a Daryl could have been better than Bonnie. Sure, Bonnie, stronger brawler in the meta, but doesn't offer you the same pace where Daryl can just constantly
answer that.
constantly get in there, constantly change supers. Just something Sam was unable to do. As we're headed to Minecart Madness, they're gonna ban Janet, Jean, Crow, Chasmak. First pick, gonna take Carl again because hey, it worked out.
Geology rocks, man.
We'll take it again.
I look at stamina here. I'm expecting a Sprout selection. Sprouts.
No, but you don't want to pick a Sprout into a Carl though that can just fly hook on you now. So that limits your options there already. If you're stamina,
That's rough.
I guess Penny's
great here.
is a decent pick, especially because with that new salty barrel gadget, you just can't rush in on her if you're a Carl.
But also Penny just in general with respect to the map.
Yeah.
It's harder and harder to kill her mortar. I know that the mortar isn't what we look at front and center when we pick Penny anymore, but it's still a big part of what she's able to do. And Minecart Madness is one of the harder maps to really get to a specific location.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you. But the thing I like about Penny here, versatility. You can play her as a mid, you can play her as a lane. So I like that pick. The Gale pick. They definitely picked that Gale because they're worried about the Carl. But overall, I don't like Gale versus Carl though, mainly because in a map like this, Minecart is a very open map, and with Carl, just play. You don't need to rush in. You don't need to jump in on him. You can just play the range. Carl has such high damage output with the range advantage against Gale. You can still win that matchup.
That one is going to be a little questionable here. Lola selected.
I like the Lola pick, but I also don't like it because not the best against Penny, and this also limits you in the sense that you don't want to match up against Penny. You got the Bell mid pick, which is, it's a Chasmak special. They always go with the Bell mid, and we know Toast plays the Bell a lot, so not surprised right there. If you're stamina, you're looking at, hey,
what a weird comp. If you're stamina, what goes well with Penny and Gale, guys?
You got Bonnie still on the table though, and Bonnie would be great against Lola. You can just jump in on her and not her. You go, but they're gonna go with Max, which is okay. But I would have.
You don't love the Max pick.
I don't love the Max pick. I like it, but I don't love it. I would have loved Bonnie mainly because, any of these brawlers that have gems. Say your Bell is your gem carry, which most likely will be here. You can just jump in on the Bonnie any moment with your Bonnie and just take back the game. So you have that win condition. But right now, Stamina doesn't really have something like that. They don't have the best win conditions. And right now, your Max is most likely your mid as well. Your Penny's most likely you want her on the Lola and you want the Gale on the Carl. That's the game plan. But if you're Chasmak, you want to play against that.
Well, Stamina doesn't have the win con, but they have the wind con. And Gale.
Yeah.
Yeah? You like that one, Ash?
I like that one. And looking at the matchup here, we can see Toast mid. Fade is going for the Penny. And this is like I said, this is what Chasmak wants.
Yeah.
Stamina doesn't want. So if you're Stamina, you want to try to switch things up. And that's not what I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing Gale on Carl. I'm still seeing Sans with the Penny against Carl. It's gonna be tough if you're Stamina.
Gale's getting abused here in this left lane.
Yeah.
Not really able to do much of anything. Max, on the other hand, doing pretty well. 4 gems in the pocket for Chasmak. Stamina stepping forward and honestly getting punished for it. Not a great look for the red team.
Yeah, also, we've been talking about just the spawn traps with a lot of these maps. This is just another map, Minecart Madness. You really don't want to get spawn trapped here, especially with the cards that can also trap you. So overall, just early control is just so important in these types of maps. Toast being able to hold control just for a bit, but here in the 2v3, if you're Stamina, you got to capitalize, you got to push them back, and this is what it is. You got to do this. You got to spawn trap them, and this is an ideal place for Stamina. Take advantage. Fade knows it. He needs to get out of there. It is assertive, but did not come in with the kill, so it's a huge, I would say, misplay. But again, flying hook again. I like what FaZe is doing. He's not afraid to burn his gadgets for the sake of regaining control.
Fade has been very quick.
Yeah.
Very quick to hit the green button. And oh,
no.
Gale with the play of the game. Don't care if they lose. That was funny, and I like it. Follows it up with a kill that they earned, and it's enough to find Stamina to the countdown. Gems on the floor, but who cares? And Stamina, pack up and leave. Sands gets another one for the road. Bobby just on top of it. And Stamina with a great big turnaround here. And they take game one.
Yeah. That big play right there. Gale with the super. I liked what Fade was doing, using his super to get back in play, but Bobby knew, hey, no, I got Gale. I can use my super. I can clean things up when I need to. And if you're Czar, just focus on the objective, get the gems, and roll out.
And it's the big picture that matters. Listen, lose lane, win game, right? That's what we saw out of Bobby here. He lost his lane, but...
And again, he lost his lane right there.
Well, for Stamina and their fans, hopefully he can do the same thing, because, again, one big super can win you the entire match here.
Exactly. Toast getting doubled right there by Czar and Sands. Czar quickly dashing away with this super. But this is what we've been seeing by Stamina. They've been the aggressor in this matchup, an ability to just spawn trap you, forcing Fade to constantly use up his gadgets. But this time, Bobby going to be on top of that on the Carl matchup as well. Chasmak doing their best to get out of this trap. Get the kill, exactly what you want to do. This is how you want to get out of a trap. You gotta get a kill, get a 3v2. Pinch Bobby, you gotta finish him. There's the finish.
Fade doing a great job of playing here. We pointed out just a couple of times, but Patchy and Toast also filling in the blanks, doing a great job now. 3 gems collected in the mid lane. Patchy in trouble. Frozen bows. Bobby on the good side of 1.
That was a misplay, though. That was a misplay by Fade right there. Used his gadget. I think he panicked right there. Hit the wall as well, and now Stamina running away with 10 gems. Get the countdown, but again, that only worked in favor of Stamina because Czar now picked up all 10 gems. It's only getting harder for Chasmak.
Patchy's still here, trying to make the play on the left-hand side. Sands, the bouncer, number 1, goes down. Fade for the right-hand side, hooks in, 3 seconds to go. Stamina stays alive, and that'll do it. Game, set, match, Stamina. Take it all.
Yeah, Stamina, again, you can just see it, just the aggressor throughout the match right here in Minecart Madness, the ability to just spawn trap you multiple times. Bobby and his Gale, constant use of that super to push you in on that card as well. Toast getting caught multiple times. Gems being stolen. Stamina on top once again.
Man, the Gale. The Gale really did it. I think the Gale did it in both of the wins here for Stamina. Obviously had the game-winning play. It was funny because of the mine cards, but it wound up just being integral to the victory. And then in the second game here, I think it was more team balanced, but Bobby absolutely becomes the big guy to stand up and secure the dub for the team. Again, like we pointed him out earlier on, Bobby is just continuing to put up numbers. Kid's got bars. Just check this out. Just overall, gems collected, not much of a difference, but look at the gems dropped. Chasmak just dropping way too many. Much of it had to do with how many times they were just dying with the gems, not just not being able to hold on to them or secure them. Sure. Tough stuff there for Chasmak as, well, they lost against Vatra earlier, which probably wasn't.
Yeah. And they lost against West Coast, so they're 0-3 tonight. This has been a bad day for Chasmak, a very strong team in the North American region. Many would put them within the top 4 tier. Yeah. But just not their night tonight.
I mean, listen, I'll ask you straight up and down. What's wrong with Chasmak?
I feel like is the first match they lost against, the West Coast match, is what kind of tilted them. They're still a new team. They're a young team. Patchy's, a new player, but he's also super young, right? He just, turned 16, qualified. He's still learning the ropes of competitive Brawl Stars, what it takes to get to this level. And overall, as a team, I feel like they're still getting better is the thing, and it's just going to be a learning process. And that's going to be the biggest thing, whether they can take this as a way to get better or are they going to take it negatively? You got to take it in a way where, hey, let's get better from this. It's only way to go right now is go up, right?
Only way to do it. Only place to go is to break. We've got more Brawl Stars coming at you. We'll see you in a few.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, the U.S. Air Force, and Samsung Galaxy.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how it would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane.
No 3 in a row. We get 4 games this time, but they were fun as heck to watch. Stamina, they just keep on running. A little bit surprising as the other side of things if you are used to watching Brawl Stars, because Chasmak Gaming, a big goose egg in the win column. Things have not been going their way, unfortunately. It's F-Dot and Ash. We were over there, now we're over here, and we're going to go deep into Minecart Madness.
Yeah, Minecart Madness has been a story of stamina, their ability to just spawn trap you. Like, check this out. First set right here, the ability to just push you all the way to the brink. Fade using his super, unable to get out of this trap. Bobby on the left side places his twister, blocks you off. Another way to spawn trap you, forcing Fade to again use his gadget, burn it off. See some life out of Chasmak here. Bobby, again, gonna get back, but check this out. Check this big play right here. Supers Fade right into the minecart. Multiple collision into it. Full control, and that just sucked the life out of Chasmak as Zar able to grab the final gems and lead them to victory right here with 10 seconds on the clock. Just shows what stamina is capable of. Their ability to trap you, take advantage, and Bobby on top of things once again. Wow. Let's head over to the desk with Glitter and Trav, see what they have to say.
All right, thanks for that breakdown, Ash. Great job. Yet another very, very close matchup. Didn't go the full 5, but was close. But in the end, I mean, Stamina just really wanting to stay undefeated so far.
I mean, that's really, a lot of it comes down to how they played it and everything. And I look at Chasmak across the way, and more questions than answers. But I think Ash brought up a really big point about how, like, listen, this is a newer team, newer players. They got to kind of work together to find themselves. You know, all the nuts and bolts have to start to align, and these things don't happen overnight.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think that kind of the young player thing might be a bit of an excuse that's running out in my eyes. I'm not sure.
Ooh, I like it.
Well, I mean, how long have they been playing together?
I mean, it's not just that, but like just having one player who's got this excuse of being new and stuff. Like, the teams have roster changes all the time. You see in Europe, there's loads of roster changes, all in all, like time and time again. But they still manage to stay on top, and I'm not sure if the excuse have run out.
That's totally fair. I'm looking at the big picture and seeing, you know, when you have a change. When you have a spotlight change like that, it's a lot different than kind of sidelining one player for another. Just, that's the big deal. And, like, I think the gameplay has to build around that, and that's what we're seeing.
All right. There's going to be too much to talk about. I can't let you tangent for too long because we still do have many more matches in store, and we got to start talking about the next one. So we're going to shift gears, and we're going to start talking about the real ones versus West Coast.
Slash, Lucky Bear, and Jigsaw here coming out for the real ones. And these players, again, we talk about them, longtime NA players, but haven't really found victory on the field, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, you know, these are some real household names in the NA scene. Lucky Bear, you know, Jigsaw. They've been around for ages. Slash is a 2019 World Finalist. I mean, like, it's not these kind of titles, you can't throw them around very lightly.
Exactly.
Like, they deserve to be where they are, but they never seem to be right at the top nowadays. Really solid players, but I don't know if it's just a team that doesn't really work together because the results haven't been that good.
That's been the question. We see these, is it a team or is it 3 individuals? When you're 3 individuals, a lot of times you can beat, listen, these guys are great at Brawl Stars. We've seen it, we've done it, we've been around and seen it happen a ton of times. But when you get to a certain point, you then need that teamwork to bring you to that next level, and that's not what we're seeing out of these guys, and that's what needs to shift gears if we want to see some W's for the real ones. Across the way is West Coast. It's Alec, Chepo, and Shine. What can we say about these 3?
I mean, I think this is the team that beat Chasmak off stream just before we started up today, and it was a convincing 3-0 sweep. So, although, you know, these players are extremely solid, it's a result that we haven't been seeing it hasn't been occurring that often. Like, they're incredible players, but I don't know if, you know, the Chasmak have just had a real tough day today, and that's kind of how they've managed to take these wins, but they've managed it, they've pulled off a 3-0, and momentum's going to be on their side because of it.
Right now, West Coast, they're the team. Honestly, when I look at real ones in West Coast, these 2 teams are very similar in my eyes. Just kind of like long-time NA players that we've seen and grown to love. But what have you done for me lately is kind of the question that I ask out of both these squads. Are they a team or just 3 individuals? That's kind of the question I ask out of both of these squads. And so, you know, I look at 556 on the side of West Coast with how much damage they've been able to do, but there are a lot more questions that I'm not sure are answered by the numbers here.
I like it, though. I like that there are questions for chat to possibly think about because it's time that we check in with them. We want to find out their opinion on who's going to be winning this next matchup. Will it be the real ones or will it be West Coast? I'm sure after today it'll just be yet another incredibly close, well-fought battle, and that game is ready to go. So let's get into the fourth matchup because it's going to be great.
Let's do just that. Thank you so much, Glitter, as usual. As we jump into this one, Trav, Real Ones versus West Coast. We're going to Canal Grand, Double Swoosh, and Kaboom Canyon. Beach balling out in the open if we need them. And so we'll start things off with, honestly, I find this a very interesting sort of lineup as far as game modes are concerned. Bounty and Gem Grab are some of the most quintessential, not quite team deathmatch, but close to it, map modes. And it's one after another here.
I mean, it's two maps that have been in the competitive rotation for a long time as well. They've got to be adjusted to these kind of things. And we learned some stuff about Canal Grande from you last week on the Professor F segment. So maybe they'll have learned some things as well. Kicking things off, though, the Real Ones batting Surge, Daryl, and Gale out the way. West Coast getting rid of Janet, Carl, and Squeak. First pick of Penny from the Real Ones. West Coast followed up with Bonnie and Eve. Two very, very solid brawlers on this map for West Coast there. Bonnie obviously having the ability to jump in and spring into that aggressive form when she needs to. And Eve can cross the water, and that's one of the most valuable things on a map like this.
Absolutely. Eve winds up being one of these really niche picks that you only see when you want to be able to walk over these void zones, and that's exactly what you kind of want to do here. And so Eve gets picked up nice and early. Ash, though, selected. No, not you, Ash. Ash here on the. Why go with this character?
I mean, they need some form of aggression to deal with, the control that it looks like West Coast are going to have. They've paired it with a bow as well, which I kind of like. The bow mines placed in the mid, placed on the lanes, break the map up a little bit. But then again, pairing that with an Ash and a Penny where you want these walls to be closed off,
right?
Place turrets behind them and have Ash lurking in the bushes might not be the best. And I think they need to place those quite strategically, as it could go quite wrong.
I'm curious about the Ash. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you like the? Well, you know what? We'll talk Frank, I guess.
I mean, honestly, the Ash, I'd have given it like maybe a 7 out of 10 or something like that until the Frank pick comes down, because sitting at like 11, 12,000 HP, even with Ash max raged out, it takes a solid few shots to bring him down, and by that time he's going to have hit you with a few shots and a super, and you're going to be done for.
Frank here, definitely an interesting take. Not something we see every day. Frank usually makes an appearance when we look at certain hot zone maps and certain brawl ball maps. Here on Canal Grand, I think this is an interesting choice. Frank is either going to win or lose the match. Do you agree?
I agree with that. Needs to keep on his toes and stay out of the way of these long-range brawlers, but instantly, in comes the pull. Slash should be going down. Pinch from Chepo, and he does just that. Alec already got his super in hand as well, which is going to be extremely useful. When they're trying to cross, or if he goes over to the side and gets control, they're going to have to push into this, and that is dangerous. There you go. Turret stunned, Slash pulled in once more, and he's off the map again.
West Coast have the lead, and then some. 4 stars in the pocket for the team. The Real Ones not as lucky here. I just don't see how Ash gets involved on this map. That's why I was really low on this character.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't against a Frank. Look, pulled in again. He's put his rats down. He can either tank them or just take them all out with one singular shot. Chepo, he also has the ability to pick his target so well, and he's not going to be wanting Slash at close range. I mean, he is now, considering he falls low and he gets the takedown as well, adds another star to his name. And over the other side of things, it's not looking too good for Shine. Backed up pretty hard, but Jigsaw falls low. They actually eventually going to be bringing down Chepo, and that brings it 1 star. And after a dominant West Coast start, it's quite weird to see them only 1 star up.
This is actually really interesting, because last week we were talking about how you play this map differently, but with an Eve and the teams pushed up this far, Bo can actually play mid for a second. Now a lot of aggression here coming out again from Alec. Everybody looking at him, everybody hitting him, and he's still alive. Chepo takes over. Long-range shots looking good as Lukey getting in trouble. Cute jump back from Chepo to avoid the nonsense on the ground there. 16 seconds and counting. Lead in the hand of West Coast. Real Ones pushing up. Looking for a play here.
Slash needs to get aggressive, but also Frank sitting there waiting for him to make an over-aggression and a mistake. Shine in a tough spot, gets taken down. They can now retreat. Not enough time for them to bring it back. They push, but it's not enough. The Real Ones have already retreated after an amazing start for West Coast. 1 kill onto Chepo, and it all switched around.
That's really what happens here in Bounty, is either you make that play at the last second, or you lose trying to make that play at the last second. With characters like Frank on the map, it's going to be a little bit tougher here, but West Coast do pretty much exactly what they, or excuse me, Real Ones do pretty much exactly what they needed to happen and find W number 1 here.
Heavy hits for Alex starting things off, and not the start that West Coast want just this time. Baby's going to be placed down in the egg, waiting to hatch. Shine going to splash some shots onto Alec as well. They hatch now, and with Penny splashing straight through this, it shouldn't be an issue for them whatsoever. They should actually get some value out of it as well. But Chepo down this left-hand side, popping his gadget, getting aggressed by Slash now, who throws his rats down and continues his spree towards him. Should be able to get the takedown. Does just that, but Shine looking to go and compensate for it.
Ash doing a good job here, picking up Eve on the way as well. And Lukey combining 1 and 2, 7 lucky stars in the pocket here for the Real Ones. West Coast have to make a play here. When I look at West Coast comp, it's easy to kind of get a lead and then kind of sit back. How do they play aggressively?
I mean, Alex is the one who needs to be making moves, and he's just not picking his matchup. Slashes over the other side of the map, and that's who he wants to be on. Otherwise, he's just going to be a super feeding battery. Jigsaw pushing forward, he doesn't get Slash either, and he falls once again, 11-0, and this lead is just widening by every second.
Frank went from being a really big boon to now a kind of a hazard. You don't want this albatross here. Frank unable to get involved. Shine doing a good job of trying to play from the right side. That's that Eve ability to walk where no one else can. We're counting down, and it's Kobe on the clock here. And West Coast need to find a clutch play. 11 stars needed to catch up. West Coast have 0 here.
Gonna happen, it's gotta happen now. Slash pushing forward, pops the gadgets to get some heals as well. Chepo going over a bow mine. Alec gets that takedown as well. 10 seconds on the clock, and still a solid amount of stars down. Slash pushing aggressively, and even if they get him, it's not enough. He adds 1 to it as well, and it's just gonna be the game for the Real Ones. 18-8 in the end, and they take the first set quite convincingly in the end.
I mean, that was, listen, that really was just West Coast sitting on their hands. They didn't do anything in that second game. Game number 1, Real Ones had to come back, fight forward into a strong lead by West Coast. It almost felt like West Coast was like, listen, our strat's to get the early game lead and then deal with them when they surge on us. If we don't get the early game lead, that's it, boys. I don't know what to say. Like, you gotta have a plan B. And I just don't think West Coast did.
Absolutely, and I mean, Frank started off so well, but then, as you said, it just turned into the issue for West Coast, and it wasn't helping at all. He wasn't picking his matchups, he wasn't pushing the right sides, rotating when he needs to, and in the end, he just fed penny mortar after penny mortar, bow mines after bow mines, and we saw time and time again, the bow mines catching out Alex's teammates, and he's the cause of it.
Super battery is the phrase that you use. It's exactly what happened. Lukey feeling all right about it. Unfortunate for the players across the way. The Real Ones 25 stars to the 14 of West Coast's. And, well, would you look at that? 14 stars picked up, 14 stars dropped across the way.
I mean, on the other side of things, obviously you got the blue stars as well, so it's 25-23.
Nice.
Works out. The maths plays out.
Look at that. Numbers, folks. Thumbs up across the way. Thumbs up for the Real Ones as they find one and they feel good about it. Bounty being taken there. Honestly, I look at these rosters and I just feel like West Coast are the better Bounty players. And so to take this one, if I'm the Real Ones, you're feeling good about this. This is a good place to be in. And now we head to Teddy's favorite map, Double Swoosh here with the gem grab. Again, a very similar game mode to what we just watched. Last second heroics, check. Team deathmatch type feel, check. And with the Crow first pick, West Coast are not going to play passive again.
I mean, they're off to a good start as well. I will say, though, you know, Bonnie, Janet, all still in play. They've chosen to get rid of the Amber as a double ban across both teams. Real Ones got rid of the Carl, obviously because they didn't have first pick and Lola as well. Stu and Penny on the other side of things. West Coast early selecting the Crow, which is obviously really good. Scout the bushes, keep vision of it really easily, slow in Toxin when you need it as well. There's the Bonnie. It wasn't banned out, so why not take it? Wouldn't surprise me if they added Janet to the mix as well.
Love Bonnie here. A lot of my issues with Bonnie play have been about her ability to fly and then land in a bad spot. But when it comes down to Double Swoosh, one, you're going to have a lot of safety to land on your own side as long as nobody deals with the bushes. And two, It's gem grab. You just need to find that kill and follow it up. So I like this selection. And the bow, you're going to be hard pressed to find a situation where bow is a bad selection.
It's really tough. He's going to be able to place down that super totem, get it in the bag. Bonnie's going to be able to sit in that as well, and then just be able to make aggressive play after aggressive play. The bow mines breaking up the map, the mid, the lanes. It's kind of a substitute for that Amber when it comes to breaking up that grass down the lanes. And there's the Janet. I was surprised that West Coast didn't pick it up along the way as well.
Yep.
To see them pick up bow, to see real ones pick up bow and then West Coast to pick up Janet, I'm liking the way the West Coast comp's shaping out.
Last selection here for West Coast. I'd like to see something. Honestly, I don't know. I feel like I want to see some Daryl just to sort of like provide that frontline support. Max will be a different way to kind of do the same thing, provide some support, but this time it's utility support and allow his teammates to kind of avoid the situations where they need that frontline.
They're just going to be swarming the gem carrier when the time arises. Crow can slow him down, Max can speed him up, and get into the mix really fast when they are slowed down, retrieve those gems and get out again. Pam going to be the last pick from the real ones. I like it. Got the ability to sap that ammo and bring it back to herself when they do choose to go aggressive. It's a solid pick against the Max because he wants to go aggressive and get the ammo dealt. And Crow as well. She's just going to have such a heavy HP pool and obviously the healing turret as well, able to out heal a lot of the damage that he can do.
West Coast kind of again are playing with their cards face up on the table. We know what they're going to do. We know how they're going to do it. But again, if I'm real ones and we stop that play, do you have a plan B? That is the question I'm going to be asking as the real ones take the field 1-0 here. And we jump right back into the action. Mid lane Bo, love it. Dealing with the Max. And now it's Bo switching over to left-hand side as Alec winds up on the good side of the trade. Bo versus 2. Really just one since Alec is hidden. And Lukey unable to make that one happen. Top side Jigsaw falls. And so honestly, mid belongs to nobody.
Guyan has that super as well over the right-hand side now. Alec 26 finally landing. And during that time, Chepo managed to accumulate 4 gems. Jigsaw sitting on 2. So still not out of the game just yet, but they are at a slight disadvantage early on. Gem spawns just over the real one's side, but unable to aggress for it just yet, as Shine over this round side is providing so much control, and Jigsaw finally pushing up to a decent spot now, but Alec 26 just going to take flight. Chepo falls though, and Alec 26 needs to account for the gems that have been dropped and try defend, but he can't do that, and the real one's left with 3 gems on the floor and a countdown.
Kenki characters abroad here. West Coast seeping in from the outside. Top is Alec trying to win the fight. We'll have to take to the sky. Jumping away is one player. There's the kill that we were looking for. That's why we pointed out the flyer. Alec does fall down, but he resets the countdown once. Can they do it again?
Well, with only 2 brawls up at the moment, it's going to be tough. Slash, though, still only in his Clyde form. Needs to pop into that Bonnie form to get a bigger HP pool and allow him to stay up in tough situations, and he's going to need to be staying up now. Jigsaw falls. Shine is going to take those 6 gems. In comes the jump from Slash, who retrieves them once more, stops West Coast from getting out. But if they can continuously get these resets and the gems from mid, then there is some possibility of a comeback, but it looks a little bit unlikely at this point.
It's tough to live your entire life on the edge of your seat. West Coast, they stop it once, they stop it twice, they stop it and get the chicken soup with rice. Double of the gem count that the real ones had before. 14 and counting, 9 seconds to go here, Trav. And I think West Coast just might have it.
Well, after reset and reset and reset, they finally get the gems out, time it perfectly with that Janet super, and the ability to just fly all the way across the map unharmed. Carrying those gems is always going to be a good thing to have, and especially at a time like that, it just proves so useful.
I really, you know, what we kept seeing was, all right, you got the reset, but you didn't get the gems. All right, you got the reset, but you didn't get the gems. That was one of my not so downsides when it came down to Janet, right? But that third time, didn't expect it. I don't know if real ones did either here. Alec trying to wrap around and deal with Lukey. Won't be able to. Jigsaw, a lot of damage coming out from this Pam, to be honest with you.
Flash cleaning on the right side pretty simply this time, as Jigsaw's not there anymore. Gems are just laying in the mid to be taken, and Slash sees them and he sees the opportunity to do just that. Alec's going to have to take flight, or as he would be going down and providing another 2 gems into the hands of Slash. Retreats nicely, sitting on 3 now. Slash has his jump, but he doesn't want to aggress with these gems in hand, and that can be a real issue for the rest of the game if he doesn't drop them.
Jigsaw pushing. Nothing doing here. Just a whole lot of pushback. Again, players a little afraid of going towards the mid, but watch this right side. Luki's able to take down Alec, and that'll open the door for the squad to really hang on to these gems. 8 on the side of the blue team so far.
I mean, Shine is just in control of near of the whole map. He's everywhere, but it's just not providing enough damage at the same time to be able to switch the game in their favor. 9 gems in the hands of the real ones now, and that one spawning on their side might be the one they want to pounce on and get this gem count going, but they don't manage to do it. Chepo pushes up, and with a pinch from Alec, he might have some help onto Luki here.
Oh,
Can't
man.
get a takedown. Slash pushing forward. Max falls on, I think, 1 shot. He gets it, and he's got the jump out as well, and he is just going to retreat with those gems and take the countdown back in their favor.
The individual plan of Luki has been incredible. Dodging kills with super play and just looking fantastic. The real ones barely, no! No, I thought they were gonna be able to barely stay alive, but Shine digs deep and bops hard. But just as quickly as they took it, it'll be turned back around. I asked before, Trav, can they do it again?
I mean, maybe they might be able to do it. We don't see any more slows from Slash, though. If they can get the reset here, they might be able to get those gems from mid, but it's just not looking possible. The healing turret is there. Jigsaw holds on, and the real ones bring another game back to their home.
Great job there coming out for the real ones this time around, holding on to it. You know, we saw earlier that they were able to kind of wrestle control here and there, but holding on, it's a little bit of a taller task. No problemo. Game number 3. We head back on in. I haven't loved the Max. What's your take?
Yeah, I mean, it just hasn't been doing much at all across the board. It's really not been anywhere. And with speed and this kind of ability that Max brings to the table, you need to be helping your teammates out across the board, and he just hasn't been doing it. This game looks a little bit better for him, though. Starts off with 4 gems, and I feel like this has been, you know, quite a common occurrence with Chepo starting off so well, but then real ones being able to turn it around quite frequently. And West Coast, obviously, in the first game, able to turn it back around. But this game, looking very West Coast oriented.
Well, there's some trouble as Alec is able to put down Slash, and Shine shows up, just quickly sits down. West Coast, 8 gems to none. That said, real ones have now taken over the mid, and we should expect them to start packing it in.
Yeah, Jigsaw just aggressing too much, and there was just no need for him to do that. Gem spawning yet again on the real one side, though, and unable to get too much done with that, and aggression from Alec and Shine is just coming all day long. There's the last gem on the floor. Slash goes in, gets taken down, gives the gems to Chepo. He only needs to take 1, but he's going to add another 2 to the count. Why not? Luki's going to fall, and West Coast looking like they might be taking this one. I've said this before, though, when the reset was there, but the real one's just not looking like they're going to be able to aggress too much this time, and West Coast clean this one up, and it's going to tie things up, make it 1-1.
Yes, it will. Gem grab goes the way of the red team. That's West Coast. And Trav, you are correct. We are tied at 1 apiece as we zoom out and take a look towards set number 3. This shirt's real cool, by the way.
It is a solid shirt, but I mean, I'm more looking at the players' reaction to the game, and he seems stressed. He seems pretty stressed about that loss.
A little bit.
Luki definitely not feeling too good about that one. Pretty back and forward, to be honest, and they definitely had a foot in the door when it came to this game. We saw that as they did manage to win that one, and they had the game turned on them as well in the first. If they were able to hold on to that and get the second, they'd have been in an absolutely wonderful position, but they just could not cling on to these countdowns that they managed to get.
Yeah, it was a couple of times where they were able to kind of like have the DPS to go ahead and deal with it, but did not have the tankiness to continue holding on. We saw that time and time again. West Coast, or excuse me, real ones, kind of got lucky one of those times, sure. Not going to take it away from the boys, but this one I think was West Coast's. This was a little bit more emphatic of a W than we've seen here today.
Convincing stuff from them in that one there. It seems we're already into the draft. Kaboom
Bang.
Canyon kicking things off. Heist is the mode up next, and a little bit more aggressive than the previous two games, regardless of both the teams playing very aggressive and seeming careless in both of the modes, to be honest. This one, they're rightful to do that, because Kaboom Canyon, you're going to need that aggression. Crow, Bell, and Lola banned out from the real ones. West Coast is going to get rid of Bell, Daryl, and Amber. Colette first pick, and I like it. They can't let that be paired with a Byron, or that could be disastrous for the real ones.
Colette on Heist, I mean, this is as standard as you can get. You got a super, he runs in and out, takes 10% away in the box, check. West Coast picker first, check. Like the selection, nothing bad to say about it. Squeak, on the other side, I have recently become such a fan of this character. Big area denial potential from Squeak, and I think at the end of the day, this is a great, great map for him to be chosen.
I couldn't agree more. You know, once that residue, the gadget, is placed down one of these 2 choke points, unless that mid is opened up, it cuts off 50% of the map. We've seen a quick couple of selections now from West Coast, though. They've come with the 8-bit and they've come with the Carl. I love the Carl. 8-bit, I'm not 100% convinced on. It's definitely going to be quite slow, and it's easy for Squeak and Bonnie to connect onto it, should I say. But, you know, it's going to have to be a very solid last pick from the real ones, because even just Colette and Carl can really do a lot in this matchup. And with the damage booster, you're going to be seeing Colette Supers rain down damage on this save.
That's really what it is. 8-bit here with the Tara. What's this face, Trav? You are confused.
I honestly don't know if that's a mispick or something like that, but I absolutely love Tara, don't get me wrong, my favorite brawler in the game, but on Kaboom Canyon, I'm not sure how I feel about it. Obviously, you're going to be running those support from Beyonds into the Colette and seeing how it can do against that.
Right.
The Carl is just going to slice through it in one shot, and you're going to have absolutely nothing. You're not going to be able to do too much with them. But I guess they're just going to be trying to use the super to cancel out the Carl super, but it just takes so long, and it seems like a little bit of a waste to use a super like that.
Yeah, normally you would go towards... Yeah, tough one. 8-bit, I think, here is... I really want it to work, right? The idea is just, hey, listen, I'm a super bot. I'm just here to help my teammates kill the heist box, and I'm here for it. I would love for that to work out. Big damage coming out from Shine. Luki sits down.
I was going to say, there it is straight away, slicing directly through this Tara, and it's done nothing so far. The only thing that that the real ones actually have going for them, or West Coast, should I say, no, it is the real ones on this side, have going for them is that damage that's coming down, and it's all because of this Bonnie up on the safe in the Clyde form. Chepo should fall down here, but it's just no reason that Jigsaw's going to be able to do anything at all. Shine gets another super, and this game's pretty much going to be tied off.
Ton of damage already done by West Coast onto the real one's safe. Here comes Alec, and gonna finish it off himself. 360 left on it. Oh man, that is tempting. It's 1%. Just let him in there.
I mean, it's not done yet. There's still got a chance. There's no Colette super in hand, I believe, either, and if there is, then they can shut it down on the way through. Slash has a super now as well. Jigsaw needs to try and defend Shine, but he gets a super, and that should be a breakaway super straight. He misses it!
Missed!
Chepo's coming in, though, and can get that breakthrough shot, but that could have been disastrous. I mean, the West Coast safe doesn't have loads on it anyway. That could have definitely been a turnaround if that mistake could have been quite costly for them, but it's Tara. I mean, there's just no explanation.
The Tara is not great. It just isn't good here. All right, I want you to figure it out. Let's pretend you like it. Why do you like it, Trav?
I mean, it can take the Carl out of super, and obviously Carl should be feeding it quite a lot, but I don't feel like there's a big place even for a Tara super on this map anyway. It's not going to be game-changing to pull someone like it would be if they had gems.
Sure. No method to the madness, it seems. As real ones, again, find themselves on the back foot. Chepo doing a decent job of trying to deal here. Big damage coming out as Slash finally puts him down. Alec was a lot more active than either of us expected in game number 1. Just a ton of damage coming out from the 8-bit themselves. Damage amp be damned. Alec just coming out here and bringing the game to the opposition. Still doing it. Caster's curse there, folks.
Still able to hang on though. Carl coming out the spawn once more. They do have a damage lead, but not much control whatsoever. Residue is going to be placed down, and I'm not sure about that positioning on it. It's not really stopping anybody from pushing up into an aggressive position. Shine uses his super, doesn't get much value out of it. Chepo is going to come in. Go forward, he's going to get Tara pulled back in. It stops the super,
nice. But
it was placed on water, so it's not going to do anything really. He's going to shoot back, try to get some damage onto Slash and slot into a more safe position. But, I mean, they're still up, and Real Ones have loads of control in the mid, but no damage coming from it.
Woo! Chepo gets the kill and then some. There's that martyrdom kill from Squeak. Love to see that. 55% left here on the Real Ones is safe. 90 on West Coast's. Carl dealing. 2 versus 1. Can't find it. Falls down in the left-hand lane. That said, Alec doesn't really care. Walks past everyone and finds some damage. 32 left for the Real Ones.
Guy might not have got that connection on safe, but he definitely used it to avoid that Tara super. Chepo's just going to go up again. Slash has to defend, but also needs to go on the aggressive because they're 60% down. He might have got the kill, but that was just a delaying method, stopping him from going towards the safe, and there's just no chance to get this damage down. With 10 seconds, they've got Tara, they've got a Squeak, and it's done. West Coast going to win this set pretty cleanly, and I'm honestly not surprised.
Yeah, this one very rarely is a game won in picks and bans. Trav? That's one of them. Can we say that?
I mean, I think we can.
I think we can.
They're just no damage. Like, what did they have? They had Squeak, Tara, and Bonnie. You got no, like, massive amounts of damage without risking your life. You've got to be close to safe. You throw a Squeak super on safe, that's going to be the biggest amount of damage you can get. Tara needs to be way too close and put herself in a perilous position to even be able to think about getting damage. And Squeak is just all about the residue, but it just didn't do enough.
Not a great plan here. I hesitate on plan because I'm not sure what the plan was, but not a great result, I can say for sure. But West Coast find themselves on the good side of things one more time here. This is one of those situations where I really want to ask the guys what was up, because it just seemed so out of left field. And unfortunately for them and their fans, it winds up being an L. So West Coast 2-1 in the big picture. So good stuff for them so far. As we look towards map number 4 here, and that's really the questions I start to ask is, all right, big picture, Real Ones, they won the first one. Is this momentum going to be on the side of West Coast, or is this something the Real Ones can kind of fight back into?
I mean, I think momentum's always going to be on the side of West Coast when they've just come off a win like that, especially when it's dominated not just from the gameplay, but also the draft. They see they're outsmarting their opponents. I mean, possibly the Real Ones might be outsmarting themselves thinking that's but they could be overthinking it, and that's another thing that adds to it. West Coast, not only did they outplay them, outdraft them, but the Real Ones are going to be questioning themselves, questioning the draft and their gameplay now, and they're just not in a good position mental-wise, I'd imagine.
I agree. I think the Real Ones there beat themselves more than West Coast beat them. West Coast played well, earned their victory, not taking anything away from Alec and the boys. But yeah, Real Ones just, they put up a fake one. So we're going to beach ball here. Brawl ball. Real Ones and West Coast bands coming at you in a matter of moments. And beach ball, this map specific, what are you looking for?
I mean, I think you've got to get like Carl and Stu, that kind of thing out of the mix. I don't think, I mean, Bonnie's going to be decent. It's actually not been banned, which is, it seems like a common thing in NA today. There hasn't really been that much Bonnie banned out of anybody. That's the Brawler that slips through, but Janet and Squeak are going to be banned out by the Real Ones. West Coast getting rid of Crow, Ash, and Squeak. So clearly no Squeak wanted from both teams here, and Penny as a first pick for West Coast. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I'd have liked to see something maybe a little bit more aggressive, or a Bonnie being that first pick, considering it did slip through the draft, and now the Real Ones are going to be hit with 2 picks in a row, and there's still quite a lot left wide open.
Bonnie on the table for discussion. A couple of other picks as well. With Carl out, you start to think about the Maxes of the world and other characters that have a lot of mobility. Bonnie here, there, boom, as we said. Paired up. Daryl also available. Would you look towards Daryl or no?
I mean, Daryl is good for those breakaway plays, but I think the main reason Daryl's been like bouncing back into the meta is just because Carl's been so good. And with
Yeah.
Carl out the way, you're not really needing a Daryl to have that kind of effect. They've gone with a Gale, which is kind of not really countering the Penny at all at the moment, but they've kind of done it as a bit of a precautious thing. It's going to be tough for West Coast to run tanks into them now, which wouldn't have been a bad idea considering Bonnie obviously doesn't have too much range when in the Bonnie form, and when the Clyde form, it's really squishy. So if it jumps on a tank, you're pretty much going to be wiped off the map.
We've seen a lot of Gale show up in the utility position now for a while, and I think it's been a long time coming for kind of Gale to be in this spot. They'll have to deal with Stu and Colonel Ruffs on the other side. Nice, well-balanced composition, I feel, from West Coast. You've got Stu with a ton of mobility. Penny's who's just going to be able to provide damage from anywhere on the map, which is super cute. And then Colonel Ruffs, I mean, he's the dog man. He's going to keep doing what the dog man does. And once again, we see just an oddball pick here, folks. Frank does get a lot more play on Brawl Ball than elsewhere that we see. Frank does have, this is not a bonehead pick the way, sorry guys, the way Tara was, but definitely a little in that direction, let's say.
They're definitely being a bit more out there with their drafts, whereas West Coast, they feel probably confident in themselves, and that's why they're kind of sticking to the more meta things. But Frank, he's obviously got the ability with 12,200 HP with that damage gear to just walk forward and get a lot of work done. But he's just not able to do that much with Stubian having the mobility and retreating.
I mean, he's got the gold skin, so he's flexing here. Jigsaw, at the end of the day, a big part of your tier list is just being good. So they might just sit here and be like, Frank's got a zillion HP. I'm good at Frank. Let me just walk it in. Honestly, it could be that simple.
I'm not sure how I feel about that Penny turret, Alec, but we'll go with it. Kind of out in the middle. Jigsaw's just going to push down and get it down pretty quickly along with the speed zone that Stu has placed as well. Slash has that jump, goes directly in on Alec, and can get the takedown. Salty Barrel not placed in time. Still a 2v2 though, and Shine cleans up nicely with that Ruff's power up over his head as well. He's in a good position to really deal some hitting blows onto the real ones.
Shine here showing off a little bit in the mid lane. Frank is back, but now the play is on to West Coast. Ball, mid, real one side. Looked like West Coast might have an opportunity, but Jigsaw was too darn tanky, and they couldn't get the kill, which would have opened the door for their West Coast to go ahead and push forward.
That's some dirty ping from Shine there on the Stu. Just able to shoot, use his super, and he's got his super back. You don't even see the super go. It's happening time and time again. He's not losing his super. He's just able to use it over and over again because he's connecting these shots. They are hitting, and he's just not, he's always got his super. This is the most disgusting ping and play I've ever seen from Shine. Jigsaw going to use the super. The pass is there to Shine. He doesn't take advantage of the situation. Probably could have swiped that in if he saw it a little bit earlier. Twisted down, and the defensive measure is there. And this has got to be some kind of highlight reel for Shine.
Absolutely. Well, what do you call that when you're able to get your super right on back?
I mean, you tell me. You were teaching us earlier.
Well, you didn't take your notes, it looked like. Alec, on the other hand, straight A's. Nice goal here for West Coast as Alec's able to step forward on the left-hand side. Called a cycle, folks. And Shine putting on a clinic here.
Like, I can't even cast this. It's the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. He's just never not got a super. But at this point, he's in a 3v1 situation, and having a super's not going to do anything for a Stu here. 15 seconds on the clock. They even things out. But the Frank in overtime, it's not going to be a good pick. They do have Slash, who has the most range on the map, but at the same time, he's going to have to go aggressive at some point, and that's going to put him in Clydeville.
And Shine with the backstep shot to just completely cycle is so impressive right now. Real cute stuff coming out from the Stu player, but what can it do during OT? Chepo, left lane. Alec, midfield. They're pushing forward. Alec passes over to Chepo, who doesn't take it. Still wants to be able to fire shots. In comes Slash, gets the job done. Ball in the hands of blue team, and the real one's pushing up left-hand side. Back to Lukey, mid lane, passes to Frank. No! Super's too soon!
I mean, that super shot up there to Alec could have been a goal, but Chepo used it defensively. The Mortar is going to get a kill. Alec with the power up as well, going to be dealing vast amounts of damage. Slash Shine's here with his super as well. Slot it in that right-hand side. And that game is all Shine. West Coast going on to match point.
Man, was that Shine who got the game-winning goal as well?
It was. It's all Shine.
Of course, baby. All that shines is gold here, folks. And that's Stu. You said it. Highlight reel, that was, man, We did the cycle lesson when already.
Where was this clip?
That's what we
needed it?
want. That's the clip we want, guys. All right. Shine, let's see if you can do it again. Frank, on the other hand, not feeling good right now. Let's just put it that way. I think I understand this one more than I understood the Tara pick. I like the thought process, but it's just not working out here for the boys. Alec grabs the ball, passes it right side. Shine has been the MVP so far, so put the ball in his hands, literally. See what happens.
Still getting hit pretty hard by Shine once more, but doesn't have that power up just yet, so can't hit as hard as he'd like to on this Frank. And with that amount of HP, Shine's going to be tickling him until he gets this power up. Alec's going to fall down, Slash gets that as well. Jigsaw's got a super in hand. Chepo obviously can use his super to knock back, but not able to do it just yet. Lukey forces this ball in, and the Real Ones take the lead.
Wonderful goal there. Real Ones up 1-0. Thank you to our friends over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming for allowing us to do what we do here when winning matters. Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Minute and 13 here on the clock. West Coast up a game, but Real Ones up a goal. And with about a minute to go here, Jigsaw falling down. The door's open for West Coast to tie it up. Ball's passed right up into no man's land. The jump beyond, and Alec turns around to deal with the opposition. Here comes Stu, dashing forward.
I was going to say that the pass was intercepted and almost sent back up to Slash, but not able to make the connection with him. Shine now trying to aggress. He has the super as well. Alec 26 moving up the map, waiting for the ball to be passed to him, but not able to get too much done. Salty Barrel done, placed down to tank. Shine super in hand, the mobility is going to be there. Now he gets that power up. This is where he's going to start melting his opponents. And with the mobility as well, this could be turned around quite quickly in these last 30 seconds.
That damage is really nothing to trifle with. As Shine here in the mid lane, trying to deal with the opposition. Big freeze, no thank you. Alec puts down the Gale player. Here comes Bonnie, no thank you. Alec puts down the Cannon player. Here comes Frank, no thank you. Alec puts down the big man. And with 8 seconds remaining, ball passed into mid. No! Ball errantly shot. Chepo saves the game. We're tied at 1. OT.
Got the overtime once more. Jigsaw trying to push up really quick again. Shine doesn't have that power up this time. Jigsaw pushing down, super in hand as well. This could be an explosive one. The knockback into it as well.
Huge
the double
play.
stun, and Lukey forces it in. The Real Ones stay alive.
And that's why they selected the Frank. That's the entire reason for that play. It's enough to bring them to a game 3. We'll see it's enough to bring them to a set 5. As Real Ones are on the back foot, this is match point for West Coast. Real Ones need to win some and then some in order to find their W. Jigsaw just waddling up front. Left side, right side, downside. Shine on the good side.
Time trying to get through. Super in hand as well once more. Slash over to his lane now as well. Has that range advantage, but if Shine can get in range, this could be disastrous. Lukey's going to fall low. Alec can't quite connect the shot. Does have power up as well, so that would have finished him off. Slash with the super in hand. He's try and make a play forward with this ball. Gets the shot onto him, the jump forward as well. He avoids the turret knockback. The shot comes forward, and he forces it in. The Real Ones aren't giving up yet.
That was finesse. It's funny because the team with the Frank is usually the opposite of what you don't expect much finesse out of the big man, but look at him go. Nice stuff coming out from the rest of the squad. Lukey front and center, literally this time around. Big damage coming out again. Shine goes down, falling down before the shot can find the back of the net. The West Coast again. A little scary for them right there, but recovered.
Ball break comes down as well. Jigsaw should fall here. Shine making the moves again. Once more. Slash is overjumped that. The pass forward can be a goal. Lukey trying to defend, but
That's
not
it.
able to do so. The ball slides in. And West Coast, one goal away from the game.
That's the second time we've seen Slash kind of overshoot. And I start to question Brawler pool at this point. Like, you need to hit that shot. That's an integral part of playing this Brawler. Can't just pick what's good on the tier list. You got to be good with it yourself. Real Ones here trying to tread water as West Coast pushes forward slowly, We'll see if it's surely. That time, it's short. And Slash falls down again.
Jigsaw trying to make a play to get this ball out, but it's not quite doable. 20 seconds on the clock now. Lukey getting hit pretty hard by Sheppo, but the defense comes in from Alec, trying to get Slash down before he can bring Sheppo with him.
We're tied.
Shine has that super as well in hand. Jigsaw goes for the... Oh, he gets the stun onto the penny, but the super comes down, knocks him back. Slash trying to survive. Sheppo forcing this ball in. The walls go down, and West Coast bring it home.
Fantastic. Real ones fall down alongside the walls. West Coast wins this in 4. A fantastic look as West Coast pulls off the Spaceman sweep here. Clean stuff in Brawl Ball. Heist and gem grab. We said that these two teams were closely matched, and honestly, they were. I know we didn't go all 5, but I think the real ones outsmarted themselves just a couple of times. That said, I don't want to come out here and drink the haterade. I love it. Give me the weird stuff. Just make sure there's a method to the madness. Let me know why the Tara pick came through, because right now I just want to dunk. But the Frank pick, it didn't win. It's off meta, but I get it. And I almost kind of like it, Trav. I like that the real ones aren't afraid to play off the beaten path. I like that TRO are willing to play stuff that people aren't going to understand. And this Brawl Ball situation with the Frank was something that I sort of get. They lose, oh well, but you got to be careful in that picks and ban phase. West Coast winds up winning it, probably because of it.
I mean, 181,000 damage. They've got 100,000 more damage than the real ones did in that Brawl Ball set. That is just absolutely ridiculous. Didn't even need to heal any more than 42,000 either. 71,000 on the other side, and that is ludicrous.
I wonder how much of this damage is Stu. You think Stu is able to do 100,000 just like that?
I mean, that'd be good to get some quests done, I'm telling you that. Get into the game, play some Stu. You know, if you shine, you're going to have your Club League quest done in no time.
I mean, quite easily, Stu gets it done. Shine looks fantastic. You know, put up a highlight reel, absolutely. Just get to clipping. And honestly, that's one of the good ones. You just go, you tell your editor, all right, well, your editor goes, what are we clipping? And he just goes, the whole thing. That's it. Because he just played fantastically the entire time, Trav.
I mean, it's not just that. Across all game modes, West Coast seemed in control for the majority of it. You know, even in the ones that we saw the real ones win, the West Coast definitely had a foot in the door. It's without a question that the West Coast were the better team in this game. The real ones definitely showing some potential, though. It's just whether or not they can close out these games.
Well, you heard it from Trav. Without question, West Coast on the top side here. We've got a couple of more matches coming your way. We'll be right back after these messages.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, the U.S. Air Force, and Samsung Galaxy.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth. and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep a 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear.
Hello and welcome back to the SPS. We're here out of Burbank, which makes sense because West Coast is the best coast. With that dub, they improved to 3-1 above the real ones. Unfortunately for TRO, they wind up on the bad side. It's F. and Trav. We just casted this last one, and now it's time for a deep dive here, Trav. I think we saw some special stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that I've got that Stu clip for you. It was just, I was mind blown. I'm gonna have to apologize for some of the noises I was making whilst this was happening because, like, I've never seen anything like it across all regions. This should be illegal. It should be illegal to have this many supers in a row. It's just doing a little step back every now and again, and especially against this Frank. It might seem simple to do this when you're against this kind of brawler, but it's just absolutely ridiculous, the kind of stuff that he was pulling off. It was super after super after super. I was like, is this a glitch? Is it a glitch that he just has infinite supers? See a little bit of a lull at this point where he doesn't have one, but I mean, it's just ridiculous. He's just always got them. The mobility is just absolutely flawless across all points in this game. Shine really showing what it means to be an incredible Stu. And I mean, you know, some of you might put it down to the ping, but I put it down to some serious skill. There is also, on top of this, more clips of it happening as well, which I'm going to be intrigued to see a little bit later on.
All right. Fantastic breakdown, Trav. So thank you for that. I mean, we didn't get to see it, but we did talk about it a little bit. West Coast today in general, just performing incredibly, incredibly well, not only off stream, but now on stream with that most recent performance. We're now back on the desk, and it's time to keep the train moving. All right, we've got 2 more matches still lined up and ready to go. Up next, of course, that means we have Vatra versus Vanguard.
I mean, this is a match for the ages, really. Yeah. I think these two teams, they're competing heavily against each other in BSC for that number 3 spot at the moment. RBM, Chino, and Pain being the team of Vatra Gaming, and we saw earlier. I'm just going to say this as well. I think I was the only one who actually predicted them against Chasmak, and they managed to win. So just got to put that out there that you guys were incredibly wrong. And although you may have copied my my predictions last week and got them all right, this week not so much.
Yeah, it's pretty fair for you to say. But yeah, both of these teams coming from Mexico, they are rivals playing for that 3rd seed in North America. So this is huge for both of them, right? Like when I look at Vanguard and Vatra, two teams that are not so far apart in terms of skill level, in terms of play style. They've got very good Ashe players, aggro type players. They got very good control type players, range players. They're very similar teams actually, and they're both from Mexico.
Maybe they're just identical clones of each other. But I think you got a point. They are very, very similar teams all in all. Luffy, Bashushes, and Frixie being the team of Vanguard Gaming. And we said this, you know, they are competing against each other in all competitions. Winning a game, whether it be in BSC, SPS, anything, is a huge momentum boost, and it brings you that confidence for the next time you face them that you're going to be able to win again. And having that time and time again, if you can get multiple wins against a team, you start to feel like they're going to be a bit of a breeze.
Yeah, I love Vanguard's players, by the way. These players, been watching them play for a very long time. Luffy, really, really good player, just recently made into this roster. Frixie, making a lot of pushes right now in the North American scene. He can play so, like, one of the best Gene players in the region as well. Batsuchi's overall just solid with everything. I love this team. It's a very, I feel like they're a very exciting, electric team.
It's definitely going to be another headbanger of a matchup. Both of these teams playing for some pride, as well as, of course, those leaderboard points. But chat, you know the drill. At this point, we need to hear from you as well. Let us know in that chat poll down below who you think is going to be taking home this next matchup, because it's ready to go. So once again, passing it off to you.
I mean, I've got to reiterate, it's going to be an extremely good game. You know, you said, and I hadn't thought this before, but I completely agree with you. They're basically, you know, the same team, all in all. They're very similar play styles, very similar, like, brawlers that they're successful with. And I'm not sure if they realize this, but they should take this into account as well. Like, you know, just ban what's good against you, and you'll be happy.
That's actually a very good idea. That's a good idea. A Vanguard, though, going with the M's first pick, and last time they did this against Chasmak, and they were very successful. So not surprised to see that. And I feel like M's first pick on the map, like Hot Potato, is so strong. You just don't have many options to counteract that. It also limits your options. You can't really go with those tanky brawlers, and M's with the speed gear abuse in the mid here, difficult to deal with. So that's why Vatra is going to play safe. They're going to go with the Rico. Overall, it's a safe pick, but here's the thing with my issue with the Rico. I feel like he's a great brawler on this map. But overall, I just haven't been seeing the win rate back it up.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while since Rico's been, like, the top brawler. Like, people used to search for that as, you know, a pick no matter wherever you go. Like, it's just fallen off quite heavily, I feel. Like, a lot of the brawlers that he was good against aren't played so much anymore. Speaking of that, you know, with the Daryl ban, Vanguard had obviously seen what RBM brought to the table earlier on with Daryl, because that was incredible against Chasmak. And Vatra getting out of the way because they didn't have first pick. Otherwise, I'm sure that would have been left pretty firmly open. Daryl being paired up with the Rico as well, which I think is pretty much what we saw earlier as well. Yeah,
and here's the other thing too. With Vanguard, they fought against, I remember this matchup against Chasmak last week. This is the type of matchup they fought against, a Rico type matchup, or Rico Gale, but this time Rico Bow, and they feasted with M's, and they went with the Bull. I remembered this. So they might go with the Bull here, and for their other pick, if I recall, what was, see, there's the Bull, right? And other pick, I think Surge. Yes, Surge. I'm thinking they're gonna go with Surge next, right off of memory.
I'm really hoping they do. I'm really hoping they do now, because that would be something if you managed to say that and just remember to last week the exact comp they played.
And I love Surge on this map because it also like backs you up. Like as one less brawl you have to avoid on the other opposing team, and also great against tank counters as well. So that's what I'm thinking here. Are they gonna go with the same comp that they were? And there it is.
Someone give Ash a medal. Bring him a trophy to the desk right now, because this guy's just pretty much predicted an entire comp.
I feel like Vanguard should hire me as a coach.
Every team should hire you as a coach at this point. You're remembering comps from last week and then predicting that they're going to bring the exact same thing out again against pretty similar brawlers to what they had last time as well. I mean, do you want to take a wild guess at this last one as well? Because I'm not going to get in your way.
Oh, this is going to be tough for Vatra because they have the tank counter, so you can't even go a tank. You got to deal with the M's and Surge. And then against a Bull, like, there's no other better tank that you can, like, there you go Rosa, but I don't like it at all here, Trav. Where's the Rosa gonna give you the DPS? Overall, in terms of DPS, Bo, Rosa, Rico, you're not gonna get it compared to a Bull and an Ems. Ems is gonna feast on your Rosa mid. You know you want the Rosa mid in the bushes. So here, Vatra, really strong team, but I feel like Vanguard outdrafted them here.
I agree with you there as well. I mean, it's kind of got to be down to, I guess, the Rico to get damage on safe, and maybe Bo with Tripwire or something like that, throwing the mines over and over again to there, because that's what got the damage for them last time, along with the majority of the damage that came down with the Daryl. I think Daryl did like 60% on one push or something like that, but we're actually going to be seeing, you know, a bit of a double mid here. We're just the Rose is just going to be accounting for Luffy as he pushes up, but Pain's going to be the real mid player.
Yeah, if I'm Luffy, I'm just going to flank right through the side here, and it's exactly what he's doing. The Rose is just not going to be able to do much. I wouldn't be like, that Rico snuck in. I don't care at all. Rico overall, not the best DPS. Surge is going to come back mainly because Surge doesn't really have the DPS on the safe. But overall, this is exactly what you want if you're Vanguard. You want your Bull to be assertive, get to the safe. Against Rosa, you can just ignore her. Rosa can't really sneak in like Bull can. You can ignore a Rosa on your safe, but you can't really ignore a Bull on your safe.
Yeah, I think Rosa just got the kill with Unfriendly Bushes.
Yeah.
The 100 damage that comes down with Unfriendly Bushes managed to get the kill for us, so that's quite cool. But Rico with super down this right side, Luffy just probably going to try and break through these walls, go aggressive, get the Stomper onto the bow, and gets his super back as well. Chino managed to clean up the defense, and actually, they're getting some damage on the other side as well.
Yeah, definitely. RBM trying to get his super back, but Betsu Cheese, even though it gets that taken down, he's still going to have the super. He's still going to be able to upgrade. If you're Luffy, you just want to be you need to heal up here, but at the same time, you want to be assertive. You want to get through that enemy safe. A little too early with the super. You're most likely, you're just going to get taken down by the Rico there. So I would have hoped Luffy played a little more passively there. But Betsu Cheese making some plays with the Surge, going to get some additional damage on the save. Luffy, though, losing that super earlier, we know he's not close to getting it back. He's got to be assertive, but at the same time, you don't want to give control. There's the bow mines on the save. Luffy, again, a little too early with the super. He's not holding on to the bull super, even though you have 40 seconds on the clock to work with.
I mean, as close as the play styles are to each other, it seems like Vatra are just the better team at the moment. You know,
Luffy, again, just activating those mines, all three of them for the save. So really not looking very good for Vanguard, just being outplayed, like you said.
And I was going to say, I'm pretty sure he's got Tripwire anyway, right? So he's just going to pop it regardless of the time that it's taken out. But you're better off kind of hoping that he forgets he has Tripwire than popping it themselves. But this is a possibility of a comeback. Bull's there, he goes in, gets the damage forward. The Ems is piercing through as well. It's a tie. They need to push forward and get some damage through, but surely Pain can do it. There's nobody to tank the safe, and they get the damage through. Just bear in mind, 3% to 9, and Vatra managed to bring it home. But it was closer than I thought it was going to be at the end.
It's convincing, though, in a sense that I don't think Vanguard played it well, especially with the Bulls. You saw the panic supers by Luffy. If you can clean that up, I still feel like it's not easy, but in favor of Vanguard. They should be able to win this matchup. Like, you have the matchup advantage. You have the Bull versus Rosa. You have the DPS. You should be able to win this matchup.
I'll be trying to defend Luffy right now, but not going to have the biggest amount of success, I'd imagine. Feeds a super, not doing too bad himself, but Unfriendly Bushes, great pop of that to see him in that little portion of grass there, and he actually cleans him up as well.
Yeah.
Frixie falls low, Pain should be able to clean this one up as well. Bowmine's going to be placed in mid, trying to get this break up, but Vatushis is pushing forward nicely, and now he's got damage gear activated, but Pain seems to be on top of everything at the moment. He's pinching everywhere and getting kills.
Yeah, and another thing we want to talk about is like the tank plays. Luffy is not known as a tank player. So that's why with the Bull versus RBM. RBM is one of the best tank players in all of North America. And that's why you see him just brilliantly being able to play with the Rosa. An inferior brawler on Heist versus a Bull where Luffy, playing the Bull. A little too defensively right there. If I'm Luffy, I'd be more focused on getting to the save. Exactly what RBM's doing with that distraction.
I mean, it might be an inferior brawler on this map and mode, but maybe it seems like it's a superior player, let's face it.
Yeah.
Because especially on tanks, you mentioned RBM is flawlessly playing these brawlers. And nice pinch coming in as well from Pain there. He seems to be playing this bow very well also. And Chino's just not going down at all. Bowmine's on the safe as well, and he is popping these bounce castles like there's no tomorrow, and he's still there to get damage.
Yeah, and again, another, early super by Luffy. He had his super, 2,000 health, goes in. But RBM right there on top of it. So again, just seeing that constant misplay by Vanguard and Vatra on top, just outplaying Vanguard with an inferior comp. I will say this, that was an inferior comp, and anyone will tell you that as well. A Rosa versus a Bull. You got Ems as well to deal with the Rosa. It just wasn't happening for Vanguard. Vatra just on top.
let's hope for Vanguard this isn't foreshadowing the future. If they can't win with this, as you say, superior comp, then what are their hopes if they get a worse comp than Vatra at this point? Because it's not looking good for them whatsoever. I mean, this was close, don't get me wrong. This first game was very, very close. 9-9, closing seconds, LeBeau managed to finish things off. I'm not liking Vanguard's chances if they can't win with that comp.
Yeah, and I kind of was hoping, where's Killer, right? This is where they need a Killer, their tank player, Killer, really, really good player on the tanks. I feel like that's what Vanguard kind of, you know, is missing right now. They didn't have that player. They had Luffy play a Brawler that he doesn't tend to play. He's more of a sharpshooter, control type of player. And that's what we've seen Vatra just superior in every sense right here. More kills, more damage with Rosa on Hot Potato. How often do we see that?
We don't see that too often nowadays, too. Honestly. I've just had word as well. Frixie is going to be subbed out and Charles going to be hopping in. So that's a bit of hope, at least. A bit of hope for them. And we know how good of a player Charles is as well. He's been very successful in the majority of his competitive ventures throughout his time.
No, yeah, for sure. It's always a good idea to switch things up if it's if it's not working out that time. Although Frixie is a really, really good player. But I think also has to deal with what set are we playing next, right? If I'm Vanguard, definitely kind of disappointed in that match because we had the draft that we wanted. We had the M's first pick. We had, the predictable Bull and then Surge. Like, that was a recipe that worked last week for them. They destroyed Chasmak with that comp. And they did it with the... Like, Chasmak had I think they had a better comp too with the Primo versus a Rosa, right? But I was just so impressed by RBM and how well he played that Rosa. Just using that thorny bush, unfriendly bush, I should say, gadget, multiple times to, like, get kills, slow things down. It was brilliant.
Yeah, well, I think you should pull your crystal ball at your question in Frixie being subbed out. Well, actually, he's been subbed back in.
Okay.
Vatushis is going to be subbed out now. So,
okay.
Ashley's crystal ball has been really on point today. You should consider, like, maybe playing the lottery tonight. I think that might be the best thing to try out. Out in the open, going to be the map up next, and it is a newcomer to the map pool. So, we might see a few unorthodox picks here and there, but I'd imagine with the amount they've been scrimming this new map pool, it should all be ironed out by now. But we've seen a lot of Carl, a lot of Eve and stuff like that, but we also saw that Collect coming out earlier. Just straight up counter pick to what the good brawlers are. And
exactly. And I feel like a lot of teams might be taking notes on that. Leave Carl open so you can have Colette, but nope. I see what Vatra was thinking. They were thinking, hey, maybe they're going to leave Carl, so let's ban Colette. It didn't really work out for them here. And I'm pretty sure Vatra's going to get first pick here for sure because Vanguard are the ones to ban the oppressive brawlers in Bonnie and Carl. So if you're Vatra right now, you got first pick. Janet's on the table, but Janet not as potent on a map like this. So they're going to go with Jean. Great pick because we know Vanguard. Frixie, one of the best Jean players in North America. Taking that out is a good idea. And Jean overall, first pick of knockout is very solid.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like the bans all around at this point, to be honest with you. Jean coming in first as well. So, we've got rid of the Bonnie and the Carl, and obviously, Vatra was still accommodating for it, getting rid of the Colette with maybe the possibility that one of them did sneak through.
Yeah.
I think that's, pretty solid from them and very heads up play and knowledge of the draft. Janet going to be the first pick from Vanguard, though. And Janet has been working surprisingly well. We saw it in that last game that you weren't casting on gem grab and just picked up the gems and flew out. Like, it's just so good. It's got very, very good kit, pretty much all round.
Yeah. I also like Janet on this map, particularly for the launch pad. You take that launch pad, prime position, and she just has so much health with that range and power. So she's always a solid brawler on this map, and her capability of doing things with flying. Bow, solid pick. You're never going to go wrong with a bow pick ever in knockout. So if you're Vatra, you're looking here, hey, we got to go with two brawlers, but at the same time, Vanguard's got last pick. Going with the tick is safe. So right now, it's all about picking safe brawlers that are not so easy to counter. And tick is one of them. You just can't like outright counter him in like any knockout map.
Yeah, I mean, as well, I completely forgot about this. I don't know if this is what you mean by the launch pad, but obviously Janet's got the gadget. You can just hop in as well, and I completely forgot about it. It's the same as, like a flying hook across the water. You can just use it to get into position so early on. Pam being the last pick of Vatra, so pretty solid. I like that. is maybe going to struggle at the start of the rounds because it doesn't have, you know, huge burst damage at range. But I feel like what they're going for is pretty passive anyway.
Yeah.
Because we've got the tick and the G.
I love the Pam pick. Finally, we start seeing more Pam. Because here's the thing about Pam. She's not a brawler a lot of people like playing. No fancy brawler. She doesn't have like, you know, all these things, but she's a high win rate brawler. She's a brawler that gets you results. And if you ever look at win rates for competitive, Pam is always up there as one of the brawlers with high win rate. So I like that, playing a brawler that's solid overall. May not be the, you know, fanciest brawler, but gets you results. On the other end, Vanguard going with the Brock last pick, thinking, hey, you know, if we can get rid of that mid-section wall, it's gonna be imperative because we don't want to get spawn trapped against the tick.
Yeah, I mean, I really like that Brock pick as the last one because, you know, not only does it have the ability to open up this wall, but it opens up the rest of the walls later on in the game as well. He's got another 2 rocket fuels and then his supers along the way as well. Charles is getting melted early on, brought very low and needs to try and heal up a little bit, but he did that and then now he's back in the mix. You can see Pam up top, you can't see her HP, but her damage gear was activated.
Yeah.
So clearly quite low, and Vanguard already putting themselves in a really good position.
Yeah, this is exactly what Vanguard needed to do. Take advantage of that Brock mid break, because that just gives you quick control, and you can just push the enemy into their spawn and just assert yourself. I feel like this is what they have to do, especially having, you know, a Vatra going with a Pam composition. Whenever you're going with a Pam composition, you're playing slow, you're playing passive, and already they doubled up on RBM right there, quickly taking him out against Chino. Great double team by Luffy and Frixie, and that's gonna do it. I feel like if they can do it one more time here, this should be a pretty convincing win for Vanguard.
Team pull is there though, so Brock has to be a little bit worried, and Frixie too if he doesn't have that super totem, so not much ability to tank too much here, but this time it seems like Vatra coming out swinging a little bit harder. The flight is there, and Luffy's going to get taken down because Charles can't tank that or shoot it. Bow mines as well. He's looking to try and go towards Pain, uses the gadget, gets over the wall, just focus Frixie at this point, get him down, and then triple up on the aggressive side up top once you've healed up. Oh, the bow mines! That could have got even worse, and RBM's actually going to get stunned as well.
Wow.
Charles might capitalize on this, but the pull comes in, and he says no to that. He wanted to reserve it, but didn't want to risk a 3v1.
No, wise decision by Chino right there, because had Charles been able to take down that Pam, had his super, things could have gone bad right there. It's always good to be safe. If you're Vatra right now, again, that tick super, you have it in store, but also knowing RBM is pretty close to getting his super as well with his Pam.
Oh, what a pull.
What a pull by Gene, indeed, but you gotta finish. You gotta take out Frixie, which oh, wow, okay, there we go. But look at RBM, super low, manages to get his super right on time and heal back, and that should give Vatra the upper hand here. Even with the bow mines, that Pam, oh my goodness.
I mean, these bow mines have been disastrous for Vatra so far. And like, just keep an eye on where he's placing them. I'm sure he threw them off the start, though, and they didn't see it. But I mean, the adaptation that Vatra made as soon as they lost that the first round, and then they come back swinging in these next two, and it looks like they should be taking this one as well. Charles pinned against the gas, and same with Luffy here as well. Falls very low and should be taken down. The gas takes him down, and Vatra continue the domination and add another game to their array of others.
Wow. Yeah, I feel like a lot of it had to do with the later stage of the game where, hey, we got our supers right. We got our Tick super, we got our Gene super. I think the Gene super was huge in this matchup. Not only like Chino getting some key pulls, but also when you have that Gene super, it just puts the other team on their toes. They just can't make those aggressive plays anymore, knowing, hey, I might get pulled in.
And he is using the super totem as well. He clearly just didn't think it was going to hit. I'm not, like, it's surprising to me that he didn't have time to pop it, considering it was max range. I don't know if the reaction time's just not there.
Yeah.
Or if he didn't have any gadgets from Frakes, I'd like to see that as well.
The other thing is, like, it's difficult to get that reaction time when the Gene is hidden in the bushes with the super. And sometimes you just don't see it. You just don't realize, hey, this Gene's about to get it. So right now, double team. Charles had to finish the Pam. Very big missed opportunity because now RBM, as you know, he's going to heal back safely. Again, he's really low.
No, he's not.
That time, he got a little too aggressive, but that's what we know about RBM. He likes to play at that pace. And right now, Chino's going to get doubled. But hey, same story we've seen in the first game. This time, Vatra, again, they have their super, so they can still, they can still manage to take this one. considering, hey, their Gene's got his pole ready now.
I mean, don't get me wrong, you know, Vatra in control of that. It was Vanguard who were pinned in spawn this time, so I'm not sure if they're kind of taking advantage of Vatra's missteps and making sure they punish them for their mistakes, but that was a real good turnaround considering how far in spawn they were. These bow mines doing some serious work now as well, preventing the tick from slotting into a position they'd want to. Took out some of that grass as well. Chino has that pull in hand. Luffy trying to get away from it. Bow mine being baited out. Frixie remains quite low thanks to Pain, keeping him that way. And
Yeah.
RBM has that healing super as well, so can throw it towards defensive or offensive, and he's going to need it on defense here.
RBM's got to be careful. He's really low. He's got to drop that super, and he finally does. Chino, big help by the magic pelts of Gene just to keep his teammates alive. But RBM kind of lost that super, and he kind of wanted to hold on to another excellent pull by Chino, but that time unable to stay alive. RBM could do it. He could do it, and he does it thanks to the tick head right there. Manages to take out the Janet.
Assist.
Wow.
Yeah, the take head assist, pushing the Janet into the gas and making sure he doesn't make it anywhere else, because that could have gone very wrong for Vatra right there, and that would have been an even out in this set for Vanguard if they did manage to bring it home. But now, Vatra in a good spot. They've got this Pam super, which is always going to be very good at tanking a lot of the damage that Vanguard are trying to pour down on them.
Yeah, I like how RBM's not rushing it. He knows, hey, you know, this is knockout. It's going to be slow pace for the first half. Let's wait until the end. Maybe then if we can have the map more condensed, we can drop things down and take advantage. Chino is not shy with those pulls. That time, finally saw him miss one, but we've been seeing him hit those.
With this flight, they need to take advantage of the opposing brawlers who are being kind of hung out to dry whilst he goes and tries and do that. Chino, make a push. Might be able to get the knockback onto Luffy here, get the takedown, pull in hand once more. Can't obviously save it for the next round though, so needs to make use of it in this one. Goes for the pull, misses, and he's taken out. Vanguard bring it home.
Vanguard, big plays right there. I love what Charles did with his Janet. He flew on top of the tick, took the tick out, and then he cycled it back. He got his super back thanks to also feeding off of the pan. So big plays right there with his Janet to secure that one. Tied up now. Here we go. Third set of the knockout. Third round of the knockout set.
Have some changes for Vatra because that one didn't go to plan for them. RBM falling low again.
Wow.
Luffy goes down as well. Tick goes in with a nice pinch. And a great start for Vatra in this one.
That was crazy. You saw what RBM and Luffy were doing there? They were just baiting each other. They were like, hey, I'm gonna have you use your super. And the thing is, Luffy missed it. He missed his rockets, his Brock's rockets. Otherwise, that would have been exchange. And now it puts Vatra in the 3v2, and you know they're going to take. I'm not sure why Chino went for the pull there. He didn't have to. It's a 3v2. But now, if you're Charles, you don't want to feed. You just want to get out of there. As Chino, again, getting ever closer to another pull.
Because they didn't get a bad cycle. Couple of shots on the person he pulled, and I believe a full shot on the person he didn't as well towards the end there. Charles should be just a couple of tickles off the super, and he is. Gets it back now. And Pain. Going to be aggressed once more by Charles. He needs to kind of retreat into his teammates' arms here. Otherwise, it could go quite badly. The scrap sucker from RBM there, not able to get
Charles about to get pulled.
He doesn't hit it again. Chino once more missing such a valuable super, as that could have really changed the tide.
Yeah, I felt like that could have. He could have gotten it. Freaks is really low at the bottom, by the way. Pain, got to be careful. Oh, but that time, the Brock super did connect on the tick, and it's a 3v2 in favor of Vanguard. RBM's got to be careful, but he does have his super. I don't know if he wants to use it or just no. So we're gonna move into a third round in this final knockout set right here. Here we go.
Clearly no faith in Chino to clutch the 3v1 there then.
Yeah.
Just instantly moving on to the third one. There goes the...
Now, if you're Chino, you do have your pull again. But one thing we've been seeing is like every time he does miss that pull, Vanguard capitalizes. They turn things up. They go faster pace. So Chino's got to be a little careful with that. RBM does have his super, and I feel like maybe this time use it earlier because you don't want to get pinned. You don't want to get spawn trapped here. It's just going to make it harder for you and your team.
Well, they're getting pinned and they're getting spawn traps and not listening to your advice, clearly, Ash. RBM has that super in hand. Obviously, Pain does now as well. Bit of relief for him, but it's still two shot for Charles to get that down. So RBM maybe want to try and make use of his super soon. Even if it does go down pretty quick, you've got to use it to tank some stuff. Gino's going to fall low as well now because of that super coming in from Luffy. And
Oh,
the
no.
rocket fuel
Oh,
comes in,
no.
and they're just waiting too long on all their supers. The tick head goes down, and Vanguard are going to clean this one up right now. Pain is not going to be able to do too much there.
Wow.
Vanguard, bring it home. Even out the sets, make it 1-1.
Yeah, they were daring Vatra. Use your super. Use your super. Vatra's like, no, I don't. I'm a Pam. I don't want to use my super yet. Chino's like, I got my pull, but I don't want to use it yet. That's what happened. Vanguard kept daring them, and they just didn't do it. They just held on to it for way too long. And not just that, Pam gadget. We didn't see any Pam gadgets used by their Pam by RBM right there, and I feel like that led to like their downfall. They should have been a little more assertive. Burn them. Don't play it too safe, because Vanguard, you know, they took advantage of that.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like Vatra were off their game or something in this one, not using supers, and when they did, Chino definitely misused a lot of them. So not the game that they wanted, especially for their last one there. Could have put them 2 sets up, and now things are evened out. Vanguard managed to bring it back to 1-1, and they looked a lot better in that one, considering the tough set they had in the first. They've really made up for it.
Yeah, Vatra's just been healing a lot more, but that's no surprise when you have a Jean and Magic Pills, and you also have Pam and her healing capabilities as well. But in terms of damage, Vanguard were, as you saw, just a lot more assertive in this matchup.
Oh, Vanguard did have more supers, more damage, and not as many heals. Clearly didn't need as many heals. I don't think it's the fact that they weren't healing, but they just weren't hit as hard.
Yeah.
And pretty much all the damage was from tick shots or long range Pam or Jean, which is pretty much doing nothing. The Jean pulls were really the saving grace for the rounds that Vatra did win. But when he stopped hitting them, they stopped winning.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like Chino might have gotten a little too shy with the pulls. He realized, oh, I'm missing too much, right? I'm missing too many. I'm just going to slow things down. I know every time I'm missing, we're scoring up. But, you know, like, that's the thing, is like, what makes a great player is they're not afraid to miss. You miss that opportunity, it's okay. Just move on to the next one. Take it again. I want to see you take it. But that time, he didn't even use it. He didn't even use the super. He held on to it for way too long, right? You got to do it. You can't be afraid of the moment.
I mean, if you miss it, you miss it.
Yeah.
But you just got to work to get it back, and then
it's
make
better
a few
to
mistakes.
miss it than to never use it.
But that's the thing. Occasionally it's not with Gene Pull, isn't it? But he just didn't really understand the situation he was in. Because a lot of the time with Gene Pull, if you don't use it and you don't miss it, then you can hold on to it and get control back from it. But Vatra had too many countermeasures to, like, the Gene Pull.
They had
the flight, totems, literally everything countered it. So if he did use it and waste it, and got no cycle back for it, then it might have been better for him to hold on to it. But
their Pam could have simply just threw her super in front, use it as a shield, get control back, have Jean with the super, maybe go for a pull at that point, right? They definitely had ways to deal with it, but they just played it too safe, and Luffy made them pay with those rock supers. Heading into Shooting Star, one of the most open maps in the game, Vanguard gonna go with the Max, Tick, and Lola Band, telling us most likely Vanguard's gonna be the first pick, obviously here, leaving powerful brawlers on the table, and that's why they're gonna go with the Carl. Now, Carl, don't get me wrong, very good brawler, very strong first pick. On a map like Shooting Star, I'm not the biggest fan as a first pick.
I actually kind of like Carl and Shooting Star because, you know, Piper's out the way, Bonnie's out the way, Nanny, and it's the same with Tick and stuff. You know, it's like, a lot of those long-range brawlers out the way, it's brought to that mid-range. And a lot of the time, those mid-range brawlers, whether it be Bo or something like that, Carl can capitalize really easily on that with the super.
Yeah, definitely. But if I'm Vanguard, though, I know Vatra's got last pick now, right? And key counters to Carl. Fang. That's what I'm looking at right now. I don't want to give Vatra Fang. Vatra's got great Fang players. If you're a Carl, you either, right now, if you're Vanguard, you either take Fang or you gotta have counters measures to that. Jean's still on the table. If I'm Vatra, I'm probably gonna be taking Jean right now with the bell. But no, looks like they're gonna take Brock. But if I'm Vanguard right now, I'm definitely taking Jean because I need something as an aggro brawler, like I said, Fang, or maybe even like Leon or Daryl. I need some counters to my, you know, Carl right now. So I'm looking at Gene. I might also maybe consider taking Fang here because Fang would be great against the Brock Bell matchup and also would make sure that, hey, they're not going to take Fang against my Carl.
Yeah, I don't really think that taking Fang would be the best thing. I think having countermeasures, you know, as you mentioned, would be a bit of a better alternative for them, which they did. The Gene Lamp Blowout going to have the pull as well when he's trying to accumulate that super. He puts himself in unfavorable positions where you can pull him. So adding to this, you know, what would you take on top of that? Would you still take the Fang as well, or just add another countermeasure?
I would either take Fang or I would take a countermeasure. Like, I would take another aggro brawler like Leon. I feel like Leon could be great. And there wouldn't be many options for Vatra to counteract that. Maybe like Crow, maybe, but no, they're gonna play it safe. They're gonna go with the bow. Okay, but if I'm Vatra, I'm still looking at an aggro type brawler that can make, you know, those winning plays. I'm still looking at Fang here in this matchup. You just don't have as many sharpshooters anymore. You don't have those sharpshooter options, and you don't really want to go with the sharpshooter with low health. Like, you don't want to go with Byron because you can't just allow a Carl late game to just swoop in and just team wipe you, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say, what do you think about something like, you know, a B or something like that with heavy damage against the Carl and stuff? Obviously, he's got the ability to swoop in.
There's the Fang. That's what I'm looking at. I like that Fang. But the thing with the B was, Gene is gonna be tough to deal with the splash, and then you also have the spirit revenge. I think it's called vengeful spirits that you also have to be careful with when you're running a comp full of low HP brawlers. So I like the Fang pick here. I was really eyeing on that pick, and now this makes it a lot more interesting. Both comps are very interesting comps, and I feel like it's gonna be a close matchup throughout.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like them evenly as well. You know, I like what Vanguard brought to the table with that Carl early on, and you know, I do like that pick a lot. You get the early first pick, and now you just got to ensure that he's not punished because of it. That's what his teammates do, in providing some support. But now, I mean, Payne's just missing shots. He's brought very low, but not able to finish him off. But they do have some good control with Charles.
Yeah, Charles already getting his super. He got so much value with that Carl right from the get-go. But also, take a look at RBM. Now, RBM is absolutely dangerous with the Fang, so I'm expecting some really nice Fang plays in this matchup. Fang is, as you know, one of the most exciting brawlers, I feel like. That time he didn't get the stun, just the quick reactiveness of Charles. I like that play by both players. RBM forcing that Carl to retreat, but also RBM knowing, hey, I just got to get my super back here and just play this passively, because this is what Shooting Stars is passive combat now. And there you go.
Regardless of Payne actually having a super, I feel like he's missed a lot of shots, and RBM comes in and gets taken out, punished for that aggressive effort. Chino over the right-hand side. Pretty 50-50 matchup against Luffy so far, but he gets some good connections whilst he's marked as well. Charles not punished for being aggressive as he spins back. Does waste his super, but has the gene pull as well.
Yeah, I still like what Charles is doing. Playing it safe, using his super, countermeasures, having that hook ready as well against the Fang. So overall, even though it's a mismatch, Fang versus Carl, Charles is doing a very good job just outplaying.
Yeah, keeping his range, ensuring he's not feeding him too much. Payne goes for the break through the mid there, wants to see if he can pinch Luffy over this right side a little bit more. Take down on that bow totem whilst he's trying to get those.
It's still super dangerous. RBM has his super. Oh, big pull by Frixie. And that's what makes Frixie such a dangerous player on the Gene. That was a really long range pull, and RBM misses his pull. He went in too early, noticing, hey, Frixie's pulling my teammate, but that's not going to be enough, as Vanguard is going to be able to take this one. On top of it, I'm just in awe with that pull. That was a really long distance pull by Frixie to get that.
It's got to be max range near enough, and he now showing Chino how it's done. You need to be hitting pulls like this. Why were you doing it in the last game? But, I mean, Vanguard looks very good, and I feel like regardless of Fang being, you know, so good against that,
we just didn't see it that game.
It bounced onto the Gene. The one thing he had, it bounced directly onto the Gene, and Charles did a great play of having that heads-up gadget, fast reaction, and getting out of the way before he got stunned.
Yeah, that time again, RBM did not connect. A little too early with the Fang, and I'm just seeing a bunch of misplays with the Fang. I feel like if he can get those connections, it'll make a world of difference. So right now, I like what Vatra's doing here, keeping them back, keeping them small and trapped. I like Chino playing the mid role now with his bell rather than the bow. And I feel like if you have a bell at the mid, you just get more value out of it. There we go.
Jumps on now, RBM
Critical.
comes in, gets the cleanup, but also supers to the left. Looks like Luffy can't quite trade this out, and he actually sacrifices himself as well. Poor plays from Vanguard on that one, but Charles now going to go up, get the takedown on Pain, and bring the scoreline a little bit back in their favor. Frixie with the pull, could change this around right with his pull on Chino, but he can't connect, but he's pinched against the side. Luffy finishes him off, but he goes in on Charles. RBM might be taken down here. Charles spins away, and the Blue Star is deciding it, and it's deciding Vanguard for now.
Oh, wow. Chino, fortunately, he dodged the pull, but unfortunately taken out right there. Vanguard in control with the Blue Star now. Frixie has a super, went a little too reckless right there. I feel like he didn't have to. Even if he got the connection, it wouldn't have made much of a difference because you still have the Blue Star in lead. Better to just hold on to it.
He was feeling himself. After that last pull, he was like, oh, I'm feeling good with this Gene at the moment. I'll try something special, but didn't manage to get it. And this is not a good position to be in with 20 seconds left and only the Blue Star deciding it. No one can go down, and they know this. They've got to be quite cautious. Frixie overextending a little bit, but not in range just yet. If Rocky gets hit by that last one, Bellmark is going to miss as well. 10 seconds on the clock. RBM with super in hand. Sees his target. He might want to go for it, but the pull comes in on Pain. The bounce across onto RBM, but the Blue Star still on it. Luffy, though, might go down, but stays up. The shots don't connect. RBM can't finish it, and Vanguard are going to take this set and make it 2-1.
Yeah, just brilliantly played by Charles the whole 2 games here with his Carl being able to avoid the mismatch against Fang. And then RBM getting a little too reckless at times. Did get some nice supers, but not as much as he wanted to impose himself in this match. And then, of course, Frixie and his beautiful supers at times, just like that.
I mean, yeah, the supers were good, but sometimes they weren't as well. He missed a couple along the way, but you know, that's what we were speaking about before. Sometimes it's better to just go for it and get it back like this. He gets it back pretty fast, and that's what Cheetah wasn't doing in that previous set, and what cost Vanguard, what cost Vatra that last set. But that RBM play towards the end was great. They should have finished this one off, let's face it. Unable to do so, and Vanguard taking the lead to make it 2-1 now.
Yeah, I felt like that final game in Bounty, Vatra were in control. Even though they were behind, they had the opposing team pushed back, and you had your Fang super, but the trades in kills is what hurt them. They needed a little more confidence in their Fang there and playing the last few seconds. But in terms of like kills, stars, that time, Vanguard.
Stats back it up, making it 2-1 for Vanguard as well, and they're looking very good. At the moment, you know, Vanguard, regardless of that first one, we said, you know, I was very skeptical about how Vanguard were going to, you know, bounce back from that first set. As you mentioned, the comp might not have been as good for Vatra, but they managed to bring home the win. And I thought, you know, if that continues and they can't win with a better comp, how are they going to win with a worse comp?
Yeah.
But they've proven to us that they are the, you know, the team that they always have been.
And this also goes back to the point where I was like, hey, they have to take Gene here because you don't want to give the opposing team the Gene, and that's what we've seen. You gave Frixie the Gene, and that kind of, you know, made things harder for you. Looking into Ring of Fire now, Hot Zone. This is a, you know, very standard hot zone map, single zone. Vanguard going with the Janet, Crow, and Carl bans, telling us most likely now Vatra is going to be the one to get the first pick here. And they're going to ban out Colette, Penny, and Ruffs. So with the first pick by Vatra, most likely you have options such as Bonnie, but no, we just haven't been seeing Bonnie shine as much as she has been. And that's why they're going to go with an Amber as their first pick. I think it's the first time we actually seen an Amber being chosen with the first pick.
As I say, sometimes I do question Amber as a first pick, though. On Ring of Fire especially, maybe on something like Double Swoosh or something like that, then it's warranted. But on Ring of Fire, I feel like Amber's maybe a little bit of a weird first pick. I don't know if they're trying to, you know, postpone it and give them Bonnie and play something like, that counters it quite well. I was going to say like the Colette, but obviously it's banned out of the way. Yeah. Something that counters those brawlers, because it seems to have been succeeding for those teams who have done it, rather than the teams who have chosen Bonnie. The teams who counter it, usually the ones who succeed.
Yeah, definitely. And against the Amber matchup, I feel like if you're Vanguard, speed things up, go with the Stu. Good pick, but for your next pick, and here's the thing about Amber on a map like Ring of Fire. It makes sure that the opposing team doesn't try to double up or, you know, triple the mid. Having a piercing brawler is just imperative. You don't have to deal with like a Pam and like, you know, another brawler like a Lola, right? That's what they're gonna go. I'm not too sure about the Lola pick. I don't really like Lola into Amber, but at the same time, Lola is just way too good of a brawler to just leave. You don't want to give Vatra Lola now with Amber as well.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like it. Lola through the mid of Ring of Fire is going to have quite a decent amount of control when you get the ego and the freeze frame going. It tanks quite a lot. But obviously you can't tank those Amber shots. So it's going to have to be when Amber's either in spawn or over one of the sides, that's when it's going to thrive. And I like the bell pick.
Yeah, I was expecting the bell pick.
You're picking it into it, and it's going to bounce off. So I think it's pretty solid to pair that with an Amber, and it's not giving Lola too many successful matchups.
Yeah, if I'm Vanguard though, I'm pretty happy about this. I want the opposing team to have these low health brawlers because I have last pick here. If I can go another aggro brawler, say like a Leon, I'll have a massive advantage. But if you're Vatra right now, you need to pair these two brawlers with something that can support them and something that's not as weak to an aggro type brawler, such as we're saying Leon. So take the Leon to prevent the enemy from taking a Leon. So I really like that. I really like the Leon pick. Obviously, still, Vanguard has the final pick. Crow's off the table, Russ is off the table, and you need something to pair your comp to deal with the Leon, but at the same time, you know you can't take a brawler like Pam because you're already gonna have like Lola at the mid probably sometimes, Stu there, and obviously
like a Rico on this map. I see Rico being played here from time to time.
The thing about Rico, okay, they're gonna go Squeak, but it's gonna be good in terms of like just preventing a Leon from sneaking through the lane, you know, cutting down choke points with your residue gadget, but I like Vatra's comp a little more here.
I think I can get behind that. I think they've got a solid comp. You know, I was a little bit questioned about the Amber first pick, but it seems like their comps rounded off quite nicely with the Bell and the Leon alike. Lollipop Drop's always going to be a great thing to have on this map, but it could be quite difficult to get them up and running with Squeak's ability to kind of shoot through those one-tile walls.
Yeah, definitely. And the main thing is going to be the Leon. If the Leon can be, you know, a pest and just constantly aggro and just, you know, super, which something Vanguard doesn't have the best comp to deal with. Already Luffy getting some key hits right there. Winning the mid, that's going to be huge because we also know Luffy is very close to his super, and there's the super already in prime position.
Was that not the most pointless Lollipop drop you've ever seen? Literally the only thing it covered was the grass. So not the best start for Vatra, regardless of having a pretty decent comp on this map. Luffy gets hit, and the bouncers should start to come through, but his ego goes down, which actually might have been a little bit beneficial for him in that situation. Yeah. Some good shots being connected by Frixie as well. No gadget being popped just yet, but Vatra yet to get a percentage, and this is looking disastrous for them.
Yeah, definitely. Another thing questionable, why would you have your Bell on the lane against the Stu matchup, right? Why not have your Leon go through the left side against the Stu? Just some questionable stuff right there. Luffy winning his mid, you know, just right at the start and just constantly just holding on to it here. Just looking like a nightmare scenario for Vatra, as they know if they lose this set, they're out.
That last little bounce, getting the takedown onto the Lola. Luffy could not pull through that, but RBM's going to get hit by that super. Little invis coming around the side from Chino as he did manage to get a nice little cycle on it in the last one, and they're starting to pull it back bit by bit. Charles going aggressive now, then making a big play. Ooh. Not able to bring down RBM as Chino does pinch in, but Luffy picks up that super, throws it quite far forward so it can't bounce onto him just yet. The freeze frame's popped, and it's pretty pitiful damage, the stuff that does bounce off it, so he can stay in there for a decent amount of time. But Vatra bringing it back very nicely.
They did, but at the same time, Chino just got pushed all the way back out there with his Leon. Got caught by the Squeak. Super, not really what you want if you're a Leon. And this is looking good for Vanguard in terms of getting control back. Luffy knows that even though, you know, his ego's not gonna be the best value against the Bell, just gonna throw it out there just to keep her back. And now he's got two teammates backing him with the mid. Looking like a comfortable... Oh, no, and as I say that, quick aggro play by RBM and Pain to get it back. Wow.
They're not too comfortable anymore. The mark hits as well. Luffy might be better off going down, trying to come back once he's not marked up, and Leon slotting into his Lollipop drop, playing the defensive. Now the shots come through from Frixie, they start to connect. Charles pushes on, has the dashes as well. Gassy Hill coming through along with it. That should finish things off, but not just quite yet. They get the takedowns. Luffy not able to finish things off. The Leon invis comes in. They get the takedown. 26 seconds on the clock. 5% pretty much needed. Charles going to go dashing forward, gets on just in time, and they take it with 3% Vanguard, match point.
3%. Wow. Now, here's the thing. I don't think Vatra played that one as well as they should, especially from the start. So if you're Vatra, you're losing that game by 3%. You got to stay optimistic here because you know if you just clean that up at the start and you just do what you're supposed to, you can still win. This is a very winnable game.
There goes the Residue, placing down mid this time, and it does actually get a connection on Pain. Not able to get too much from it just yet, but now the pinch comes through from Frixie around the side, getting himself into a good position, and they're playing so central. They've got no lanes at the moment, and this is what happened last time.
Yeah.
They pinch in, and it's just so bad at the start for Vatra.
Yeah, it's the thing about Vatra. They just don't have anything to deal with a Stu that can with just so much mobility, right? Especially when that Stu can just get into that bush right from the from the start. It just puts you in so much pressure. And the other thing, Squeak blocking your Leon off from just flanking in through the right side is just a nightmare situation for Vatra right now.
Well, Payne's going to be saying hello to some Squeak shots quite soon. RBM's going to walk directly over one and be taken down. And 60% to 2.
Yeah.
And the falling of most of Vatra players. It's just Chino alive right now. He's trying to push in. Does manage to evade that, but now the tick starts to come up as the percentage starts to come in as he walks over it. And they do get scouted out 75% to 11. And this is looking so good for Vanguard.
Luffy hasn't even died a single time. This is what Luffy, as I was saying previously when he was playing Brawl, that's not his strong suit. He's a mid player. He's so good with the mid brawls. Even with the Lola mismatch against the Bell, his ability to just hold that mid fort, outplay the Bell throughout 2 sets, didn't even die a single time. Vanguard just dominated Vatra in this hot zone set, taking it 3-1 against one of the premier teams in North America.
I mean, Vatra, they might have brought it back against Chasmak, but they are going to fall short of Vanguard. And it seems like maybe we underestimated Vanguard after that first set. At least I did. I thought they were going to be falling quite heavily to Vatra, but they managed to keep their heads.
Yeah.
Came back in the game and finished things off strong in the hot zone. And I must say, they played very, very well throughout near enough all of the sets, except from that first one. So massive commendable performance for them today. And what a way to finish off their day.
Yeah, definitely. So well deserved right there. 25 kills to 14. But look at the healing as well. Vanguard, not just the kills, but when you're also able to get heal on top of kills, it just shows you how dominant you've been performing.
I'd say as well, like, there's not much damage between them, but there's an extra 11 kills. So, I mean, that just goes to show how, like, the better position that Vanguard were in throughout near enough the entire thing. Because if you're in a position to pinch those kills down, manage to secure them, that's what matters. Because if you're not finishing off the kills, you're not getting the control that comes along with defeating an enemy.
Yeah, Amber first pick just didn't work out, it seemed. And also, they kind of played into their hands as well, forcing you to go with a brawler like Bell, and then allowing, hey, have you go with the aggro brawler like Leon, and then just completely shutting you down, having a Squeak to shut down that zone from Leon, having your Stu to just quickly take that left lane and just asserting yourself. It just put too much on Vatra right there.
Yeah, as good as that last comp looked for Vatra, it wasn't quite enough to bring down Vanguard. They finished things off 3-1. We're back with one more game just after this break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, the U.S. Air Force, and Samsung Galaxy.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually when it stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me, yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me, my fire's burning, I'm always learning, tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey, yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited, keep it 300, King Leonidas, strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride, working on me every single day and night, there comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in. Coach, I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have a spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane.
And just like that, Vanguard improves to 2-1. A positive slash line here for Vanguard. You love to see it, folks. And you know what I love to see?
Yeah.
Ash. I just love to see you, man.
I love to see you too.
Ah, look at that. All love up here, but we got some stuff to dive into.
Yeah, let's look at Vanguard, how they completely dominated Vatra in this Ring of Fire. Just check this out. Luffy, great job holding the mid with his Lola, but Frixie completely blocking off Leon from ever getting through the right side. Charles on the left side, just a monster on the Stu, unable to do anything against them. It's completely dominating here. You would think as a Bell, you would have the range advantage against Luffy, but no, Luffy showing, hey, you're not gonna hit those shots against me. I'm just gonna overpower you. On the right side, every time, Frixie right there with his Squeak and Residue Gadget whenever he needed it. Mid position, blocking off the mid, preventing them from getting back into the mid. Chino going invisible, but they're on top of that. They know he's got his super. Just look at the lead. 75% to 10% is making it look way too easy for them. A very commanding win by Vanguard there. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, our teams today just really keeping the trend going of if they're not going to get it to 5, we're at least pushing it to 4 sets. No sweeps yet today, with the exception of the reverse sweep at the beginning of the day, but we still have one more match around the corner to close the day out, and that is going to be with the Real Ones and Reconyx.
Wow, here are the real ones once again. We've seen them today, we've seen them fail, actually. But Jigsaw, Lucky Bear, and Z actually being the difference this time. Not sure if we saw him at all last time, but he does come in now. And I'm not sure if it'll make the biggest amount of difference because they haven't been seeming so successful so far. But honestly, I'm hoping it is because I feel like they deserve a win. But then again, I guess Reconyx do as well.
Yeah, definitely. Real Ones, they are. They're the real ones. Got really good players, Lucky Bear, Z, Slash. These guys are all Jigsaw. They've got great players. It's just whether they have the synergy, and it's been tough for them. It's been a tough ride for them. They know they're a top team in North America, but it's just been a difficult night for them.
They're a top team in North America, but they just can't seem to prove it at the moment. That's the issue. And same with Reconyx.
Yeah.
I mean, they kind of did prove it earlier. They took Tribe Gaming to a double match point.
Fifth
So that's
set.
that's one of Reconyx's biggest achievements as a team. Like, and don't get me wrong, I'm not making it like not a big achievement, because Tribe are just phenomenal at the moment, and being 3-0 in the challenge phase of Snapdragon Pro Series. It's really solid to take them to double match point, but they fell short, and whether it's 3-0 or a 3-2, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You've got to go all the way, and I'm honestly hoping Reconyx do go all the way, to be honest here, because I feel like they deserve, after their performance today, to have at least a win on the board.
Yeah, definitely. Reconyx, one thing I love about Reconyx is their unconventional comps. They come up with really off-meta things that they make use of, make it work. And he got so close against the Tribe matchup earlier. 5th set, 3rd round in this set, and they know they should have won it too. They out-comped them. They out-comped Tribe. They outplayed them too very well, but just couldn't get it done. Real Ones, more kills, but they die a lot more though. Just shows, hey, they play at a faster pace than Reconyx.
I was gonna say, I think both of them actually negative in terms of kills to death. So I think that's actually the first time we've seen that amongst both teams today. So it's quite an intriguing statistic. Both clearly very aggressive, and both clearly failing at being very aggressive.
Well,
Yeah.
Listen, we're going to have to see how that plays out for them, okay? Because the last match is almost ready to go, which of course means for the last time today, chat, we need to hear your opinion. Let us know which way you think this game is going to go. Who's going to close out the day with the last win? Because like I said, it's ready to go. I'm passing it off to you guys so we can get this thing underway.
Final game of the day, Ash. Final game of the day, and it's not going to disappoint. I hope, at least. I hope it's not going to disappoint.
No,
because,
none of the matches today have disappointed.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. We need to finish things off just as strong as we've been going.
Yeah. And Backyard Bowl, first time we're seeing this. Not really a big fan of this map. Sometimes games can go pretty long, as we've seen in well, you and F. have commented over. That was a pretty long one, I'd say. Real Ones gonna go with the bow first pick, very solid. I love the bow first pick on this map. Is solid, safe, have the wall breaking option with your mines as well. So overall, great first pick. Reconyx gonna go with Stu. I love this Stu. Stu is always a great pick against the bow. And you also again have a wall break option, or you can use the speed gadget to your advantage.
I think solid and safe, as you said, bow is kind of the name of the game for Backyard Bowl. And I'm not sure if it's the same in North America as it is in Europe, but people love to sit behind walls, corner the ball, wait until overtime hits, and then play it like that. But I know those North Americans love to go really aggressive, so maybe it's a little bit different.
No, that's true. But if need be, they also do corner it. But I'm hoping we don't see much of that, because we want these games to be fast-paced. We want it to be quick. Right.
That's what makes Brawl Stars such a great game. How fast-paced it is, and
exactly.
Whether it be the Stu making it like that or the Penny that they've picked, I'm sure they'll get some exciting, thrilling games up on the screen just as fast as possible.
Yeah, definitely. Lola picked right there. Another solid brawler. These are the brawlers we're seeing these teams running. Just solid overall brawlers. Real One's gonna have to go with another one. I'm thinking maybe like a Pam if you want to again play just safe. Pam would be solid, having a bulky brawler just holding that lane. But they're going to go with the Leon. Okay, just going to spice things up a bit. You got the Lollipop, you got invisibility to work with. It's great for early control, and then win conditions with your invisibility. If you're Reconyx right now, though, Crow's off the table. If you want, Ruffs is a decent pick. But if I'm Reconyx,
maybe they'll go for a Pam.
I'm looking at Pam, yes. I'm looking at Pam, just having 2 spawners as well, Penny, and then if you can place your Pam turret behind a wall, considering Real Ones don't have like optimal wall breakers. But they're gonna go with Amber, interesting. Amber, don't get me wrong, great against Lola. Not the best against Bo though. Not the best against Leon all the time, but interesting to say the least.
Very matchup specific, and I feel like it hasn't got that many good matchups in this one, so that could be maybe a little bit worrying for Reconyx.
But here's the other thing, though. Add in the Stu speed gadget. Amber could be a nightmare with that speed. And then, of course, you know what she can do with just the flames, right? There's auto aim from a distance. It's tough to deal with. But here we go. There's the Stu gadget placement, but Amber's on the other side dealing with the Leon.
Got the two gadgets being placed early on, and there's another one as well. Why not top it off with a super totem from Bo there? Jigsaw falls low and gets splashed actually as well, and Aliani's coming in. He doesn't want to see, he doesn't want a long game at all. He's coming straight in. Obviously, they don't have the breakthrough because the speed zone was there, but they're going to finish this one off anyway. Forces it in with a super shot. Clearly no ammo left, and Reconyx 28 seconds in, and they're already 1-0 up.
Yeah, big plays by Elianis right there. Now, if I'm real ones, I'm kind of concerned. Why did I not pick more counters into that Stu, right? Luki gonna go invisible. Didn't really get much out of it, though. He went invisible, but they got the kill. But here's the problem, though. Reconyx can just corner it. And that's what we're seeing. They're gonna go with the corner, and we know how difficult it is. It can be in the map like Backyard Bowl to get that ball out of the corner and score. Luki doing his best right here against Gatsby. He's gonna place his barrel, but unfortunately get taken down, which Luki kind of had to, you know, to get that ball. He's gonna try to get that ball out of that corner. And I would not have kicked it there because now Reconyx can just again kick the ball to the corner again. So I would have loved to see that ball kicked backwards rather than towards them.
Yeah, I think maybe he was trying to bait him onto the mine that was kind of underneath the ball there. It might have been the strategy, but honestly, I think even if it wasn't that much of a smart strategy. I'd have much preferred, you know, to keep the ball control and actually not have it in that corner, wait for your opportune moment to score and seize it. But looks like the ball's firmly back in the corner once more, and as difficult as it is to get out, they managed it and then just gave it straight past them.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. Look at the mortar placement. It's all the way in the spawn area. And they're just gonna play defensive all throughout here with just 37 seconds left. And you know, in a map like Backyard Bowl, 30 seconds is just not enough to get that ball out of that corner. It's just a difficult situation to be in. Again, Gatsby can just place his mortar back here, just defend the ball in the corner. Trav, you jinxed it. You're like, Europe likes to do this. I don't know if North America's gonna, but this is what's happened here. Cornering the ball with 1 minute and 40 seconds left. And real ones? No, blocked, intercepted by Elianis right there, and that's gonna do it.
Yeah, I mean, let's not be blaming the fact that NA cornering the ball and playing boring on the fact that I jinxed it, please, Ash. But
No.
But yeah, Reconyx did it anyway, and I mean, you can't fault them for it anyway. It's not like
you can't fault.
It's not like it was 0-0 and they cornered it and waited for overtime because they just like playing passive like that. It's the right thing to do in that situation because, you know, if you give them a chance, they're gonna take an opportunity to score that if it's not in the corner. And technically, they did actually give them that chance, and they didn't take the opportunity to score it. But yeah, you know, it was a difficult calling.
Definitely. So if you're the real ones, you can't allow Elianis to do that again. Go aggro with this too. And early goals are a detriment. Elianis, as I'm saying that, going in with the Stu again. Oh, so aggressive. Missed opportunity by Gatsby, who could have actually walked it in. He had 4,000 health right there. I don't know why he kicked it.
Pointing from him, but I'm sure he'll be more disappointed than we are about that. So he must need to make up for that in this later portion of the game. But we've got 3 supers in the hands of the real ones here. So need to try and make some moves at some point, possibly even, you know, some bow mines to try and get a wall break. There it is. Jigsaw gets the kill on Yannis as well. Starts to open things up for the real ones, and Luki using that super as well, starting to push forward. Does get burned up, but still in a good position.
Yeah, thank goodness there was a kill there. Otherwise, that ball would have been cornered for a very long time. Gatsby doing his best right here to stay alive, but Elianis as well. Nice block off with the ego against the Stu, and there's the kill. And then I love the mine placements over there. Unfortunately, though, he's not using tripwire, so he's got to hope Nathan walks into it, and he does. Opens it up for them. But also, it's going to be tough, considering Elianis now has more entry points to work with.
Well, with Reconyx missing their opportunity, they might come to regret it, as the real ones definitely started making some more moves for themselves in this later portion of the game, but now Aliani's falls low, so he's going to provide him with a super, allow that mobility and gas a heal, but he gets taken down anyway. Gatsby has the ball provided to him, but can't really do too much with it because he's getting pinched in by near all 3 members of the real ones. Gets taken down, and now super's in the hands of the real ones and need to push it forward, but unable to do so just yet.
Yeah, although I'm liking what real ones are doing this time. Got the kill on Elian's right there, 3v2 with 20 seconds left until overtime, opening things up. If you're Reconyx, I would just corner it, and I think that's what Nathan's going to do here as he's contemplating whether to do that or not. He's going to kick it forward. Okay, putting himself in a better position. Now, if his teammates can get those supers ready here, they'll have multiple opportunities to score, but at the same time, real ones, I love the assertion by them right there. Luki, if you can get a super right here, this would be big, going invisible and try to eliminate one of these brawlers.
Yeah, the speed zone was working wonders for them, but they have to push up, and they can't keep this mobility from the speed zone moving because he just doesn't have any more supers. I mean, gadgets, and that's kind of the issue they have at the moment. Gatsby getting some good shots, picks up his super as well. Nathan has his also. Very defensive turret from Gatsby, though, and he also gets taken down. The bow mine's there as well, but Nathan does avoid it. Ball being placed in the corner from Alyanis, and Nathan is the last defender. The bow mine's thrown down, but the amber super was missed. Luki's there as well with the super, goes aggressive, but Alyanis walking directly onto the mine, gets the takedown though, and he's following it up with another, gets the super back in his hands, should take down Jigsaw. The ball being pushed forward now would be a godsend. Alyanis has the super in hand, shoots, and actually puts it in the one place where it could be contested, but they get the set anyway.
Fortunately, that Leon didn't make it back on time right there as they were able to take advantage of that situation. Stu in overtime can be a nightmare if you don't have the right measures to deal with him. Oh, wow. What a turnaround there. That was pretty quick. I love the awareness by Gatsby, by the way, knowing, hey, Leon is invisible. I'm going to drop this barrel preemptively, knowing he's most likely going to come after me here.
I mean, they should have had a goal early on, but they made up for it with the late one anyway in the second game, securing that goal. Very late in the game and almost didn't actually secure it once again because it was in the only place where it could have been contested. And lucky Alyani's got a super here because that just started the chain of events that led to them winning the set.
Yeah, now, had he not gotten that super, had Leon not fed him the super, that mine would have actually stunned him. So he got very fortunate that he actually got the shot to avoid the mine. That was very fortunate.
Well, onto the stats. And as much as they haven't been backing up the gameplay today, it is that kind of story again with the real ones with 96,000 damage, 84,000 on the side of Reconyx, but they turn out to be the victors. Yeah,
again, always showing like stats. Don't always show the bigger picture here, especially a map like Backyard Bowl is just such a very defensive, passive style game mode. Cornering is a big part. When you're cornering it and you get pushed back, guess what? The other team's going to pile up stats. They're going to get so much damage on you. They're going to get a lot of kills, but they're going to have a hard time to score because that ball's in the corner.
Yeah, it's tough. Sometimes it's got to be done. Sometimes the ball has got to be placed in the corner. And unlike Europe, they just do it because they have the lead or it's a defensive measure. We just like to throw it in the corner and wait for that for the later portions of the game for some reason. I'm not sure why that is, but Dueling Beetles is the map up next. We're on to a bit of Hot Zone. And probably about the closest, or actually Split, probably the closest range Hot Zone map you can get. But there are some close range interactions here. Yeah. Down the mid. And then the lanes are the long range ones, which is kind of the flip of what we usually see in Brawl.
Yeah, I actually like that about this map, the uniqueness in terms of that, having your long range on the lanes and your mid as your short range. Real ones with the Gale, Carl, and Janet ban, telling us most likely Reconyx are going to be the ones to get the first pick here, as they're going to be banning Leon, Stu, and Squeak. Crow's on the table, Bonnie's on the table, Bo's on the table. You got lots of strong first pick options.
Yeah, I mean, I think the bans from Reconyx have been pretty solid, trying to keep a lot of their first pick options open.
Penny!
And they're just, I don't know, they're just loving the penny. Clearly just loving the penny today. Was it first pick last time? No, Amber was first pick last time, right?
That is a dangerous pick here on Dueling Beetles. So if you're real ones, you need either a wall break composition, or you gotta hope, you know, having that final pick, you possibly get like a Sprout and hope that Reconyx drafts a team here that's not as potent against a Sprout, right?
Bonnie's been taken as well, so you're going to need something that's decent against that kind of tanky brawler, but also has that capability of defending it at close range as well.
Yeah, but here's the thing, like, we haven't really seen the success of Bonnie in Hot Zone much, and much of it is because teams have realized Bonnie is a brawler that struggles early on. When she doesn't have her super, she's very slow paced, she has very slow reload. She's slow as a brawler, a tank form. So speeding things up, playing at a fast pace against her oftentimes works out great. Reconyx going to go with Lola. But what's going to be their final pick here to couple this comp? I feel like you got to speed things up. Like, Max wouldn't be a horrible pick either. Like, I want to play at a fast pace against the comp that runs Bonnie.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's the last pick that's really going to be quite instrumental here in who does win this matchup, because honestly at the moment I kind of like both of these comps. Amber,
yeah.
Once again. Is it? They didn't have Lola last time, did they? It was the real ones who had Lola. I was going to say pretty similar comp to what
you
we
know
actually
what?
saw last time.
I would have liked to see Lu. I feel like Lu can be very strong against a Bonnie composition as well, bow composition. Lots of ways to block off choke points. So if I'm real ones, definitely a brawler I can consider, but also Belle would be pretty good against a Lola composition as well. But there's a Sprout pick, which we were actually like expecting if Reconyx drafts the comp that doesn't have wall breakers. And look, they don't. They set themselves up to a comp that's weak to Sprout. If you're gonna go first pick Penny, the first thing on your mind is, hey, we gotta make sure we're not weak to Sprout. But
they are.
They are. Oh.
I mean, they've just got to hope that Bo's going to do them a massive favor and break up some walls, really. But
and here's the other thing, though. Real ones have Lukey Bear, one of the best thrower players, one of the best Sprout players in North America as well. So I feel like this is going to be a tough matchup for Reconyx.
Seems that way. Aliani's pushing up the mid quite early, though, and getting some good shots onto Lukey as well. Z having a tough time, and Z's actually... I believe Z wasn't in the first set, right? But he has subbed in now. Gatsby having quite a good time as well, and Nathan cleaning up that right-hand side. The lead has started to build up quite heavily for Reconyx now, and Jigsaw is in the spawn, should be taken down, and he is taken down as well.
Yeah, it's some crazy aggressive plays that I'm seeing from the real ones here, really trying to play at a faster pace. But at the same time, they gave the Penny Mortar way too early, and now you have to hope Lukey can take that Mortar down soon. Great control, by the way. He's not even focused on the Mortar. He's like, okay, you know what?
Just accept it.
I'd rather focus on just keeping them trapped. The bow mines, I don't like the bow mine placement because you're opening those walls up. You're just making it harder for your Sprout. Now you're leaving one tile open there. Not a big fan of that. And the other thing is like ignoring the Mortar when you had the opportunity to take it out as well.
I mean, I do think there's a possibility of still walling off that entire section. I don't think it broke it up too much, but you know, at this point, where he's now throwing down even more mines, breaking up these kind of sections.
Yeah, that's not...
I don't think there's any capability of it actually covering the whole section now, unless it's placed absolutely perfectly, and even at that,
here's the other thing.
Really tough.
I don't like bow mines placed like that, not just because it inhibits your Sprout's walls, but also it makes it easier for the enemy to prevent a spawn trap. Like, it's going to be harder for you to spawn trap them when you're opening such, you know, you're opening up the map. And that's why Reconyx here, just an easy game for them. Even though I felt like real ones have a very good comp. They have the Sprout. Just don't give the Penny her super within the first 15 seconds of the game. And try to hold that mid position as well, because they got rushed. That Sprout got rushed to the mid.
I mean, you know, Sprout usually thrives in the late game, but it didn't thrive anywhere.
Yeah.
It is tough in both aspects of where it was played. Not taking down the Penny turret, and the Penny turret helped out massively for the side of Reconyx, and they're just not able to do much at all against that kind of pick. And with the bow mine just expanding the map even further so it's not favorable for Sprout is just worrying.
Yeah, I do like the adjustment of having the Sprout on the Penny, making sure, hey, this Penny doesn't get hits, and also I can counter the Penny. A great use of the walls right there by the Sprout to cut off the midsection. Now his teammates and him can just focus on the lanes. I'm not sure why he didn't cycle back the super there, and really not sure why when he could have, especially considering as a Sprout, you're not close to getting your super back, right? So very surprised there. And also Reconyx control. I feel like real ones may be choking here.
Real one's not in a good position whatsoever now. Jigsaw fell low even before he got anywhere, and he's just going to accept fate at this moment. Well, actually he's not. He might stay up here, but the...
that jump from Z, that was not a jump.
I mean, he's going to be able to get the Penny turret down, but at this point, with the map opening up bit by bit as well, and they might even be able to sneak down this right side without any wall being able to block it off as well. Now the Bowmans have opened that up a little bit more too. But they're just throwing it down mid, and they're not even going down mid at this point. Alyani's, Gatsby, and Nathan, and nobody is playing mid. They're all playing lanes, and they're still throwing it down mid. Doesn't make much sense to me.
Right, and Alyani is just asserting him, so just going full aggressive here, exactly what you want to do. Distract, have your teammates hold up the mid, and should be a comfortable win for Reconyx, regardless of whether this Bonnie can get a kill. It's just going to be too much to overcome now.
Yeah, well, it looks like GG's. Reconyx managed to take the second set. If they can secure another 5%, that is, which is not going to be contested too much. There you go, Reconyx get the second set, bringing it to 2-0. And they're on track to have our first sweep of the day, which we haven't actually seen at all. It's been 3-2s and 3-1s all round.
Yeah, it just feels like Real Ones kind of they just look lackadaisical right now. They just look like they just want to head out. It's getting late here. I want to go to bed. That's kind of what it looked like here. We saw Luki just not getting back his super, using his gadget. Why are you not using the gadget to get back your super, constantly trap him? We just didn't see that. Why is your Bonnie, flying on spots where it shouldn't be, right? Why are you giving Penny her mortar within the first 15 seconds of that first game? There's a lot of questionable things by the Real Ones here.
Yeah, I mean, it just does not look good from them whatsoever, As you mentioned, so many questionable things that you wouldn't expect players as talented as them to be doing. Because, they are solid players. They're not new to the scene. They're not the kind of players you expect to make these easy mistakes.
Yeah.
You expect them to be pretty solid. They may lose because of drafts and stuff like that, but
and here's the thing,
they're good.
I felt like they drafted better.
Yeah.
They had the Sprout against a comp that had no wall breakers, yet you have your bow opening the map for them. Why? Questionable. Why is their Penny getting her mortar in that first game? Why is she getting her mortar within the first 15 seconds? Why are you allowing that Lola to just mid-rush you? That's something you should expect, right? But why are you allowing that, right? Just a lot of questionable things. Heading into Layer Cake Bounty. See if Real Ones can bring it back here. I'm gonna need a reverse sweep against Reconyx, who are looking very primed right now.
It's a tough ask, but the bans are in. The Real Ones banning out Daryl, Jean, and Penny. Reconyx, pretty similar, just with the Jean, to be fair. Jean, Tick, and Bonnie, they're going to be banning out. Real Ones selecting Carl, which isn't something you really want to let slip.
Yeah, surprising Carl on Layer Cake. Very solid brawler. Really not many counter options, especially now that you also taken Zero out of the table right here. So it's going to be tough if you're Reconyx. Not just that, you've eliminated Bonnie, which could have been a good brawler as well for you to jump in. If you're Reconyx, you gotta try something different, I feel like. And a bow, solid brawler, but I don't really like bow into Carl. I don't think it's a good matchup for him. If I'm Reconyx, I'm looking at aggro type brawlers. I'm looking at Leon. I'm looking at maybe even like spice things up with like a Buzz. And there's the Leon, okay? And if you're a Real Ones, just play it safe. You got what you wanted with the Carl. You could go with, even though Sprout, not the best matchup against Leon, having a control, having a way to take out that lollipop, not a bad idea. And then if you can add in a counter to Leon that can safeguard your Sprout, not a bad idea either.
I really like Sprout here, to be fair, regardless of that Leon being there. I feel like the prime reason you take Sprout is obviously to take out the lollipop drops and also not feed the Leon his super, which is kind of the main reason why they're picking there. Go in on that Carl and try get a quick takedown. Crow is going to be the selection of the Real Ones, followed by a Bell as well. So they've got the range, they've got the ability to scout out the Leon, and I feel like it's pretty decent, well-rounded. I mean, Crow's not something you see every day here, but I also don't mind it into what they're playing.
Yeah, I like a Crow, good into Leon. Also makes sure, like, hey, Reconyx, you can't really go another aggro type brawlers to take advantage of this, because we got Bell and we got Crow. So they're going to go with the Rico. It's a solid pick, good lane here. Could instantly heal back with the Bouncy Castle gadget. Overall, I like the comps by both teams, but we'll have to see.
We will indeed have to see, and I don't think we'll be waiting too much longer to see either, considering the draft's been completed and we should be heading into the game momentarily. But the Rico, I'm not sure about it. I'm really not sure about it. Rico for Reconyx, clearly a bit of an odd pick, I will say. I feel like, the flying hook directly onto a Rico is really going to, be a bit of a difficult matchup for him. But he's going to be hoping it plays out strong because it could go terribly wrong or terribly right.
Yeah, so Elianis does have a Crow on his lane as a Rico, not a bad matchup for him. On the right side, Gatsby asserting himself with his Leon, and just already get the quick kill on a Carl, something that shouldn't happen, but did. And already Reconyx looking really good. 4-1. So this goes back to the point: is are the real ones sleepy right now? Are they getting sleepy?
Maybe they're already asleep at this point, I'm not sure.
Right.
Gatsby comes in the back, and he's obviously feeling too overconfident as he's been taken out, traded straight away. At least he got Jigsaw along with him. That's the main thing. Bowmine's now been successfully...
A little too early with the Carl gadget right there.
I mean, he's going for the pinch on Alianis. I don't think there's too much of an issue with it, other than the fact that Alianis just absolutely destroying everyone. Jigsaw should fall down as well, but he survives on 119 still. At a deficit of stars, though.
Yeah. But fortunate for them, they're only down 3 stars, and they do have the blue stars. So if they can just play this one passively, wait until a few seconds, get a couple kills, real ones definitely in the game right now. Gatsby waiting for the right moment to use his super. But I also know that, hey, Crow's got his super, Carl's got his super, now Bell has their super. Not the best time for Leon to use the super.
Slowed down here, might need to pop his super to try and stay alive, but doesn't actually do it, which is quite unusual to me. Obviously, they are still in the lead.
Yeah.
But he probably would have stayed alive with a nice little Invis heal there. You can hear the Invis coming through now and going straight onto Jigsaw. There he is. But him going down now would turn the game. He might need to pop it. Actually, he might have been using Invis heal because it seemed like he did get up the map quite quickly since he did pop it.
Right.
Luki's going to get the slowdown as well, but they do retreat quite nicely. Yeah, he is using. He's using the other one, Smoke Trails. I always forget the name of that one, but he's just hidden in the bush here, trying to get a pinch from behind, and does just that. We're going to see Reconyx going on to match point and possibly, well, by the looks of things, quite likely going to be a sweep if they carry on playing like they are.
Yeah, and if you're the real ones, do you throw in the table? Because it's tough. You got to win the next 2 in bounty, then you got to also reverse sweep by winning the other 2 sets. That's going to be a tough to overcome if you're the real ones. Luki on the right side does have the Crow. Now you do have the matchup, of course. Jigsaw, I'm not sure why he didn't go for the star this time, giving Reconyx the blue star. And Z already being pushed back. Great pinch work by Nathan and Gatsby, who are gonna be slowed down, but real one just not able to capitalize on the slowdown.
There onto Jigsaw, can't quite get the follow-up shots though, gets the trade out and actually brings the lead back in their favor, making it 3-2 now. The blue star obviously on the side of the real ones too, and Aliani's in a prime position to be pinched down here. Gets slowed, but no follow-up shots just yet. Aliani's has super in hand as well, but in comes the jump, and now he's using super. He can't use the gadget, he wastes it, and now they are behind.
That was a great super by Luki. Knowing the situation right there, needed to take out the Rico before he gets healed back with the bouncy castle. Got mines at the middle here, and Luki knows it, but I feel like they got to work on destroying it. That forced Jigsaw to use his super just to escape the stun. Not really what he wanted, but look at Gatsby just making his way back into the field just so quickly with that smoke trail. And I think he's just going to retreat with it, actually. Just play it safe.
They're in a good position. They've got the bow mines down as well. They're going to try and defuse these, and then they can try get... Actually, the bounces into the corner right now against Luki would be really nice from Aliani's, but can't quite make the shots just yet. The bow mine, the stun's there, but nobody's there to follow up with it. Jigsaw, I mean, obviously he needed to tank, but also doesn't want to feed the super in a position like this. Gatsby trying to get some shots around, get himself a super again, unable to do that. Down comes that bow totem, and Leon Lollipop drops there as well. 18 seconds on the clock, they need to get a kill. And if they do, they'll be taking it home. The super's there. Good connections onto Jigsaw as well. Z falls low too. Bowmine's there, splits them up, but Luki's got the jump. He goes in on Alianis, who doesn't have a gadget. The takedown's there, adds to their score, but they might be able to get the takedown on Z. Now he's low, the 1 second, and that shot was connecting, but they couldn't quite get it. The real ones stay alive.
That shot almost connected. It was split second right there. Very fortunate for the real ones to stay alive there, heading into the 3rd round of our 3rd set.
Gadget up this time, and Jigsaw does go for that mid-star. This time doesn't have the Rico on his lane, and Luki, to his surprise, does, as he falls quite low. There goes the bouncy castle, gets the heals off as well, and Gatsby slotting into this side here, trying to get some shots onto Jigsaw, but can't quite do that. Mid. Following up with a few shots onto Luki, and he does fall low, and Alianis puts himself in a great position, but also quite a vulnerable one if they do choose to pitch.
I love what Reconyx doing here, being a little more assertive. Not sure why Leon didn't make that initial push, but Luki doing his best to prevent his team from getting pinched into the spawn. Great use of the gadget, although not needed, thanks to Z right there to clean things up. 3-0 looking good for Real Ones. They're able to pinch Gatsby. Unable to take advantage of that pinch though. Luki gonna go aggressive. He's gonna miss his opportunity to take the Leon though. Leon should be able to safely, gonna be able to safely retreat.
Gets away, but they are still behind. 1 star is the decider at the moment. Aliani's going to go down again.
Wow.
Just being making too many mistakes, I should say, in that mid portion there. There goes the Bellnark as well. The trap sets off and the takedown's there. Nathan surely going to go down to him as well there, but he doesn't. He manages to stay up and gets pinched in and taken down now 11-4 in this one. And Reconyx, from the first game, they're not looking like they were anymore.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing signs of life by the Real Ones here in this bounty set. Another kill by Jigsaw. And this is what you don't want if you're Reconyx. You don't want the other team to get confident, steal a set, and you know, have that reverse sweep dream alive.
Capability still there. Super comes down, Jigsaw falls low. The pinch should be there from Nathan. Little super in from Gatsby, gets one, and then Luki's going to jump in. Gatsby gets it as well. The blue star's in favor of Reconyx and a massive turnaround. Jigsaw with no super, no gadgets. The mines stop him in his tracks, and Reconyx turn it around with a massive play from the Leon.
The worst possible thing that could ever happen in the final 10 seconds have happened. Unfortunately for Reconyx, they're going to walk away with a sweep thanks to that one. Wow.
I say it's deserved. After their performance against Tribe and their performance in this game as well, up to the point where they started to lose the bounty set maybe little bit by little bit, they just performed so well today, and especially after the double match point against Tribe, they deserve it thoroughly.
Yeah, definitely. Real Ones played that one very well up until the final 10 seconds, giving away there. But that's been the Real Ones' night tonight, is like just not being able to hold things. Little clumsy at times with things, choking at points. Lots of things for them to work on in terms of chemistry as a team as well.
Yeah, you can say that again. It was pretty similar when I was casting with F. They couldn't quite hold on to gems.
Yeah.
Now in this one, stars, and I think it was a team wipe at the end to turn it around. Right? The only thing that could have happened to have lost them that game happened, as you mentioned, and it just shouldn't have. It really shouldn't have.
Yeah, it really shouldn't have.
He doesn't even. Does he even need to go in there? He doesn't.
He could have just. He could have just flew back. He could have just flew back. Yeah.
Questionable. Very questionable. But you know, mistakes happen. That was one of Luki's mistakes, and it was a bad one.
And Reconyx again, stats in their favor. More stars, less stars dropped. Even though it shows it was a close game, but at the end of the day, stats don't lie.
Not able to do quite enough there then, but very close throughout today, but not quite enough. Any thoughts on that game, Glitter?
You know what? That was a great way to close out the day. I said it before we went into, we hadn't had any sweeps.
We haven't had any
We
sweeps.
hadn't, and Reconyx decided to deliver on the final. You're right.
You wrote it right here.
You guys can't see it, but I did predict it. I wrote it down on this paper right here that it was going to happen. That was how we were going to close out the show. And that's what we did. And honestly, you guys talked about it a little bit, but really strong performance on the day for Reconyx, especially when we take into consideration who they went against earlier in the day. So obviously, we're going to take a look back at some of the highlights from this entire final matchup and talk me through some of these.
Well, I mean, what's to say about the first bit? We saw, you know, a really strong start from Reconyx, cornered the ball for the entirety of that first game and managed to secure it just by doing that. The second one, the super through. And this was a beautiful play from Aliani's, I will say, and you mentioned it. It's just being able to collect his super and avoiding that mine, putting himself in a great position to score and swatting it away.
Yeah, Elian is definitely an MVP of that Brawl set, just from the get-go. First goal, just asserting himself. And then here in the mid position, I love what Elianis did. Just go full aggro on the mid, quickly take out that Sprout, and then of course Nathan with his Penny Mortar down, established, pretty quick control. Nathan also doing a great job with his Amber. It just seemed like the difference here, Reconyx, just better synergy. I don't think in terms of individual prowess, I don't think they're too far away in terms of individual skill. But I feel like what separated both of these teams, that synergy as a group. I just feel like Reconyx just better.
I say there seems to be some mistakes in there as well. You know, we mentioned quite a few mistakes in that in the hot zone set on Julian Beetles, and it was the same in this one. Mistakes, costing them the games. And Algani's here. That was just gorgeous. It's all Algani's. Not only did he win the Brawl Ball set, but he won so many games and brought it home for Reconyx in the end.
Yeah, definitely big plays, and that's what Algani's brings to the table here for them. Playing brawlers with big plays too. Rico, constant super chains. We've been seeing him, and success rate just been great for them. Reconyx making their way back from the bottom. They've been one of the teams at the bottom, but great day for them.
I think we'll see the biggest mistake of them all right here, with Gatsby pushing down this left-hand side towards the end of the game, and the team wipe happens, and it didn't need to happen. The jump away was there from Lukey, and he jumped into them, and it just didn't pay off for them in the end. Here are the standings after last week, obviously. STMN sitting at the top 3-0, along with Tribe Gaming sitting nice and tight with 3-0 as well, yet to face each other, which will be a great game when they do. West Coast underneath them with 3-1, Vanguard 2-1, Vatra 1-2, Reconyx in 6th with 1-3, with Chasmak underneath them as well with 1-3. Real ones. Yeah. Although we've had some good performances from mainly last week and the start of today, not able to bring any games home just yet.
Yeah, and I mean, talk about the consistency at the top of the leaderboard. There's only 2 more weeks left now, and will anybody be able to dethrone Stamina or Tribe up there at the top? They look pretty good, but like I said, they've got a little bit more time yet. Now, of course, we did it earlier in the show, and I'm going to remind you guys every single week, because before we go, we have to talk about Professor Dot's office hours. Don't forget, those are still a thing. They're over on his Instagram, so you can head on over there. Shoot him your questions, okay? Anything you've got when it comes to the game. He's going to be answering them every single week with a new topic for first period with FDOT. They've been fantastic so far, so make sure you guys are sending those on over to him so he can answer whatever you've got going on. Of course, before we close out, final thoughts from you guys, because today was a long day and so many close matchups.
I mean, I think you've pretty much covered it there, to be honest. It's just the close matchups have really been the name of the game today. It's just, we started off with 2 incredibly close games. One went to double match point, and then after that, 3-1, 3-1, 3-1, 3-1. Finishing things off with a sweep, which was honestly not expected. I thought this was going to be one of the closer games of the day towards the end.
Yeah.
No, I agree. I figured that might have been one of the closer games, but it wasn't. Reconyx deserving push to Tribe to the brink right there. Final game of the final set. That was my favorite matchup for sure, and I was kind of rooting for Reconyx there to take it. So
just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. And I think the biggest thing is top 4 teams. There's just 1 win differential. So if you're any of these other teams in the bottom, you have a shot. Just win a couple more, you can get yourself back into the top 4.
Absolutely. Well, that is week 2, folks. It's now in the books. We saw some big moves on behalf of some of our squads, some consistency from those teams at the top, and that means that there's only 2 more weeks for our teams to really battle it out in the challenge. As always, a huge thanks to our sponsors, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, the U.S. Air Force, and Samsung Galaxy. On behalf of myself, my co-casters, and everyone behind the scenes here at ESL Studios, thank you so much for watching, and we will see you next week.
dime on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.